Chapter 251 The fourth generation of Konoha. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 251 Konoha's fourth generation. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 251 Konoha's fourth generation. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Kawata. Isn't it okay? Bring me tools. A middle-aged uncle on a Hokage rock in Konoha village holding the mallet in both hands, stretched out his head and shouted down. Come here, master. A young boy with an excited smile on his face, holding a tool in each hand, said in response as he ran. Ha ha, master. Give you tools. The boy named Kwantai ran to the top of the Hokage rock, took a sigh of relief, and said calmly, Taikawa. Hard work. Speaking of it, I feel a little excited every time I carve Hokage rock. The middle-aged uncle named Suzuki Takahashi looked at the rock statue in front of him with a trace of satisfaction on his face. Speak softly. Is this time to carve rock statues for the fourth generation of Hokage? Really excited. Kawata's eyes looked at the three rock statues in front of him, with a look of expectation on his face, and said excitedly, yeah, this time the fourth generation is the youngest one. Moreover, the fourth generation is our Konoha hero. Suzuki Takahashi showed a smile on his face and said in a deep voice, okay, boy, let's work. We must hurry up and finish the Naruto rock carving. Suzuki Takahashi's eyes looked at the half-carved statue of the fourth generation. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face, and his mouth said, boom, boom. In the Naruto office, there was a knock on the door, and a ninja waited for the response from the people inside with a smile on his face. Coming. A young voice rang, and then the ninja walked into the Hokage office with a smile on his face, looking at Hokage's position and looking down at the blonde-haired young man working with documents. Master 4 generations. Narashikahisa looked at Hofing Mizuno, who was seriously handling the documents in front of him, with a smile on his face, and said with a chuckle, oh, it's Luju. What's the matter? Bo Feng Shuiman raised his head, with a sunny smile on his face, and asked softly in his mouth, just to hand over the task. Naruto said softly with a chuckle on his face. Since Hofing Mizuman became the fourth generation of Hokage, Konoha has entered the brightest era, and every ninja has a smile on his face. I heard that Kakashi joined and, after Narashikaji finished the task, he looked at the four generations of Maya Feng Shuiman with his eyes, and asked in a low voice, Kakashi has lost a lot in this war, and a trace of darkness has appeared in his heart. Therefore, the third generation of eyes added Kakashi to the Anbu. Bo Feng Shuiman's brows wrinkled slightly. His eyes with a trace worried, said with a light sigh, joining and will face the darkness. I don't know if Kakashi can be prepared, but, speaking of it, has Hanayukan also joined? And a look of helplessness flashed across Nara's face. Said softly, well, Hanayu has a lot of interest in Anbu. A light smile appeared on Bo Feng Shuiman's face, and he put a file on the table and said with a smile, in Konoha's 47th year, the Golden Flash Hofing Mizuno officially took office as the fourth generation of Hokage. Konoha began to regain its vitality. On the face of Hofing Mizuno, Maru became the fourth generation of Naruto, and her childhood dream was officially shattered. Maru devotes all his time to even crazier experiments. The leader of the Root organization, Shimura Danzo, is very interested in the research of Oshimaru. The two sides have cooperated to make the experiment of Oshimaru smoother. However, the abdicated Sandaime Hokage was worried about his proud disciples' intoxication of forbidden art experiments, and Konoha had begun to have ninjas missing, which allowed Sandaime to devote most of his energy to observing the actions of Oshimaru. Find flowers. 0. Of course, Hanayu didn't care about what happened to Konoha recently. and Hanayu and Oshimaru were on their way to a secret base at this time! Master Oshimaru, is that guy to Anzang still not providing the cells of the first generation of Hokage? Hanayu, who was walking quietly, frowned slightly, and asked softly in his mouth, Danzo wants to test our sincerity in cooperation. However, the first generation cell ... but I dream of it. Dashimaru's eyes and snake pupils flashed with cold light, and said coldly, Zero. However, it is the first time for Hanayu-jun to come to this base. Dashimaru's eyes looked at Hanayu calmly, a trace of curiosity flashed in his icy eyes, and his mouth mumbled, I need to choose a suitable master for this sword. So what I need are more than 200 ninjas in you. A sword appeared in Hanayu's right hand, his eyes flashed with light, said quietly, Is it the Emperor again? Isn't the Emperor only available to you? Hanayu-kun. Dashimaru's eyes flashed with a frenetic light, and asked in a low voice, It's not an Emperor, it's a minister. Hanayu turned his head and glanced at Daishiwan, with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, Is it a minister? Interesting. I am looking forward to seeing its power. A deep light flashed through Daishimaru's eyes, and a cold, emotional smile appeared on his face, and his mouth said hoarsely, The battle for courtiers in the dark. Chapter 252, The Battle for Courtiers in the Shadows. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 252, The Battle for Courtiers in the Dark. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 252, The Battle for Courtiers in the Shadows. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Is it a courtier? Interesting. I am looking forward to seeing its power. A deep light flashed in the eyes of Dashimaru. There was a frosty smile on his face, and his mouth said hoarsely, Is this the killing field? Lord Oshimaru. Hanayu's eyes calmly walked to a railing, looking down at a huge field 10 meters below, and more than 200 ninjas with bloodthirsty eyes. This is just a relatively small killing field. Onoshimaru's eyes looked at the crowds of ninjas underneath with cold eyes, and said coldly, These people. After all, there can only be one left. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the ninja below, with a sneer on her face, and said deep in her mouth, ! Following Hanayu's words, he casually threw the Tongyi text in his right hand. Ding! 18 inches in the huge field, a sword fell quickly and pierced into the ground instantly. There was an instant silence in the originally noisy venue. What's this? Hey! Kid, is this your toy? A ninja with a brutal face and his eyes shone with bloodthirst. He raised with a foggy face on his head and glanced at the ground. Tongyi's words in the middle, then suddenly raised his head to look at Hanayu, and said with a mockery in his mouth, ! Stupid guy. Not worthy to participate in this battle. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, a cold smile appeared on his face, and his mouth calmly said, following Hanayu's words, his right hand was raised randomly. Flick the thread. Hanayu whispered in her mouth. Her right hand was pistol-like, and a silk thread instantly appeared from Hanayu's right index finger. Peng. With a loud noise, the heart of the Miss Ninja was pierced by silk threads, and then the huge impact knocked the ground out of a deep pit. Faced with Hanayu's random blow, all the ninjas fell into silence, looking at Hanayu with horror in their eyes. And the needle fell in the entire venue for a while. You guys, do you want power? Do you want freedom? Do you want your name to ring through the ninja world? Hanayu's low and magnetic voice resounded throughout the venue. If you want these, then, kill. Go crazy. Then, tear the enemy in front of you to pieces. The weapon among you is called a vassal, which has the ability to match the blood inheritance limits. Fight. As long as you survive, you will have a new life, and you will become the unique servant of the ninja world. With powerful power. Hanayu's eyes flashed with light, a smile on his face, and his mouth bewitched! These words Hanayu used some illusion applications to make Hanayu's voice resound deep in the hearts of these ninjas! Guardian, what is it? Hearing Hanayu's words, some ninjas showed a trace of doubt on their faces, muttering in their mouths. Chenju has the ability comparable to the blood inheritance limit. This weapon belongs to me. A ninja from Iwanin village's eyes flashed with a strange light, with a cruel smile on his right hand. There was a kunai in the middle, but this ninja was just a little moved, his eyes still looking at the surrounding situation. Are everyone watching? Then, Tong Yaiwin, let go of your curse. Han Yu's face showed a playful smile, and said softly, ding, ding, ding. Following Hanayu's words, the sword body of Tong Yi's text trembled instantly, and the sound of the sword sounded. Then, waves of wavelengths radiated out like ripples. As a minister, Tong Yi's writing will exude a bloodthirsty emotion when he can't find his master, and transform the wavelength of people through killing. Hanayu's eyes looked at the ninja whose eyes were gradually reddening with satisfaction, muttered to himself, give me to die. This weapon belongs to me. A ninja named Matsura couldn't bear it at first, and a kunai appeared in his right hand, which instantly pierced the heart of a ninja in front of him. Ahahaha, give me death. Wind escape grease cut. There was a trace of madness on the face of Ohara Kamiya of Sand Ninja Village. His hands were imprinted, and a huge wind blade was suddenly released, and the face in front of him all the 5 ninjas were cut off, scarlet blood continuously flowed out, and a trace of blood began to appear. Don't be smug. Physical skill combo. A physical ninja Watanabe Kikuchi appeared in front of Ohara Kamiya. His right hand suddenly grabbed Ohara Kamiya's neck, and smashed Ohara Kamiya's body on the ground. The cuff in the left hand quickly slid out a hidden blade, and instantly pierced 100 into the neck of Ohara Kamiya. Ding, ding, ding. With the battle of these ninjas, all the ninjas in the field went crazy and joined the melee. Suddenly, all the ninjas turned into black shadows, and there were bursts of sound of no fighting in the air, and ninjas fell on the ground from time to time. Fire Dune Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. A loud shout suddenly came from the west of the venue. A huge fireball instantly swallowed some fighting ninjas in front of him. A sneer appeared on Noada's face, and then his body quickly backed away. Shui done Water Dragon Bomb. On the east side of the field, Kawasumi of Nujin Village had a cruel smile on his face, and a water dragon quickly submerged the ninja in front of him. Peng, peng, peng. There was a trace of coldness on Akaji's face. South of the ninja battle, and the hidden blade in his right hand was constantly passing through the body of a famous ninja. A tragic fight. The 4 ghosts of Rakshaw. The 253rd chapter tragically fights. The 4 ghosts of Rakshaw. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. The 253rd chapter tragic fight. The 4 ghosts of Rakshaw. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor is the 253rd chapter of the tragic fight. The 4 ghosts of Rakshaw. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Peng, peng, peng. There is a trace of coldness on Akaji's face. South of the ninja fight, and the hidden blade in his right hand keeps passing by in the body of a famous ninja. These 3 people are very interesting. Lord Oshimaru. Hanayu's eyes looked at the ninja who was hunting the ninja wantonly from east to west, with a smile on his face, and said softly, "O Adu of the Anb of Konoha village." He has a calm and bloodthirsty personality. He is suppressing his heart because he was born in Konoha. It belongs to an existence that is not recognized by Konoha. Kawasumi of the assassination unit in Mist Ninja Village has a cruel and violent character, but he has a beastly instinct for fighting. During the Blood Mist policy, he was rejected by the opposition because of the cruel killing of ninjas. After Takumi became the 5th generation of Mizukage, Yunnan village defected. Ukiyoshi of Taken-in Village's hidden mobility team. He has a cold and calm personality. He is extremely proficient in ninja assassination techniques, and can often exchange the death of the enemy at a small price. Oshimaru's eyes looked at the three ninjas with cold mouth. His mouth was low, introduced and said, "However, compared to these three people, I care more about the girl hiding in the darkness in the north." A look of admiration flashed through Oshimaru's eyes, and his right hand pointed at a shadow in the north at random, said in a low voice, "It's true. In this fight, whoever has the ability to save his physical strength to the end is the winner." Hanayu's eyes looked at the shadow and got a look at the girl, with a smile on her face and her mouth sinking, said, "Over time, all ninjas began to fight hand in hand. It's not that they don't want to release ninjutsu, but that in such a bloody fight, any chakra must be saved. Every ninja wants to use the most, killing the enemy at a small price, so all the ninjas have started physical warfare!" It's done. Uesujian's face showed a cruel smile, and the kunai in his right hand struck a ninja's neck in an instant. However, the pride on his face hadn't spread. Kyuwu pierced the heart! Ding, ding, ding. Kyuwu's collision sounded constantly. More and more dead ninjas, and the living ninjas were crazy in their faces and movements, completely ignoring the increasing wounds on their bodies! Ha ha. Are there only 70 ninjas left? Sakuroki Saito's eyes watched the enemies around him with a tired look, and his body was already covered with exhaustion. The wound, the roughness in his mouth, and the bitterness of his right hand trembling slightly. At this time, Sakuroki Saito's body is exhausted, but, in order to survive, Sakuroki Saito is working hard to squeeze his potential. Ding! With a soft sound, a wound quickly appeared on Sakuroki Saito's right shoulder, but Sakuroki Saito didn't even look at it, and the kunai in his right hand quickly blocked an attack on him. Kunai on the neck, a whip on his right foot kicked the attacking ninja away! HH. Unexpected attack. At this time, the ground of the huge site has been completely stained red with blood. As time goes by, the red color turns to dark red and slowly penetrates into the ground, and the corpses scattered on the ground are almost covering the ground with residual limbs. The broken arm is scattered everywhere. No way. I need to find an ally, otherwise, I will definitely die here. Sakuroki Saito's eyes flashed, and his eyes quickly swept across the battlefield, muttering softly in his mouth. Then Sakuroki Saito noticed the same tired Kawasumi. It's done! With a crazy smile on a ninja's face, the kunai of his right hand quickly stabs behind Kawasumi. Seeing Kawasumi's danger, Sakuroki Saito showed a smile on his face, and instantly threw the kunai in his hand. Ding! With a soft sound, Sakuroki Saito's kunai instantly knocked away the sneak attack ninja's kunai. Kawasumi heard the noise and glanced back, then a cold smile appeared on his face. During the final duel, do you want to find allies to increase your chances of survival? It's really a good decision. I joined. Kawasumi's face showed a cold smile, and his body quickly appeared. Sakuroki Saito said in a low voice in front of him. What? Then, continue to look for our allies. A smile appeared on Sakuroki Saito's face, and he said with a deep voice. Then, Sakuroki Saito's right hand suddenly scattered 4 kunai around him and Kawasumi. Allies? Interesting. I joined. Ukiyoshi glanced at the kunai surrounding Sakuroki Saito and Kawasumi, as well as the way the two killed the enemy together. Ukiyoshi quickly opened the ninja. The neck quickly jumped in front of Sakuroki Saito. Sure enough, I can't win this victory with only me as a girl. Natsumi 5, who had kept her strength in the battle, showed a smile on her face, and her body quickly appeared in Sakuroki Saito. In front of you. And Oada also joined in. What an interesting guy. Bring the powerful 4 Kienzao individuals to his side to gain his own chance of survival. Dioshimaru's eyes watched with interest as the 5-person team began to be disorganized. When the ninja was killing, a cold smile appeared on his face. Speaking of it, if there were no accidents, the team of these 5 people could have survived. Han calmly watched the battlefield below turn from a fight to one-sided slaughter, and said with a chuckle, "Moreover, I'm a little interested in the 4 people around Sakuragi Saito. Such a guy ... is totally suitable to be the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa." Hanayu's face has a playful smile on his mouth. Shensheng said. Next chapter, Freshman of the 5e member group. The 254th chapter is the Freshman of the 5e member group. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 254 Freshman of the 5e member group. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto, the strongest emperor in the 254th chapter of the 5e member group. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Furthermore, I am a little interested in the 4 people around Sakuragi Saito. Such a guy is perfectly suitable for becoming a Rakshasa, the 4 ghosts. Hanayu said in a deep voice with a playful smile on her face. The battle at this time, because of the combination of Sakuragi Saito's 5 people, began to show one-sided slaughter, and the power of 5 people was much stronger than 1 person. What's more, except for the 5 of them, all the others are fighting alone. Sakuragi Saito's right hand crossed a ninja's neck in an instant, and then kicked the ninja away, and his eyes scanned the few ninjas around. I. Let's make an alliance too. Otherwise, we will die. A ninja looked at the 5 Sakuragi Saito in front of him with a trace of terror, and a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face. Lee reminded loudly, "Do you want to form an alliance now?" No one will agree. Sakuragi Saito had a smile on his face, glanced at the suspicious ninja group, and said softly. Sakuragi Saito knew that the reason why the 5 of them were able to form an alliance was because they wanted to live to the end. So all the 337 people put aside suspicion and distrust and formed a team. And now it's hard to hold on until now. The ninjas who are not aligned are not trusting each other. Hey, what's your expression? Do you want these 5 people to kill us one by one? The face of the ninja who had just proposed an alliance showed a trace of anger, and his mouth roared loudly. It's really long-winded. This guy. 5 generations of Xium frowned slightly, with a cold expression on her face. Her body instantly appeared behind the roaring ninja, and the kunai in her hand pierced the ninja's heart. Hey, get rid of these guys. Then ... start the showdown between us. Kawasumi said coldly with a cruel smile on his face. I can't wait. Oada's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty rays, and the kunai in his right hand quickly passed a ninja's neck, and said in a deep voice, With the slaughter of the 5e member group, the number of ninjas in the field was reduced, and the screams came into Hanayu's ears from time to time. Swish, swish, swish. The slaughter was over, and there were only 5 Sakuragi Saito left in the field. The bodies of these 5 people instantly dispersed when the last ninja was slaughtered. Finally ... Finally it's our turn to show off. Kawasumi's face had a cruel smile. His eyes calmly looked at the other 4 people who had opened a distance, and he said in a deep voice, "Now there are only 5 of us left. We are finally at the end. Whoops. Thank you. Otherwise, I must not survive now." Sakuragi Saito's face showed a trace smiling, looking at the 4 people on the opposite side with twinkling eyes, said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Rather than living to the present, I would rather live to the end." Oada's eyes looked at the 4 Sakuragi Saito in the field with guard, and said coldly, "Hey, I said you guys. It's really long-winded." Natsumi Udai showed a trace of impatient expression on her face, and said coldly in her mouth, "It seems that everyone has a tacit understanding and did not act rashly." Kyuji's face was cold with a hint of coldness, his eyes calmly observed the surroundings, and his mouth calmly said, "However," following Akiyoshi's words, the bodies of the 5 quickly rushed towards each other! Beefer. Hanayu, who stood on the rooftop and watched the battle, stretched out his right hand, and the threads of silk were instantly nailed to the ground where the 5 people were advancing! Peng, peng. After the silk thread punched the ground out of a deep pit, the 5 forward figures stopped instantly, and then their bodies quickly retreated! This battle ends here. Han looked down at the 5 people below, with a look of admiration on his face, and said in a deep voice, "It's over." There are 5 people in this time. Ada's face showed a trace of astonishment, then raised his head and asked Hanayu, "I've said it. As long as those who can survive, they will gain strength, powerful strength." Hanayu completely ignored Ada's questioning, with a trace of peace on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Kid, I admit that you are very capable. But, can you really give us new power?" Quinsheng said with a sneer on his face with a sneer in his mouth. "Kudo, let these guys see the power you gain." Hanayu whispered with a playful smile on his face. Following Hanayu's words, Durejaya Kudo, who had been hiding in the shadows, came out. "Let you see it." "Lord Hanayu bestowed on me the powerful power." Hiromuya Kudo's face was filled with excitement. His hands suddenly stretched out, and the 10 fingers stretched quickly like a snake, entwining the 5. Personal! Kaka. A sound came from Hiromuya Kudo's extended arms, and then weapons quickly appeared from Hiromuya Kudo's body, and all of Hiromuya Kudo's 10 fingers changed, become a sharp blade. Hiromuya Kudo just waved his hand casually, and the wall behind the 5 instantly turned into powder. This guy. With a hint of shock on the faces of the 5 people, they looked at the wall that was completely turned into powder behind them, and a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. "Master Hanayu, please give me a new life." The 5 people knelt on the ground together, with a hint of excitement on their faces, and said in a deep voice. Next chapter, Horror, the Ministers and the 4 Ghosts of Rakshaw. Chapter 255 Horror, the Ministers and the 4 Ghosts of Rakshaw. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 255 Horror, the Ministers and the 4 Ghosts of Rakshaw. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 255 is horrible. The Minister and the 4 Ghosts of the Rakshasa. Go. Monthly ticket. In Uranin village outside the Konoha border, 4 men and 1 woman are walking slowly. The sky in Uranin village is raining every day, so that the black cloaks worn by these 5 people have gradually become wet. Exactly. Is this Yunin village? This kind of weather really makes people a headache. One of the 5 people flashed a hint of irritability in his eyes, looked up at the sky, and said in a grumbling voice, "It's really long-winded. I really want to kill you, Ada." The only woman frowned slightly, turned her head and glanced at the complaining guy, and said coldly in her mouth, "Natsumi, don't be so cold. Now we are partners." Behind the woman, a man with a cruel smile on his face said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Kawasumi, pay attention to the surroundings." With a smile on his face, the man in the middle glanced at the 4 people next to him, reminding him, "These 5 people are the newly reborn Sakuroki Saito, the 5 generations of Natsumi, Kawasumi, Ada, and Akiyoshi." Since these 5 people were selected by Hanayu, they have acquired new identities, the Ministers and the 4 Ghosts of the Rakshasa. And the 5 people who had just adapted to the powerful power they gained were sent by Hanayu to Uranin village to perform the task. Speaking of it, the mission this time is very simple. Just kill it. Ada's face was with a bloodthirsty smile, his eyes gleamed, and his mouth said in a deep voice, "We have gained powerful strength. Even the elites can kill at will." Kawasumi said coldly with a look of excitement on his face. "That's right. But we need to find those guys." Sakuroki Saito said softly with a cold smile on his face. "Find them." Secret technique middle dot detector. There was a playful smile on Ikaji's face. A seal was formed on his right hand, and a low drink was made from his mouth. Following Ikaji's movements, Ikaji's left hand was on the back of his hand for an instant. A palm-sized detector appeared, and the detector kept releasing chakra waves outward. I found it. A cold smile appeared on Kuji's face. He looked at the figures displayed on the detector with a smile at the corner of his mouth. It really deserves to be the weapon system made by Master Hanayu. The other four people showed a hint of admiration on their faces, and there was a hint of enthusiasm in their eyes, and their mouths said excitedly, "Tenshinobu, let's go." This task is a trial. Sakuroki Saito showed a trace of excitement on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Hey, this weather ... it's raining again." Yunin village is really troublesome. In a forest, a ninja wearing a Yunin village forehead and a breathing mask on his face looked up. Glancing at the sky, he grumbled and said, "Don't complain, Miyashito Akai. Aren't we all used to it?" A middle-aged ninja's eyes flashed with helplessness, and he said in a deep voice, "It's better to rest quietly. We are going to complete the task given by Lord God." A hint of enthusiasm flashed in the eyes of the remaining ninjas, and they reminded them. Swish, swish, swish. Just when the 10 ninjas of Yunin village fell silent, there were 5 consecutive noises. And then 5 figures appeared around these ninjas. "Nani, enemy? Domingjai. Why didn't you have any warning?" Iwamoto Nishira from Yurin village had a hint of surprise in his eyes. His face was solemn, and his mouth questioned. Middle dot 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 find flowers 0 middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. Captain Nishira can't sense the breath of these guys in front of you. Behind Iwamoto Nishira, the perception ninja Domiji suddenly opened his eyes. His face looked at the 5 enemies in front of him with a trace of disbelief, and said in shock, "Kiyoshi, are they the guy who sensed it?" Sakuroki Saito had a playful smile on his face. His eyes were cold, and his mouth calmly said, These are the 10 people." Kuji looked down at the detector on the back of his hand, with a sneer on his face, and said in a deep voice, 0 so. Go on. Sakuroki Saito showed a look of excitement on his face, whispered in his mouth, and his body instantly appeared in front of an Iwanin village. Looking at the slightly surprised Yunin, Sakura, a sneer flashed across Nai Saito's face, and the right hand suddenly pulled out the Kirichi writing on the waist. Secret skill, flash. Sakuroki Saito let out a low voice, and the Tongi text in his right hand flashed a sharp light, and then quickly passed the arteries of Yunin's limbs. Chih, chih. A knife light flashed, and all the arteries of this Yunin's limbs spewed a trace of blood, and the figure of Sakuroki Saito quickly backed away to avoid the attacks of other Yunin. Stop the bleeding. Yunin named Takemura lowered his head and glanced at his limbs, with a trace of horror on his face, yelling, "Medical ninjutsu ... It doesn't work." A Yunin quickly released medical ninjutsu, and then there was a trace of astonishment on his face, and his mouth reminded loudly. Next chapter, Horror, the Ministers and the Four Ghosts of Rakshaw. Chapter 256 Horror, the Ministers and the Four Ghosts of Rakshaw. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 256 Horror, the Ministers and the Four Ghosts of Rakshaw. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 256 is horrible. The Minister and the Four Ghosts of Rakshaw. Next. For subscription, ask for a reward. Monthly ticket. Medical ninjutsu ... It doesn't work. A Yunin quickly released medical ninjutsu, and then there was a trace of astonishment on his face and a loud reminder in his mouth. What are you talking about? Takemura suddenly turned his head, with a trace of horror in his eyes, pale face, and asked loudly in his mouth. I just used medical ninjutsu when you were injured. But it was useless. Asano Tsukamoto's face showed a trace of sorrow, and his mouth also said in disbelief, "Why? How could this happen?" Takemura's eyes flashed with despair, watching his blood slowly pass, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. 160 The nourishment I could taste it. Well, by looking at their own blood passage of all treatment to no avail feeling. Really makes me happy. Saito's eyes flicker in the cherry with a bloodthirsty look. He lowered his head and glanced at his Tongyi text, with a cold smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Iwamoto Nishira looked at Sakuragi Saito solemnly. His eyes were cold, and he asked loudly, "Who are we? For the sake of your imminent death, I will tell you kindly. I am the minister of Hanayuzama, Sakuragi Saito." Sakuragi's a cold look flashed across Teng's face, and he said in a deep voice, Hey, did you really decide to chat? Your companion is going to bleed to death." A cold smile appeared on the face of Natsumi Udai, pointing her finger at Takemura, and said playfully, "Help. Help." Takemura's eyes looked at the blood flowing out of his wound in horror. His face gradually paled, and his mouth begged, "Medical ninjutsu middle. Palm immortality." Asano Tsukamoto's eyes flashed with a firm expression, and he snorted, and a green light appeared in his hands instantly, covering Takemura's arms! Get me better. Get better soon. Asano Tsukamoto's eyes were fixed on Takemura's wound. A trace of sweat began to appear on his face, and his mouth said heavily, "It's useless. The wound cut by my Kirichi character is absolutely incurable." Sakuragi Saito said with a trace of calm on his face, and said coldly, "Cut." "Sakuragi, you are still as long-winded as you always did. These shreds. It's better to be shredded." A trace of impatient expression flashed across the face of Natsumi 5, and a bloodthirsty light radiated from her eyes. Said coldly in his mouth, "What Xumachan is talking about? These people. Can't you just tear them up?" Kawasumi said with a cruel expression on his face. "Shut up, Kawasumi. Otherwise, I will tear your mouth." Natsumi Udai showed a trace of irritation on her face, and said coldly, "Don't underestimate us, you guys." A look of anger flashed across Iwamoto Nishira's face, and he snorted in his mouth, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Mystery middle. Thousands of rain like rain. Iwamoto Nishira's hands were sealed, and an oiled paper umbrella behind him instantly flew into the air. Each of them quickly attacked the 5 Sakuragi Saito like raindrops! Peng, peng, peng. There was a fine explosion, and the dense crowd of thousands covered the 5 figures of Sakuragi Saito! Have you succeeded? Iwamoto Nishira had a look of uncertainty on his face. His eyes solemnly looked at the falling Chiban in front of him, and he muttered to himself, "Is this your attack? It's really weak." A cold voice suddenly sounded, and then Sakuragi Saito's figure appeared in front of Tenyunin. "What is this? A monster?" Iwamoto Nishira had a trace of horror on his face. His body stepped back slightly, and his mouth said in surprise. And Yunin behind Iwamoto Nishira was also sluggish. Hey, what do you look in your eyes?" Oada's hands stretched out, one by one nailed to Oada's arms, and then Oada's hands quickly softened, and all of them fell to the ground above. "Forget it. Let's tear you apart." 5 generations of Natsumi showed a bloodthirsty smile on her face, whispered in her mouth. Her hands suddenly stretched, and her hands quickly transformed, and then 2 sharp blades instantly replaced the 5 generations. Natsumi's hands, swish, swish, with 2 soft sounds. The sharp blade instantly passed through the bodies of the 2 Uran, and directly cut the 2 dumb bodies in the middle. 5 A finger bomb. The 5th generation of Natsumi snorted in her mouth, and her left hand quickly transformed into a sharp blade, and then 5 missiles quickly appeared in her left arm. Peng, peng, peng. There were 5 consecutive beeps, and 5 missiles instantly hit the 5 Uran with 0.0, and knocked them all into the sky. "Leave these guys to me." With a bloodthirsty smile on Kawasaki's face, his right hand stretched out in an instant, and quickly tied Uranin, who was knocked into the sky. Following Kawasaki's movements, a sharp blade quickly popped up on his right arm, directly cutting the 5 ninjas into several segments. Weird. Monster. Iwamoto Nishira had a trace of horror on his face. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his face, and his mouth was shocked. Next chapter, Primary Cells. Imaru defected. Chapter 257 Primary Cells. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 257 Primary Cells. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 257. The First Generation Cell. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Han-jun, are you still doing research? Daishiwan's experimental base, with a cold face and eyes calmly looking at Han, his mouth Lee asked in a deep voice. Master Oshimaru. How about Danzo? Hanayu kept moving. In front of him, there were rows of circular culture fluids. Among the culture fluids, a famous ninja stand in the culture medium with your eyes closed. Danzo's ambition has risen again since the cells of the first generation of Naruto were transplanted on his right arm. At the same time, Danzo has begun to collect evidence of my slaughter of Konoha ninja. There was a cold smile on Ozemaru's face. His eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent, and his mouth said in a deep and hoarse voice, sure enough. Has Danzo started acting? Master Oshimaru. What are you going to do? Hanayu paused for a moment before turning around, with a trace of calm on his face, and asked softly in his mouth, say, the current Konoha is no longer suitable for my research. I need a quieter place to complete my reincarnation technique. Dashimaru's brows wrinkled slightly, and he glanced at Hanayu and mouth, said in a low voice. At this time, Oshimaru used Hanayu's Hansen ability to complete the research on the technique of reincarnation. Therefore, in the face of the desire for immortality, Oshimaru did not want to secretly conduct research in Konoha. Isn't the technique of reincarnation? Soul rebirth consumes one's soul power every time. The reincarnation of corpse we studied is not the most complete. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and his eyes looked at Dashwan. He reminded him in a low voice, Mr. Hanayu, I can't wait anymore. It's up to me to perfect the rebirth of a dead body we studied. Speaking of which, Mr. Hanayu has been studying the power of the soul. Still can't find a solution? Dashwan's a trace of enthusiasm flashed through his eyes. His face was still cold, but his mouth could not wait to say, I just thought of using the Shaolin to absorb the soul of the reincarnated person and grow my soul. But this is just my idea. There should be a more perfect way. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Shaolin? I know. Dashimaru's eyes suddenly released a ray of light. Snake pupil's gaze stayed completely above Hanayu's Shaolin, and his mouth said coldly, hey, isn't it? I brought up Dashwan's interest in writing round eyes. Hanayu looked at Dashwan's expression. She was slightly shocked, and then a look of helplessness appeared on her face. Zong Dukao said, it's no wonder that Hanayu had such thoughts. At this time, Daishiwan looked at Shaolin Yan's eyes, completely feverish. But it doesn't matter. I have sealed a few Uchiha family ninjas. When Oshimaru defected, just hand it over to him and let him study it. Hanayu had a playful smile on his face. Murmured to himself, Mr. Hanayu, let's go. Let's take a look at our experimental body. The enthusiasm on Dashwan's face has returned to coldness, and he glanced at Hanayu with a deep mouth. Let's go. Go and see those poor children. Hanayu's eyes flashed with light, her face was calm, and her mouth whispered, Master Oshimaru, Master Hanayu, you are here. A laboratory that is full of three-dimensional incubators. His eyes separated from the rows of data, with a smile on her face looking at Dashwan and Hanayu, said in a low voice, in front of the pocket, nearly 100 children aged 3 or 4 were soaked in a petri dish. Hey, how are these kids? Hanayu frowned slightly, with a trace of unbearable expression on her face, and said with a light sigh, these children's bodies are beginning to reject the first-generation cells, and their body functions are declining. Many children have died. Our experiment has failed. With a look of loss on Dao's face, he glanced behind him, The child said in a deep voice. Have many children died? Sure enough, the Mudun cells of the original Hokage didn't fuse so well. Orochimaru's brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth mumbled. Pocket. This first-generation cell fusion experiment is terminated, and the experimental data here will be sealed. Collect all the children. Han Yu's face was calm, and she whispered in her mouth, I see. Lord Hanyu, 317 pockets of right hand pushed the flat glasses on his face, and said with a chuckle in his mouth. Afterwards, Do gathered all the children in this laboratory. Samu Hanai frowned slightly when she saw the children who had all died due to the passage of time, and gave a low sip in her mouth. Yes. Lord Hanayu. Following Hanayu's orders, a ninja with a cat face mask appeared in front of Hanayu. Forbidden art Izanagi. The ninja named Samu closed his eyes slightly, then suddenly opened, and the writing wheel eyes in his eyes opened quickly, and with a low drink in his mouth, all the children in front of him were resurrected. Come. And as a price, Samus' right eye was completely blind. Is this the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan? Izanagi. Pocket. Put all these children in the nutrient solution, and those who believe Konoha will be here soon. Oshimaru's eyes flashed with interest shining, looking at the resurrected child, ordered in his mouth. Wound affected. Chapter 258 Wound affected. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 258 Wound affected. On. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly pass. Asking for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 258th chapter Wound defect. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Is this the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan? Izanagi. Pocket. Put all these children in the nutrient solution. Believe in wood. Yes, people will be here soon. Daishiwan's eyes flashed with interest, as she looked at the resurrected child, and said in her mouth, Sarutobi. Is this your disciple? Shimura Danzo, the residence of the Konoha Sarutobi family, threw the scroll in his hand to the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi with a cold expression. This is. The eyes of the third generation of Naruto Tobihiri looked incredulously at the content on the scroll. A trace of grief appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, Oshimaru. Have you come to this point after all? The third generation of Naruto Sarufirisen carried a trace of sorrow on his face, and said with a sigh in his mouth, Oshimaru's matter, let you solve it yourself. Sarutobi, I will send the root organization to help you. Shimura Danzo's face showed a sullen smile, and he said in a deep voice, Oshimaru. Let me catch it. The third generation of Hokage Sarutobi had a look of disappointment on his face. His originally bright eyes dimmed, and his mouth said weakly, although the hearts of the three generations of Hokage at this time are full of disappointment, there is still a trace of hope. Swish, swish, swish. In front of the secret base of Oshimaru, 40 people appeared in front of the secret base of Oshimaru. All of them had solemn expressions and serious expressions on their faces. Is it here? The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi was wearing armor, with a trace of seriousness on his face, and asked in a deep voice. Yes. 3 generations of Naruto. Ananbu whispered, and the eyes of the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi looked sadly at the serpentine cave in front of him. If I had prevented you from studying forbidden art from the beginning, this kind of thing would not happen. The third generation of Naruto Tobihiri, with a trace of regret on his face, muttered to himself. Illusory magic solution. Ananbu walked to the front of the third generation of Hokage, erected a seal of opposition on his right hand, and snorted in his mouth, and the serpentine cave in front of him opened instantly. Let's go. Sarutobi Zan's eyes flashed with a trace of grief, and he quickly rushed into the base. Exclamation mark. How can it be repaired? Oshimaru dare to ... Oshimaru dare to experiment with Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi Izumi looked at some Konoha ninjas in front of him with his fists clenched and his mouth was angry. Say 3 generations of adults ... All the research materials of this base have been transferred away. Only some petri dishes are left. It seems. Ananbus' eyes flashed with a look of anger. His mouth was cold. Say. An angry look flashed across Sarutobi's eyes. A look of disappointment appeared on his face, and his mouth said coldly, "There are some orphans in these petri dishes." The Anbus' face was cold with a hint of coldness, and he said in a deep voice. Following this Anb's reminder, Sarutobi hit and quickly walked to the petri dish. Oshimaru, the old man must kill you. The eyes of the 3rd generation of Hokage flashed with an angry light, and his face was a dozen years old for an instant, and his mouth said sadly, "Teacher Sarutobi, it's been a long time since I saw you." Just when Sarutobi Hisaki was angry, a cold voice appeared in front of everyone. Oshimaru's eyes with a complex look, looking at the person in front of him. Sarutobi Hijitsu said with a deep and hoarse mouth. -1. Sarutobi risen turned around, looked at his most proud disciple with regret. His face was full of disappointment, and his mouth said in pain, "Sure enough, you are leading the team." Teacher Sarutobi. Dashimaru's hands were slightly opened, and his eyes calmly looked at Sarutobi Rishang, and his mouth said coldly, "And break these petri dishes." Sarutobi Risen's face was pale. He glanced at the petri dish in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Peng, peng." Following Sarutobi Rizchi's instructions, all the petri dishes shattered, and 40 Anb inspected all these children. Still alive. 3 generations of adults. Ananbu breathed a sigh of relief and replied in his mouth. Hearing that all the children were alive, Sarutobi Hisaki's face looked a little better. Oshimaru, give up resistance. Sarutobi frowned and looked at Oshimaru, with an unbearable look on her face, and said in a deep voice, exclamation mark, hey, give up, what are you talking about? Teacher Sarutobi, my wish will come true soon after the efforts of the 2 of us. You are still I don't know me. Teacher Sarutobi, there is only one person who knows me in this world. On hearing Sarutobi Hisaki's words, Oshimaru burst out laughing wildly, with a hint of laughter. Silk's desolation and enthusiasm, her eyes coldly looking at Sarutobi Hirachi, her hoarse voice resounded throughout the laboratory. Oshimaru ... Don't be obsessed with it. Sarutobi Zan looked at Oshimaru with both eyes, and the way Oshimaru was a child flashed through her mind, admonishing with a deep voice in her mouth. Wound affected. Under Chapter 259 Wound affected. Under please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a collection. Chapter 259 Wound affected. Under please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 259th chapter of the Wound defect. Under please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a collection. Osh1. Don't be obsessed with it. Sarutobi Zan looked at Oshimaru with both eyes, and Oki flashed through his mind. Maru said in a deep voice, admonishing the way he was when he was a child. Are you going to kill me? Oshimaru's face was cold, the snake pupil in his eyes calmly watched Sarutobi Rishap, and said with a sneer in his mouth, Psychicism Ape Demon King. Sarutobi Zan's eyes twinkled, his hands quickly formed a seal, his right hand suddenly slapped on the ground, and he let out a low cry in his mouth. Exclamation mark peng. With a soft sound, in front of Sarutobi Risen, a huge figure appeared instantly. Amazingly, it is the psychic beast of the Saruto family, the Sarutoman monkey. This is the Monkey King opened his eyes and glanced at the Oshimaru in front of him, then turned around and asked with a trace of doubt on his face. Oshimaru has been trapped in the forbidden technique. You can't extricate yourself. Sarutobi's face had a trace of pain, and she looked at the cold Oshimaru with her eyes and said in a deep voice, Are you really able to do it? Teacher Sarutobi. Daishiwan glanced coldly at the 40 Anbu in front of him, with a sneer on his face, and said in a low voice, 227 Oshimaru. A trace of sadness appeared on the expressionless face of Sarutobi who had just made up his mind. He looked at Oshimaru with disappointment in his eyes, and the command in his mouth has not been issued for a long time. Monkey. Sarutobi Rizchi. What are you hesitating? Sarutobi Rizchi's eyes looked at the sad Sarutobi with a hint of eagerness on her face, and his mouth reminded loudly, Xian for middle. Snake vision. Daishimaru looked at the sluggish Sarutobi Rizchi, a sneer evoked at the corner of her mouth, her hands quickly formed a seal, and she gave a low snoring in her mouth. With the completion of Oshimaru Jian, an extremely awe-inspiring aura was instantly released in his body. Peng, peng. All the utensils in the laboratory were destroyed by a blow from the Oshimaru. At the same time, all 40 Anb fell on the ground with horror. Then, goodbye. Teacher Sarutobi. Oshimaru's eyes glanced at the only standing Sarutobi in the laboratory. A sneer appeared on his face. A trace of sadness was fleeting BGFG, and he recovered. The cold Dashwin quickly left the laboratory. Oh, monkey. You shouldn't let the Oshimaru go. A sigh was shown on the face of the Demon King Ape, and a look of loss was revealed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Ape Demon King, Oshimaru was my most proud disciple in the past. The original Oshimaru has been feeding the target with the 4th generation of Naruto, and wanted to change the village. How can I bear to kill my most proud disciple? The moment Dashimaru left, she instantly grew old, her eyes flashed with silence, and she whispered in her mouth, swish, swish. Dashwin galloped through the woods quickly, and looked back at the experimental base behind him, with a sneer on his face. Wreck. With a low drink, a teenager with a cat face mask rushed out of the woods instantly. The lightning in his right hand flashed with dazzling light, and quickly struck towards the Dashwin. It's too slow. Dashwin's snake pupil shrank slightly, and his body instantly squatted down. A kunai quickly appeared in his right hand, and he instantly drew across the teenager's mask. The boy under the mask is Kakashi. Peng. With a dull sound, Kakashi's body instantly slammed on the ground behind him, but the figure of Oshimaru instantly appeared in front of Kakashi. Is this the strength of Sannin? So strong. Kakashi's eyes flashed with a trace of fear, leaving a trace of cold sweat on his face, and he muttered to himself, You have a nice eye. It was Hanyu-kun who kept it for you. You are very lucky. Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi's writing wheel eyes, Oshimaru's eyes flashed, shining, with a sneer on his face. The low and hoarse voice looked abnormally cold. Then Oshimaru slowly walked towards Kakashi. Don't move. Kakashi's body quickly got up from the ground, his right hand blocked Kyuwu in front of him, and he shouted in a deep voice. However, then Kakashi noticed a pair of cold snake pupils in his eyes, and there was no trace of emotion in the snake pupils. If you attack, you will die. Kakashi left a layer of cold sweat on his face, his body instantly stalemate in place, letting Daishiwan slowly walk by, and said in a deep voice, Come out. Jun Hanayu. A cold smile appeared on Daishiwan's face. His eyes looked at the empty place in front of him, and his mouth calmly said, It really deserves to be a big snake pill. Even the invisibility ability of my evil spirit-ridden invasion can be seen through. A voice sounded in the empty place, and then Hanayu's body quickly appeared from the air. Come out. Devil-ridden invasion's stealth ability is perfect, but you can still find a trace of abnormality with the perception of Xianzu. Dashimaru's eyes looked at Hanayu, and said coldly, "Have you decided, Lord Dashwan?" Hanayu's face showed a trace of sadness. He glanced at Dashwan and asked calmly in his mouth. I have to say that after agreeing with the idea of Dashwan, Dashwan regarded Hanayu as her only friend. Konoha is no longer suitable for my research. I will join Akatsuki after I leave the country of fire. Then continue our plan. Dashimaru's face was cold with a trace of cold, and his mouth said deep. Then, Lord Oshimaru, this is for you. Hanayu showed a smile on her face, took out a seal scroll with her right hand, and said calmly in her mouth, Konoha baby boom is coming. The 260th chapter Konoha baby boom is coming. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 260 Konoha baby boomer is here. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes the 260th chapter Konoha baby boom here. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Konoha's 47th year, Dashwan officially defected to Konoha, but as the son of the pharmacist Tenzin, joined the Konoha hospital. As a disciple of Oshimaru, Mitarayatsukibin was cleared of all memories with Oshimaru when Oshimaru defected, leaving only the identity of a teacher and the imprint of the heavenly curse on her neck. In Konoha's 47 years, Hagai Kakashi still lived in Anb, facing bloody assassinations every day, which made Hagai Kakashi's heart gradually frozen. As the fourth generation Naruto Bofing Watergate looked at Kakashi like this, he slowly became worried. Time flies. It's been Konoha's 48 years now. Konoha's baby boom is coming. Outside of the secret base of Oshimaru, a teenager with a gentle smile on his face looked up. He glanced at the moon above his head, sighed and said, "This young man is really Hanayu, the four ghosts of Rakshasa." Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and four ninjas appeared in front of him. The four ninjas were Kawasumi, Oada, Akiyoshi, and Natsumi, the fifth generation. Master Hanayu. The eyes of the four ghosts of the Rakshasa shone with fanaticism, and the body quickly knelt on one knee in front of Hanayu, responding with his mouth. You are on alert. Hanayu's gaze shifted down slightly. His eyes looked down at the four ghosts of Rakshasa, and he said in a deep voice, Yes, Lord Hanayu. The four ghosts of Liuosho yelled together, and the body quickly melted into the darkness and disappeared. With a smile on Hanayu's face, she watched the movements of the four ghosts of the Rakshasa, and slowly walked into the base _ illusory magic middle dot solution. Hanayu glanced at the empty base, with a playful smile on her face. A mark of opposition was erected on her right hand, and she let out a low shout! Exclamation mark. With Hanayu's Indian style, rows of cultivation troughs appeared in the empty base in front of you. Captain Hanayu. Behind Hanayu, 5 figures with cat face masks appeared. A ninja with only one white eye on the mask, whispered in his mouth. Ah, are all the members of the night attack team here? Sato. Hanayu glanced back slightly, with a gentle smile on his face, and asked in a low voice, I'm waiting for all the members of the night trade team, Hyuga Sato, Narewami, Akimi Ueno, Uekai Hashishui, Kata! Exclamation mark. Come on. With Hanayu's words, all 5 people behind Hanayu showed a smile on their faces, shouted in a deep voice, Ya, Captain Hanayu, what the hell is it? Narewami took off the cat face mask casually, with a sweet smile on her face, and asked softly, the reason why you are called is because Konoha is about to have a crisis. This crisis is an opportunity for me to obtain the power of 9 tails. Therefore, I need your power. Hanayu's eyes flashed. There was a ray of light, his face became slightly serious, and his mouth said calmly, Crisis? We know it. The faces of the 5 members of the Night Assault Squad were puzzled. However, despite their doubts, everyone in the Night Assault Squad believed in what Hanayu said. Kyubi. The moment you are waiting for is finally coming. Hanayu turned her head, looked at the rows of training troughs in front of her, and said in a deep voice, "Is it finally able to become the Kyuubi body, not just the Kyuubi consciousness? Although according to your statement, it will not be the complete body, but as the Kyuubi with unlimited chakras, even if it is divided into 10 parts, it still has the strength of the nine-tailed body." The nine-tailed consciousness who is in Hanayu's body with a look of expectation on his face, said excitedly, middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Then, let's greet this moment quietly. Hanayu's eyes flashed with a ray of light, a deep smile appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Senior Hanayu ... This is." While Hanayu was talking to Kyuubi consciousness, the 5 people of Uekai Hashishyui also looked at the rows of cultivation troughs around them. Uekai Hashishyui's face was paralyzed. A hint of surprise finally appeared. The first generation of Naruto. The second generation of Naruto. The third generation of Raikage. The second generation of Soil Shadow. This ... This. The eyes of Hyuga Sato and others also showed an incredible look, and they looked at the rows of cultivation troughs. The figure inside said in surprise! In front of the Night Raid Squad and others. The rows of training troughs are all the shadows of each village and various dead characters. Are you surprised? This is just the tip of the iceberg. This is a replica of the cells I collected. The first generation of Konoha, the second generation of Naruto, the third generation of Raikage of Yunin Village, the second generation of Meishuiing of Fonin Village, and some disappeared blood succession boundaries. Being done? Skeletal vein. Burst Dunge. How can such an excellent character and such amazing blood succession boundary be annihilated under time? Hanayu's face showed a hint of excitement with a look of enthusiasm in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "My dream is to become the strongest emissary in the ninja world, and to reproduce the ninzong of the 6 immortals." Hanayu's eyes twinkled, and his eyes were slightly excited to look at the various figures in the cultivation tank. His mouth secretly whispered, "The Konoha baby boom is coming. Take the soil and start revenge." Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and whispered softly in his mouth. Next chapter, Birth! Chapter 261 is born. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 261 is born. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. The strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 261 is born. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. In Konoha's 40 years, Ibis, Mitarayazuki was upgraded to Nakanin. Konoha under the management of the 4th generation of Naruto wave Feng Shui was thriving. Konoha entered in the era of peace. Konoha's baby boom has finally arrived. 40 years of Konoha. January 19th, Gaara was born, the son of the 4th generation of Kazekage in Sand Ninja Village, and the grandmother of the 1,000 generations directly sealed Kizaru into Gaara's body. On January 23rd, the son of Yunzui, the patriarch of the Yunf family, was born, named Yunvzina, and at the time of birth, he accepted the family's secret art inheritance. Harunosura was born on March 28th. On May 1st, the son of Kudoudingzuo, the patriarch of the Autumn Dao family, was born and named Kudouding-sai. On July 7th, Inuzuka's 050 inches Inuzuka family was born. In the same month, all Uchiha family members had smiles on their faces, even Uchiha Itachi, who had been paralyzed since childhood, showed a happy smile. And the thing that can make the entire Uchiha family happy is that the second son of Uchiha's patriarch, Uchiha Tomokazu, is about to be born. Fire escape middle. Howard fireball technique. In the Konoha training ground number 48, Uchiha Itachi, who was already 5 years old, made a quick seal with his hands, snorted in his mouth, and spit out a fireball from his mouth. Cut. Still not working. Only 3 seals can be made in 1 second. It still needs training. Itachi frowned slightly, glanced down at his hands, curled his mouth, and meditated softly in his mouth. Say. The skill of shuriken. 3 shurikens appeared in each of Itachi's hands, and they were suddenly thrown out. The 6 shurikens flew and collided quickly in the air, and then there were 4 shurikens quickly stabbed on the stake in front of Itachi! Even the technique of shuriken is a bit difficult. Itachi frowned, looking at the wooden stake in front of him and the shuriken that fell on the ground, and said softly, Kyodon middle dot impatience clause red. The ferret, who continued to train, quickly knotted his hands, snorted in his mouth, and suddenly spit out 10 fireballs from his mouth. Peng. Ding, ding. 10 fireballs quickly hit the trees in front of them, and then the shuriken hidden in the fireballs quickly appeared, and also nailed to another tree. Ha ha. This time, finally succeeded. If it hadn't been for my father's severe warning that I could not contact Senior Hanayu, some of my doubts about cultivation should have been resolved long ago. There was a trace of loss on Itachi's face, and he muttered, short body technique. Just when Itachi was lost in thought, a cold voice came from behind Itachi, and then a kunai stab at Itachi instantly. Ninfa middle dot stand-in technique. Itachi's hands are extremely fast to seal. Although Itachi has not yet reached the level of 6 seals per second, the seal style of the stand-in technique is extremely simple. At this time, the Itachi can almost be cast instantly! Peng. With a soft sound, Itachi's body instantly turned into a wooden stake, and at the same time, Kyu also stabbed on the wooden stake! Not bad. Itachi, has the Jai-in speed been cultivated to this level? What a genius! A chuckle came, and Uchiha Shisui looked at Itachi with a smile on his face, said with appreciation, Hey, brother Shisui, don't use this trick every time. I can hide with my eyes closed now, Itachi said with a grin on his face, complaining in his mouth. Ever since Hanayu attacked the Uchiha family, Itachi has often sought Shisui, and Shisui also loves this Itachi, who is like his younger brother. This is also the bond between Itachi and Shisui. Brother Shisui, my younger brother is about to be born. Itachi sat beside Shisui casually, with a happy smile on his face, and said excitedly, Really? Then, congratulations. Itachi. There was no unexpected expression on Shisui's face. A smile appeared on his face, and his mouth whispered, Ga, ga, ga. Just when Itachi wanted to say something, a crow appeared above Shisui and Itachi. The crow screamed for a moment, and slowly flew in front of Itachi! This crow's eyes. Itachi's eyes looked at the crow's eyes in surprise, and whispered in his mouth. At this time, the crow's eyes were blood-red, and the 3 guias were constantly turning. Oh, it's been a long time. Itachi. When Itachi stared at the crow's eyes, the crow's body twisted for a while, and then turned into the figure of Hanayu in the twist! Senior Hanayu. Crow? There was a look of surprise on Itachi's face. His eyes looked at Hanayu in front of him curiously, and he muttered, Surprised? Itachi. This is the crow clone technique developed by Hanayu Sr. The clone made by projecting his chakra onto the crow using the writing wheel eye. It consumes less than the shadow clone technique. Ninjutsu of 2.9. Shisui said with a trace of admiration on his face as he explained softly in his mouth. Is it the crow clone technique? Itachi showed an interesting smile on his face. His eyes were looking at Hanayu, and he muttered softly in his mouth. Itachi, I heard that your brother is about to be born. It's really good news. Hanayu has a smile on her face. Her eyes calmly looked at Itachi, and she whispered in her mouth. Next chapter, Adoration of Itachi. Akatsuki sections. Chapter 262 The Worship of Itachi. Akatsuki sections. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 262 The Worship of Itachi. Akatsuki sections. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For collecting Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 262 The Worship of Itachi. Akatsuki sections. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Please collect it. Itachi, I heard that your brother is about to be born. It's really good news. Hanayu's face was filled with a smile. His eyes calmly looked at Itachi, and he whispered in his mouth. Senior Hanayu thinks it's a younger brother too. Itachi looked up at Hanayu with a smile on his face, and a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. And he said in a deep voice, Itachi, remember what I asked you that day? Hanayu put a smile on her face, looked at Itachi with calm eyes, and asked in a low voice in her mouth, what? Itachi said with a doubtful look on his face, staring at Hanayu, and said in confusion. Facing Hanayu's sudden inquiry, even if Itachi's IQ was high, he couldn't help but be stunned for a while. Each ninja will have his own shindo. So, Itachi, what is your shindo? 16 Hanayu asked in a deep voice with a playful smile on his face. Forbearance? What is my forbearance? There was a trace of contemplation in Itachi's eyes, a trace of confusion on his face, and his mouth whispered to himself. You will find your own forbearance. Itachi. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and said calmly. Hanayu knew that the Nine Tails attacking the village this time directly created Itachi's peaceful forbearance. Senior Hanayu, can you give me your crow clone art? Itachi's eyes flashed with a hint of interest, with a hint of hope on his face. He pleaded. Interesting. Itachi. Do you want to learn the crow clone technique? Hanayu showed a smile on her face, glanced at the look of Itachi expectation, and asked in a low voice, I hope Senior Hanayu teaches me. There was a trace of excitement on Itachi's face. His eyes looked at Hanayu with a little admiration, and his mouth quickly replied. In Itachi's view, whether it is Hanayu's view of ninjutsu Jiien, the understanding of shuriken ninjutsu, and the now created crow clone technique, they are the most practical techniques in battle, which makes Itachi's heart. There was a trace of worship! It also allows Itachi to train his Jiien speed and ninja control all the time. Itachi, come here. Hanayu's face showed a gentle smile. His right hand beckoned slightly to the Itachi. Looking at the Itachi who came with doubts on his face, Hanayu stretched out his right index finger and pointed at it. Forehead. If Itachi wants to learn, you must first open the writing wheel. Hanayu flicked at Itachi's forehead with a smile on her face, looked at Itachi who was rubbing his forehead, and said with a light smile! Cut this sentence again. Itachi showed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face, rubbed his forehead with his right hand, and complained in his mouth. Let's go, Zishui. Let Itachi continue to practice. Hanayu glanced at Itachi with a smile on his face, reminding him. Following Hanayu's reminder, Uchiha Shishui, who had been standing behind Hanayu and looking at Hanayu and Itachi with a smile on his face, nodded! Senior Hanayu, can you really inject your pupil power into Itachi's eyes? After leaving the place where Itachi was trained, Uchiha Shishui looked at Hanayu with a trace of worry on his face. Inquired in a low voice, it's okay, Zishui. My pupil power can be replenished only by relying on the ability of Kuryu. Hanayu's eyes flashed a ray of light, looked back at Zishui, and replied softly in his mouth. Speaking of it, if there is no accident, relying on the pupil power that I injected into Itachi's eyes, Itachi's writing wheel will open ahead of time. Maybe when the Nine Tails attack the village, Itachi will open the writing wheel. Han said with a trace of contemplation on her face, whispering in her heart. What can I do with us? Performing a bounty mission. In the highest building in Uranin village, a tall figure with a cold face and green eyes exuding green light asks in a low voice. This tall figure is wearing a red cloud robe with a black background and a face mask. Chiodo, quiet. This time our task is more important than making money. The young figure in the first place glanced at the tall figure calmly, with a glance at the corners, and said with a deep voice, "This figure named Zero is impressively pain. I still have a lot of experiments to do." With goo earrings and eyes like snake pupils, the cold-faced Dashwin said with a deep and hoarse face, "Oshimaru... This mission is the Nine Tails attacking the village plan. I need you about the enchantment situation in the village." Pain glanced at Oshimaru calmly, and said in a deep voice, "I 470 got it." Zero. Daishiwan's eyes flashed with a ray of light, his face was still cold, and his mouth sneered. "Pain has notified Akatsuki members of this plan. The things you explained have been completed." In a secret room, there is a pair of white-and Xiaonan with cold eyes looking at the man wearing the whirlpool mask in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "Is it done? Then, I will let you and Nagato see my Uchiha Madara's powerful strength. The power to change the world." The man with the whirlpool mask on his face suddenly opened his eyes. The three gooey jade in the blood-red eyes instantly joined together, forming a windmill shape. Then, "It's time to take revenge on Konoha." The man in the whirlpool mask who claims to be Uchiha Madara is undoubtedly the Uchiha Belt Soil who has transformed into the villain boss. At this time, Uchiha Belt Soil's eyes flashed with cold light. His mouth said with a sneer, "Naruto is born." The Nine Tails attacking the village project begins. Chapter 263 Naruto is born. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 263 Naruto is born. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto, is born in the 263rd chapter. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Are you ready? Mizuman. In the home of Konoha Fengshuiman, the three generations of Naruto Sarutobi had a serious look on their faces. With a look on his face, he glanced at the Bo Fengshui gate in front of him, and asked in a deep voice, "Three generations of adults. The Nine Tails in Juxina are getting more and more active." Bo Fengshuiman frowned, his eyes worriedly looking at the whirlpool lying in front of him. Juxina said in thought, "When Kushina gave birth, the seal of Kyubi was the weakest. Therefore, we need to prepare a safe place." The three generations of Hokage's face showed a trace of contemplation, and said solemnly, "I have chosen a safe place for Juxinai. I will accompany Juxinai. I hope the three generations of adults will help me deal with the affairs in the village." Bo Fengshuiman looked at the sleeping in front of him with tenderness. Juxina, his eyes flashed with a hint of apology, and he pleaded, "Well, peace of mind. Watergate, I will send Anbu to guard you." The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi had a smile on his face, and said calmly, "Then, let the three generations of adults go with Konoha." Bo Fengshuiman looked at the three generations of Hokage with a trace of gratitude on his face, and said with thanks, "Let's go, Juxinai." Bo Fengshuiman slowly hugged Juxinai, nodded to the third generation of Hokage, a trait Kumo in his right hand stabbed on the ground instantly, and then his body instantly disappeared in the room. "I hope it will go well this time." The third generation of Hokage showed a look of worry on his face, and he muttered softly as he watched the direction of the disappearance of the water gate. Anbu! A light flashed through the eyes of the third generation of Hokage, and he whispered in his mouth. Following the third generation of Hokage's instructions, dozens of Anbu appeared in front of him. All the members of Anbu will guard the safety of the fourth generation of Hokage and Kushina. No one is allowed to approach where Kushina is located. The third generation of Hokage said with a deep voice with a seriousness on his face. "Yes, Lord 3. All the Anbu shouted together, and their bodies instantly disappeared in front of Hokage 3. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi sighed slightly. The worry on his face increased instead of decreasing. At this time, the three generations of Hokage had a bad feeling in their hearts. I hope that Nine Tails will not break through the seal. Three generations of Hokage's face with a sigh, whispered softly in his mouth, which in Konoha's secret base. After a slight noise, the figure of Bofing Watergate and Uzumaki Kushina appeared in it instantly! Shuiman. Our child is about to be born. What a great expectation! Juxinai opened his eyes slightly, with a happy smile on his face, looked at Bofeng Shuiman, and said softly, "Yes, Juxinai. Remember our agreement?" Bofeng Shuiman lowered his head and looked at Juxinai gently, with a smile on his face, whispered in his mouth, "Is the child's name? Remember, if it's a boy, it's called Naruto. If it's a girl, it's called Ming. However, I still prefer girls." There was a trace on Kushina's face. With a happy smile, he touched his belly with his right hand, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "It must be a boy." Definitely. Bofeng Shuiman also had a smile on his face. He gently put Kushina on the bed and said with a smile in his mouth, "Roar, Kushina, give up resistance. Your current state can't suppress me." Kushina's sealed space, a huge flaming figure with eyes opened with blood-colored demon pupils, mouth with a roar. The chakra in the body quickly escaped from the huge gauge. Kerala. With the movements of the nine tails, segments of iron chains quickly appeared from the void of the sealed space, and the chains quickly bound the huge body of the nine tails. How can it be repaired? Damn the Whirlpool family! There was a trace of anger on Kyubai's face. He looked down at the chain on his body, and roared in anger in his mouth, and then closed his eyes. Kyubai would not give up. He was waiting for the most vulnerable moment of the seal. Kyubai. Is there a riot? That is to say, Naruto is about to be born. Hanayu's eyes flashed through the training Hanayu, feeling the message transmitted by the consciousness of Kyubai in his body, and said calmly. Then Hanyu's body slowly disappeared into the training ground. Yeah, it's not here. Is it hidden? There was a wave of waves in the empty air at Bofeng Shuiman's residence, followed by a black robe with a whirlpool on his face. The masked man appeared in the room. Zhao, this man is really Uchiha. At this time, Uchiha Daido looked at the empty room and frowned slightly. Kuraju, have you found the position of the fourth generation of Hokage and Kushina? Uchiha's only exposed eye with soil instantly transformed into a three-jade writing wheel eye. His face was cold, and his mouth was sinking. Inquired and said, "I have found it." Bring the soil. No. Madara. In the ground under Uchiha's soil, a Haju who was only half of his body slowly emerged. His face was expressionless and his mouth was cold. Said, "The Nine Tails attacking the village project begins." Chapter 264 The Nine-Tailed Village Attack Plan begins. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 264 The Nine-Tailed Village Attack Plan begins. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 264, The plan to attack the village with the Nine Tails begins. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. I have found it. Bring the soil. No, Madara. Among the ground under Uchiha's soil, one is only half of the body. Hige slowly emerged, expressionless on his face, and said coldly in his mouth, "Have you found it? 4 generations of Hokage. Will you still be late this time? I am looking forward to the result." A blood-red light flashed in Uchiha's eyes with soil. With a sneer on his face, he said in a deep voice. Then Uchiha's body with soil twisted instantly, and was drawn closer to a strange space. Interesting. The soil has grown up. Just when the soil and Haju disappeared into the room, Hanayu's figure appeared in the empty place. At this time, Hanayu's body was white with 10 blades. Ghost-ridden invasion. There was a slight triple, and the body instantly retreated from the invisible state. Sakuragi Saito, with a playful look on Hanayu's face, his eyes flashed with deep light, and he let out a low drink. Following Hanayu's words, a figure appeared behind Hanayu. Master Hanayu. Sakuragi Saito looked at Hanayu who was standing in front of him, with a frenetic expression of 070 flashing in his eyes, and said in a low voice in his mouth, "Call the ministers. It's time to let the ninja world know your existence." Hanayu had a cold smile on her face. Her eyes calmly glanced at Sakuragi Saito, and she said with a deep voice, "I understand, Lord Hanayu." A look of excitement flashed across Sakuragi Saito's face. His mouth responded with a low voice, and his body instantly disappeared in front of Hanayu, the four ghosts of the Rakshasa. Hanayu's mouth whispered again. Following Hanayu's words, four figures quickly emerged from the floor, walls and ceiling of this house. They are the four ghosts of the Rakshasa. Call your subordinates, lurking around Konoha, and collect all valuable ninja blood. Hanayu said in a deep voice facing the strange appearance of the four ghosts of Rakshasa. The four ghosts of the Rakshasa understand. The four ghosts of the Rakshasa shouted together, and the body instantly turned into a stream of water, merged with the floor, and then disappeared in front of Hanayu! Then, next. Just wait quietly. Hanayu's face showed a smile. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up, and she whispered softly, "Hey, Dashimaru, what happened to the experimental materials you provided?" In the forest very close to Konoha, one was covered in a red cloud robe with a black background, only showing a face with a mask. The man said in a low voice, "Scorpion, if you want the experiment material ... you need to change it with the forbidden technique scroll." Dashimaru's figure quickly moved in the woods, with a sneer on his face, and said coldly in his mouth, "Forbidden spell scroll? I know." The red sand scorpion hidden in the flue showed a trace of coldness, and said in a very simple reply, "Konoha is coming. Dashimaru, our mission this time just needs to do some unnecessary response tasks. Everyone remembers it." The face of Tandao Pain at the front was expressionless, and his mouth whispered, "Remind N. I know." Dashimaru and Chisago Scorpion nodded, and responded coldly in their mouths. Then they stopped talking and hurried towards Konoha. Hyperopia is lifted. In Konoha, Hanayu's right hand was erected in front of him. Barred 5 Vision Universal Observer slowly closed. It can be said that Akatsuki's organization and every move with soil are all there. Hanayu's gaze found it. A figure with a whirlpool mask appeared in the empty space where Konoha Jixina was located. Who? Ananbus' eyes flashed with a hint of alert, and he snorted in his mouth, and quickly took out a kunai from his right hand. Noisy. Uekiha's face with soil was cold, and his right hand drew a kunai from the sleeve. Uekiha's figure with soil instantly appeared in front of this Anb, with the pain in his right hand. Wu instantaneously pierced into the heart of this Anbu, and then before this Anbu screamed, he was taken into a different space. Born. Congratulations to Master Jixin-ai, Master Watergate. In Jixin-ai's room, a woman with a look of joy on her face, looking at the baby in her hands, her mouth big shouted, "Give birth. Thank you for your hard work, Jixina." The nervous look of Bo Feng Shuiman waiting outside the room faded slightly, and he walked quickly into Jixina's room. Very good. This baby. Just when Namithing Mizuman opened the door and entered the room, Uekiha's figure with soil appeared in front of the woman instantly, and his right hand pierced the woman instantly. With his neck, his left hand quickly caught the baby who was about to land. "Who are you?" With a look of anger on Haifeng Mizuman's face, he looked at the baby in Uekiha's hands with worry in his eyes, and asked in his mouth. However, even though it was an inquiry, there was already a special kunai in the right hand of Bo Feng Shuiman. "I heard that the Golden Glitter Haifeng Mizuno in Konoha is proficient in time and space ninjutsu. So, I really want to see it. I don't know. Can you take the baby from my hand?" Uekiha kunai appeared in the right hand with soil, quickly placed it on the baby's heart, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Nine tails attack the village." Chapter 265 Nine Tails Unblocked. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 265 Nine Tails Unblock. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 265, Nine Tails, is unblocked. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. I heard that the golden glitter in Konoha is proficient in time and space ninjutsu. So, I really want to see it. I don't know. Can you take the baby from my hand? A kunai appeared in Uchiha's right hand with soil, and quickly placed it on the baby's heart, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "What are you going to do?" Po Feng Mizuman's face was full of anger. His eyes were cold, looking at Uchiha Daido's revealing writing wheel eyes. His brows wrinkled deeply, and his mouth asked in a deep voice. As you can see, Uchiha Daido had a sneer on his face, and the kunai in his right hand suddenly stood up, and instantly threw the baby into the sky. Wow! Bo Feng Shuiman's right hand quickly threw out a special kunai, and the figure appeared directly beside the falling baby, and then hugged the baby with both hands, and the body returned to the original place again. It deserves to be Golden Flash. Is this your technique of flying Thunder God? However, it's a pity. My goal is not a baby. Just when Bo Feng Shuiman just returned to his position, the playful voice rang, and Uchiha's figure with soil instantly appeared in front of Kushina, and suddenly grabbed Kushina with his right hand and threw it into his own different space. Kushina. A worried look appeared on Bo Feng Mizuman's face, and he snorted in annoyance. His hands clenched, and the three special kunai in his right hand attacked Uchiha with soil in an instant. Fourth generation Maikage. Goodbye. Uchiha took a quiet look at the three special kunai that struck, his body instantly twisted, and he was sucked into a different space from his eye socket! Space ninjutsu. Who is this? Bo Feng Shuiman looked at the empty room, frowned, with a thoughtful look on his face, and then looked down at the baby in his hand! Kushina. This is our child. I will definitely protect his safety. Bo Feng Shuiman whispered. His body also disappeared, and then he appeared in his home and put the baby in the house. In the cradle. Anbu. Search for the figure of Jukusinai. Kakashi. Protect my child. Bo Feng Shui put on his white imperial robes with a serious face, looked back at his home, and said in a deep voice! Yes. In front of Bo Feng Shuiman, black figures appeared one after another, and then all the dark parts disappeared in an instant in response with a roar. And only one person was left beside Bo Feng Shuiman! Kakashi. My child is pleased to you. Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes flashed a light, and he looked at Kakashi with a trace of relief on his face, and whispered in his mouth, I see. Miss Watergate. No one can hurt your child. Kakashi, with a cat face mask on his head, said solemnly with a firm look in his eyes. Kushina, wait for me. Bo Feng Shuiman glanced at Kakashi, and then his body quickly disappeared in front of Kakashi. Han, I need your eyes. Bo Feng Shuiman's figure appeared in front of Han, his eyes pleading together, and his mouth said anxiously, I see. Teacher Watergate. Hanayu nodded with a clear look on her face, whispered in her mouth, and her right hand stood up instantly. 5 Vision Universal Observer. Farsighted. Perspective. Hanayu's mouth uttered a low voice, and an aquamarine eye appeared on her forehead, and then the vision of Hanayu's forehead was instantly stretched away, and the aquamarine eyes were slightly faint. After turning twice, Konoha was caught in Hanayu's eyes. Then Hanayu's gaze was nailed to Uchiha's body with soil. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 found it. Teacher Watergate. Hanayu's aquamarine eyes closed slightly, with a trace of calm on her face. She whispered in her mouth, have you found it? Hanayu. Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes showed a glimmer of expectation, as he asked anxiously in his mouth. You know, Juxinei is still in the hands of the enemy. Let's go. Miss Mizuman. Hanayu's figure quickly appeared on a roof, looked at Haifeng Mizuman who followed, and hurried towards Uchiha's place with soil. Zero. Sure enough, Miss Mizuman is still late. A look of disappointment flashed through Uchiha's earthy writing wheel eyes. Turning his head and looking at the bound Kushina, said quietly, seal middle. Resolve. Uchiha took soil with both hands to seal, and then his right hand suddenly covered the seal. His 5 fingers turned slightly, and the seal on Kushina's abdomen opened instantly, and a mass of red chakras quickly flow out. Roar. With a huge roar, the red chakra instantly combined into a huge 9-tailed fox. The 9 tails roared up to the sky, and the flickering angry beast pupil glanced at the unconscious Kushina, and Uchiha brought soil in front of me. The old man has finally come out. Konoha. The old man will make you pay the price. Kyuubi turned his head and looked around, with a look of excitement on his face. Then, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. Angrily said, thank you for your great 1000 points reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Akatsuki is here. Chapter 266. Our organization is coming. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 266. Our organization is coming. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes the 266th chapter. Our organization come. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. The old man is finally out. Konoha. The old man will make you pay. Kyuubi turned his head and looked around. His face, a look of excitement was revealed. Then, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes, and his mouth said angrily, hey, beast. Just when Kyuubi roared excitedly because of the release of the seal, an abnormally cold voice appeared in Kyuubi's ears. Who are you? Kyuubi's expression was slightly stunned, and then lowered his head to look at the tiny figure on the ground. The swirling mask made Kyuubi invisible to any expression of this figure, but only what was revealed. His eyes made Kyuubi's brows wrinkle deeply. Writing round eyes. Uchiha family 3, 5, 7. Give me death. Kyuubi's brows wrinkled deeply. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes, and then a trace of anger flashed across his face. With a roar in his mouth, he raised his huge left paw and slapped the figure on the ground instantly. So, even the tail beast is just a beast. A trace of disdain flashed in Uchiha's soiled eyes. His body stood still, and his mouth said coldly, following Uchiha's words with soil. The 3 jade writing wheel eyes in his eyes instantly joined together. Peng. The huge left claw of 9 tails instantly passed through Uchiha's body and hit the ground, punching a huge pit on the ground. And Uchiha's soil was standing on the spot unscathed. This is ... Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. 9-tailed giant beast pupil looked at Uchiha's eyes with dirt, and instantly shrank. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, and his mouth said in a deep voice, illusion. Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes with soil turned around in an instant, and with a low sip from his mouth, the two-eyed beast pupils of the 9 tails disappeared instantly, replaced by a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes that were the same as those with soil. How can it be repaired? It's writing round eyes again. Really unwilling. When Kyuubi's consciousness was controlled, he snarled unwillingly in his heart, and then Kyuubi's consciousness fell into darkness in an instant. As Kyuubi lost consciousness, Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes with soil revolved in an instant, and the huge Kyuubi body was taken into the different space with soil. Swish, swish. Just as Newtailed was put away by Zodiu, 2 black shadows appeared in front of Zodiu in an instant, and it was the Bofeng Shuiman and Hanayu who came here. Oh, The fourth generation of Hokage-sama is late again. A sarcasm flashed in Uchiha's eyes with soil, the expression on his face became even more cold, and his mouth said playfully, "Who are you?" Bo Feng Shuiman glanced at the dirt in front of him, and then looked at Kusanai, who had fallen into a coma with a trace of sadness on his face, and asked in a cold voice, "Uchiha, Madara." A powerful chakra wave emerged from Uchiha's soiled body, and the ice-cooling voice is extremely magnetic. Speaking of which, every villain boss has a unique but full of magnetic voice. Uchiha Madara. Bo Feng Mizuman's brows wrinkled slightly, his eyes flashed with a ray of non-committal light, and 4 kunai appeared in his right hand. For Haifeng Mizuman, the mysterious person hiding under the mask in front of him gave him a familiar feeling, so Haifeng Mizuman was dubious about Uchiha Daido's Uchiha Madara. Who? Woo. Bo Feng Mizuno glanced at Kusanai again, and then instantly threw out 5 special kunai with his right hand, and the 5 kunai quickly nailed the soil around Uchiha in an instant. Flying Thunder God's art. Mizuman's mouth whispered, and his body instantly appeared in front of Uchiha's soil, and the kunai in his right hand quickly stabs toward the soil. It's useless. The cuff of the soiled right hand also slid out a shuriken. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes tightly stared at the movement of the Bo Feng Shui gate, and his right hand instantly blocked him. At the same time, a whip leg on his right foot directly flew the Q-Wu in the hands of Bo Feng Shuiman. Flashenduan. Bo Feng Mizuno watched Uchiha's movements with soil, with a smile on his face. His body disappeared again in an instant, and he appeared in front of Kushina, who had just been hit at Kushina's feet. The flying Kama is engraved with extremely complicated seals. Is the goal the Uzumaki Kushina from the beginning? Forget it. The mission here has been completed. Then, goodbye. The 4th generation Hokage. Uchiha took a calm look at Haifeng Mizuno with his eyes, and then looked at it. With a glance at Hanyu, his body disappeared instantly. Did it disappear? It really is space ninjutsu. Hanyu, I'm going to send Kushina back first. Haifeng Mizuno looked at Uchiha's disappearing figure with the soil flashing a light, turned his head and looked apologetically with a glance at Hanyu. His body also disappeared in place. Hey, are you two really okay doing this? You know there is no space for ninjutsu, but it's hard to go back. Hanyu's eyes flashed a playful look, watching the disappearance. Bo Feng Shuiman, with a playful smile on his face, said in a deep voice, "Also, the guy hiding around 3.7. Come out for me." Hanyu put away the smile on his face, opened the aquamarine eyes on his forehead instantly, and said coldly in his mouth, "Have you been discovered? Let's go, Scorpion. I am really interested in this guy." A cold voice sounded, and 3 ninjas wearing red cloud robes with black background appeared around the cold moon. Behind him, a guy with Yunin Village's forehead on his head slowly appeared. Akatsuki ... coming. Thank you for your great 1000 points reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. The battle outside Konoha. Chapter 267 The Battle Outside Konoha! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 267 The Battle Outside Konoha! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Naruto, the Strongest Emperor Yushi. Chapter 267 The Battle Beyond Konoha! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Have you been discovered? Let's go, Scorpion. I am really interested in this guy. A cold voice sounded. Around the cold moon 3 ninjas wearing red cloud robes with a black background appeared. Behind these 3, a guy with Yunin Village's forehead on his head slowly appeared. Akatsuki ... coming. Is this the guy named Jigushi? the red sand scorpion hidden among the Flew said in a low voice. Then he and Pain walked out slowly. Takeshi Uchiha Kanayu, although I am a member of the Uchiha family, he does not rely on the writing wheel to fight at all, but uses a weapon called Tegu. Each of these weapons possess the power of blood following the limit. Pain looked at Hanayu with cold eyes, and said calmly in his mouth, as the heavenly puppet of Uzumaki Nagato, Pen has no expressions anymore. 18 Xios 0 Burial. Pen, I finally met. Hanayu looked at Pen with a trace of peace on his face, and said softly, you know Akatsuki, and I know my name. It seems Akatsuki's plan needs to be changed. Pen's eyes in samsara, hidden in the shadows, fluctuated slightly. His mouth said coldly, although you can't participate in the Nine Tails attacking the village project. However, it can add some trouble to Konoha Akatsuki organization. Pain's reincarnation eyes turned slightly, and he glanced at the Akatsuki members behind him, and ordered, say, yes, Lord God. All the ninjas behind him looked at Pain feverishly, with a hint of coldness on his face, and uttered a low cry in his mouth, and then dispersed. Ninfa middle. Psychic summoning. 10 ninjas stood in 10 positions, sat up cross-legged, and quickly printed with their hands, and then patted the ground together. Following the actions of these 10 ninjas, a complicated seal appeared in front of everyone. Yeah, another troublesome space ninjutsu. What can I do with this? Hanayu looked at the movements of these ninjas, with a trace of helplessness on his face, and said playfully, however, it seems that these summoning techniques need time to be activated. Han quietly watched the technique in front of him, with a trace of clarity on his face, and whispered softly in his mouth. Fighting with Pain really got a little excited. Then, go on. Hanayu's face had a look of excitement. His eyes looked at Pen in the distance, and he said in a deep voice, ! 6 style shave. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and her right leg instantly struck the ground dozens of times, leaving a deep hole in place, and then her body disappeared instantly. Swish! Hanayu's body instantly appeared 3 meters away from Pen, and then a kunai quickly appeared on his right hand, and he stabled towards Pen instantly. Don't want to succeed. Just when Hanayu was about to hit Pen, a huge steel tail instantly blocked Hanayu's Kyuwu, and then the Scarlet Scorpion's Scarlet Tiger stood in front of Pennsylvania! Funny guy. Let me see your weapons. A ray of light flashed in the eyes of the Red Sand Scorpion, and a low voice came over! Cut. I was underestimated. Hanayu's body quickly jumped back a few times, and opened the distance from the Red Sand Scorpion. At this time, Hanayu's eyes were full of excitement, and she said with a chuckle in her mouth, if that's the case, let you take a look. Red Sand Scorpion. Hanayu's face suddenly appeared cold, and said in a deep voice, Romantic Fort Pumpkin. Particle Cannon. Hanayu let out a low cry, and an exquisite gun-shaped weapon appeared in his hands. It was a Romantic Fort Pumpkin. At this time, a dazzling light appeared on the Romantic Fort Pumpkin, and then a group of huge energy cannons instantly attacked the Red Sand Scorpion. Flame Pillar. A solemn expression flashed across the face of the Red Sand Scorpion, and his hands quickly controlled Flew. Following the movements of the Red Sand Scorpion, Flew's mouth instantly stretched out. A round barrel. Then a pillar of flame appeared instantly! Peng. With a loud noise, 2 energy attacks 920 instantly collided together. With a huge explosion, the ground was instantly crushed by the energy impact and collapsed into a huge pit. Ding, ding. With 2 soft sounds, Hanayu and Red Sand Scorpion's Flew instantly rushed out of the explosion of fire, and Hanayu's left hand kunai and Flew's steel tail instantly fought against each other together! Then the two fell on the ground at the same time. Puppet Heart middle. Thousand needles of thousands of needles. Chisha Scorpion whispered in a low voice, Fliu opened his mouth instantly, and the rows of Kianban instantly stabbed towards Hanayu. Evil-ridden invasion, absolute defense. A white 10-bladed suit appeared on Hanayu's body. The surface of the 10-bladed suit shone with rays of light. All the 1,000 books that hit Hanayu fell on the ground. Thanks for the big 200-point reward. Thank you for your fantastic 1,000 points reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Hanayu vs Red Sand Scorpion. Chapter 268 Hanayu vs Red Sand Scorpion. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 268 Hanayu vs Red Sand Scorpion. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto Chapter 268 Hanayu vs Red Sand Scorpion. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Evil-ridden invasion, absolute defense. A white 10-bladed suit appeared on Hanayu's body instantly, and the surface of the 10-bladed suit flashed with rays of light. All Kianban that hit Hanayu fell on the ground. This dress ... is the same Emperor? Pen's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light, who was looking at Hanayu wearing a white 10-bladed suit, and said coldly in his mouth, "It's coming." Hanayu's face showed a sneer, and a strong chakra wave suddenly appeared on his body, and his body instantly appeared in front of Fliu! Redback Shrike / Hanayu's body appeared in the sky of Fliu. With his right hand raised to the sky, a weapon appeared in the palm of his hand, which was an appendage of the evil spirit-ridden invasion. Redback Shrike. At this time, Hanayu held the Redback Shrike in her right hand, and instantly slashed towards Fliu. The tail of steel. Defense. There was a dignified look on the face of the Red Sand Scorpion, and Fliu's steel tail instantly stood in front of him. Ding! With a soft sound, the Redback Shrike instantly chopped the iron tail of Fliu into 2 pieces, and at the same time, left a huge pit in the ground where the Red Sand Scorpion was. What an amazing offensive power! Your weapon. A hint of surprise flashed through the eyes of the Red Sand Scorpion. His face looked coldly at the ground in front of him, and his mouth sighed. If the Scorpion of Red Sand hadn't just retreated, even Fliu's defense would have been shattered. If my puppet possesses such a weapon, Uchiha Hanayu, I somehow want to kill you! The eyes of the Scarlet Tiger suddenly lit up with a red light. The icy voice of the Red Sand Scorpion came through Fliu's body. Puppet heart middle. Poisonous fog. Fliu opened a mechanism, and then a poisonous smoke instantly filled the battlefield between the two. This is the poison I made. Even Konoha's Tsunadeheim can't get rid of it. An icy voice came from Fliu's body, forming a dull and old voice. Very poisonous. It's troublesome now. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly. Her eyes looked at the turquoise poisonous mist in front of her. She closed her breath, and muttered in her heart. High-pressure water column. The Scorpion of the Red Sand snorted, and a high-pressure water column suddenly appeared in Fliu's mouth. The pressure of this high-pressure water column is so strong that it can hit even a huge rock. Where? Peng. With a loud noise, the high-pressure water jet instantly pierced a house behind Hanayu, and then disappeared in the distance, but a wooden stake appeared in Hanayu's original location. Substitute surgery? I don't know how long you can last in the poisonous fog. Don't you speak? It's because you hold your breath. Strenuous exercise will consume the internal circulation in the body. Kaisha's Scorpion's eyes flashed with a deep light, and his mouth said coldly, military dream screaming. Outside the toxic fog, a shadow clone of Hanayu appeared instantly, and then Hanayu shadow cloned his mouth with a soft drink, and a flute appeared in his right hand. Flute sound. Tragedy middle. The death of parents. Increased grief. With the low drink of Hanyu Ying's clone, a melodious and sad song instantly passed to the ears of the reticent scorpion! What is this? Why did my parents die? It's really sad. Are you back when you were a kid? Looking at the parents quietly, moving their bodies, but the heart is filled with sadness full. A sad flute sound was heard in the ears of the red sand scorpion who was in the red sand scorpion, and then the sadness in my mind overwhelmed my consciousness uncontrollably. Whoosh! A sound of air breaking through the air rang, and then Hanayu's body instantly broke away from the range of the poisonous fog! Ha ha! Really deserved to be the scorpion of red sand. If you absorb even a little bit of poisonous gas, you will die. The only weakness of the scorpion of red sand is the death of their parents, and the sadness in their heart. This is also him. The only feeling. Hanayu breathed the air in her mouth, glanced at the still Fliu, and said with joy in her mouth, "The red sand scorpion is temporarily resolved. Then, it's time to start the real battle." However, it seems that some troublesome things need to be resolved. Hanayu's eyes flashed a light, and his eyes calmly looked at Pei. Well, a hint of playfulness flashed across his face, looking at the 10 psychic summoning techniques in front of him! Lima Zao. There was a tremor of air on the 10 psychic summoning techniques, and then, one by one quickly emerged from the psychic technique. First of all, we must solve these guys. Hanayu's face showed a playful look, and said calmly, "Then, show it." Hanayu's hands suddenly slapped on the ground, with a trace of calm on her face. Her mouth said in a deep voice, "Thanks for the big 200-point reward." "Thank you for your fantastic 1000 points reward!" Subscribe. Beg reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Space Emperor. Dimensional Square Shangri-La. Chapter 269 Space Emperor. Dimensional Square Shangri-La. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 269 Space Emperor. Dimensional Square Shangri-La. Please subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 269. Space Emperor. Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. Subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Then, show it. Hanayu's hands suddenly slapped on the ground, with a trace of calm on her face. Her mouth said in a deep voice, What is this?" The Yunin village ninja who just appeared looked at Hanayu's movements in surprise, with an incredible look on his face, and said in shock, "Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La." Hanayu suddenly yelled out of her mouth. In his ninja bag, there was a palm the size of a gossip plate, with 3 blooded goo items connected by a line in the center. A group of light burst out in an instant! With a sound of air vibration, a huge gossip array appeared under Hanayu's feet. The golden gossip array shone with rays of light. Hanayu stood quietly in the center of the yin and yang fish. With the formation of the gossip array at the foot of Hanayu, a huge gossip array also appeared on the ground in the secret base of Dashwin in Konoha village. Is this the dimensional square of Hanayu's Shangri-La? Next. It's time for our minister to appear on the stage. Sakuroki Saito, who has been standing quietly in the shadows, has frantic eyes. Looking at the gossip array in front of him, with a sneer on his face, he said coldly, "Are you surprised? It's not over yet." Hanayu's face was with a playful smile, and his eyes calmly looked at the shocked Xiao organization in front of him. Ben, who was still cold and abnormally cold, said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, the dimensional square at his feet instantly revolved. As the dimensional phalanx rotates around Hanayu, the dimensional phalanx quickly appeared. For a while, everyone's battlefield was completely shrouded by the dimensional phalanx. Is this space ninjutsu? Standing in the same place, Pain frowned and looked at the dimensional phalanx that appeared in front of him. His eyes showed a hint of thinking, and his mouth said coldly, "Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. Start." Hanayu's body stood up, with a slight smile BGBJ on her face, a slight snap of her right hand, and the dimension of the phalanx on the ground burst out in an instant. Road light. Swish, swish, swish. With the light of the dimensional square array, figures appeared on the empty ground in an instant, but the personnel in the hidden base of Oshimaru completely disappeared. Question mark around Hanayu. A figure stood in each of the 7-dimensional square formations. Exclamation mark. Sakuragi Saito. These guys will be handed over to you. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the Yunin village ninja who appeared in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Yes." The 7 ninjas around Hanayu let out a low voice, and their bodies instantly dispersed. Exclamation mark. Then the 7 ninjas stood in front of the psychic summoning of 10 Yunin villages. Exclamation mark. Hey, Hanayu kid, is this the space emperor you are talking about? It's really amazing. In the sealed space, Kyuubi's conscious eyes opened instantly, with a hint of surprise on his face, looking at the ground. Dimensional phalanx, said in admiration. Exclamation mark. Ah. Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. The space movement system is an emperor that can instantly move the target to a specified location. That is to say, as long as it is anywhere within the range of my understanding, I can move in space. Exclamation mark. It can be said that this Teikoku completely surpasses the spatial movement technique of Master Watergate's Flying Thunder God technique. If there are enough chakras, even if you want to move to the moon, it is theoretically feasible. Hanyu's there was a confident smile on his face. He looked up at the full moon on his head, and explained softly in his mouth. However, after that, Hanayu's face revealed a strange look. Exclamation mark. Is the space that moves that will be the emperor? I know. Kyuubi's consciousness showed a clear expression on his face, muttering softly in his mouth. At this time, Kyuubi did not find Hanayu's dazedness at all. Can I use space ninjutsu? Interesting ability. Pain quietly observed the cold moon and the dimensional square on the ground, with a trace of contemplation on his face, and said softly, however, even if it is space ninjutsu, in front of my reincarnation eyes, there is a certain price to pay. Pen's reincarnation eyes flashed an icy light. The cold moon in the sight and the ground above the ground. The dimensional phalanx became clear instantly. Afterwards, Pain looked at Sakuragi Saito and others who came out of the dimensional square with interest. These guys ... Their weapons seem to be a little different. Just like I can't see through Uchiha's weapons, these guys' weapons are weaker than Uchiha's weapons, but they all seem to be of the same type. Exclamation mark. Pain's reincarnation eyes stared at the weapons in the hands of the 7 Sakurai Saito, frowning slightly, and his mouth said contemplatively, and Pain is very interested in the 7 people in front of Han, so he is not in a hurry to fight. Hey, are you 7 guys going to resist all of us here? Really irresponsible. A ninja from Urinin village looked at Sakuragi Saito with mocking eyes, and said with a big smile, exclamation mark. Cut. Let you see the strength as a minister. This is the powerful strength given by Hanayuzama himself. Sakuragi Saito's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his mouth sneered. Say, thanks for the big 200-point reward. Thank you for your fantastic 1000 points reward. Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. The Rising Ministers. Chapter 270 The Rising Ministers. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 270 The Rising Ministers. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Imperial Emissary. Chapter 270 The Rising Ministers and Emissaries. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Cut. Let you see the strength as a minister. This is the powerful strength given by Lord Hanayu himself. Sakuragi Saito's eyes flashed with an icy light, and he said with a sneer in his mouth, "It's so arrogant." Kid. A ninja from Yunin village wearing a mask on his head flashed a bloodthirsty light, and said gloomily in his mouth, "Arrogant, idiot." Secret heart middle dot cross marking. Sakuroki Saito showed a cold expression on his face, and he uttered a low voice. The Tongyi text in his right hand flashed a ray of light for an instant, and then, here, on Mingyu Ren's body, a huge blood-red cross mark appeared instantly. Nani? The Uranin's eyes flashed with confusion, then he looked down at the blood-red cross mark on his body and the blood flowing out quickly, and the blood gradually stained his clothes. This Uranin, there was a look of horror on his face. Exclamation mark Ninfa middle dot cut the flow. This Uran said with a hint of horror on his face, and with a low drink from his mouth. The chakra in his body instantly rushed towards the wound, trying to slow down his blood flow. It's useless. The wound cut by my Kirichi character will never heal. The same can't be cured. Sakuroki Saito's eyes looked at this Yunin with a hint of playfulness. Said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate me, you guy." The Yunin's eyes looked angrily at Sakuroki Saito, with a hint of coldness on his face, a low sip from his mouth, and his hands underscore quick knot. Exclamation mark Ninfa middle dot black rain technique. This Yurin made a seal on both hands, and uttered a low voice, and a black rain fell in the sky instantly. Exclamation mark interesting. Can the rain weaken your chakra? It seems that the fellow Saito can't handle it. A teenager standing not far from Sakuroki Saito with a smile on his face. His mouth speaks softly and underestimate. Guardian middle dot Melaleuca. Soil control. The young man named Mizaki Taki wore an immutable smile on his face, and he snorted in his mouth, and the gorgeous clothes he was wearing flashed past. A ray of light, and then, a semicircular city wall appeared in front of him instantly. Exclamation mark Hey Mizaki Taki, why do you want to intervene in my battle? Sakuroki Saito had a trace of coldness on his face, and his eyes looked at the round wall above his head with uncomfortable eyes, and said coldly in his mouth, "Huh? Intervene in your battle?" Sakuroki Saito. Now this is my battle. Mizaki Taki's face was filled with a smile, his eyes flashed a light, and his mouth reminded softly. Exclamation mark Is it a weapon called a minister this time? Pain, who was standing in the distance, had no expression on his face, and the reincarnation eyes made by his eyes calmly observed Sakuroki Saito and others, and then glanced at the battle strength in the dimension. The cold moon in the phalanx. It seems, Uekiha Hanayu has set up a dimensional square around me. Pain's eyes glanced at the dimensional square at his feet, then turned to look around, and said coldly, "Don't underestimate our Akatsuki organization." A ninja wearing a betrayal forehead flashed with cold light in his eyes, and he snorted in his mouth. In an instant, dozens of ninjas in Yunin village were all facing towards you. Sakuroki Saito rushes away. Guardian middle dot smashing king. Strange power strike. A girl with a Han-armor-shaped ministerial gear on both hands had a sneer on her face, sneered in her mouth, and her body jumped instantly. Peng. With a loud noise, the girl's right hand instantly hit the ground. With the girl's attack, the ground instantly shattered. Exclamation mark Hey, hey. Cornelia is getting more and more violent. Sakuroki Saito looked at the ground above the ground as if it had been stepped on by a giant, with a trace of cold sweat on his face, and muttered softly in his mouth. In the destroyed ground, there are more than 10 Uran. Strange ... monster. All the ninjas of Yunin village looked at Cornelia in shock, with a look of fear on their faces and a cold sweat on their backs. Guardian rattlesnake. Just when these Uran were sluggish, a voice came, and then a whip quickly appeared like a snake, instantly engulfing dozens of Uran. Middle dot 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 fine flowers. Zero middle dot middle dot middle dot. It's a rattlesnake. Ozakigawa, your ministers are really getting more and more flexible. The cold young man named Nahakusa held a gorgeous long sword in his hand, and there was a red one in the center of the hilt. The eyes are so agile. Guardian middle dot water dragon sword. Nahakusa let out a low voice, his body instantly turned into a stream of light, and then a light flashed away. A thin blood-red line appeared on the necks of the dozens of Yunin in front of him. Peng, peng, peng. With Nahakusa returning to the place, Dozens of ninjas who were restrained all fell on the ground! Are you guys able to use the court equipment at will? Then ... I will hand over these ants to you. Hanayu said with a smile on his face in the distance, and said in a low voice! Yes, Lord Hanayu. The 7 ministers made their eyes burst into light, and they looked at Hanayu feverishly on their faces, and said in a low voice in response, Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La transfer. Hanayu yelled in a low voice. 10 Yuran who maintained the psychic summoning technique, and 7 ministers made the Dimensional Phalanx rise instantly under his feet. Everyone appeared in an uninhabited suburb! Next is our battle. 0 Burial Pain. Hanayu looked at only the remaining Pain and the red sand scorpion still standing still, with a trace of her face showing excited smile, said in a deep voice. Thanks for the big 200-point reward. Thank you for your fantastic 1000 points reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Sorry, great readers, the computer broke down yesterday and the computer was repaired all night, so there was only one update yesterday. Hanayu vs Pain. Chapter 271 Hanayu vs Pain. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 271 Hanayu vs Pain. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 271 Hanayu vs Pain. Please collect, seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. Next is our battle. 0 Burial Pain. Hanayu looked at only the remaining Pain and the red sand scorpion, who was still standing still, showed an excited smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, Interesting emissary. Let you see the power of God. Pain's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said in a deep voice, God's power. Hanayu's eyes looked at Pain calmly, with a hint of excitement on her face, and said playfully, following Hanayu's words. His right hand was instantly raised. The ever-changing tale of crossing. Snap the thread. Hanayu's mouth whispered, and the silk thread in the right May 17th hand instantly attacked Pain like a bullet. Is silk thread attacking too slow? Pain's reincarnation eyes rolled twice, a sneer appeared on his face, and his mouth said coldly, following Pain's words, a kunai slipped out of his cuff instantly. Ding, ding, ding. Pain's right hand waved twice, and Q-Wu instantly knocked the thread that hit Pain into the air. Sure enough, it's Pain. Hanayu calmly watched Pain's movements with her eyes, with a slight smile on her face, and said with a chuckle in her mouth, So, go on. Hanayu's face then became cold, her body squatted slightly, her eyes tightly locked to Pain. A low sip from her mouth, and she quickly rushed towards Pain! Did you rush here directly? Pain frowned slightly, and a metal chakra stick slipped out of the cuff of his right hand. He leaned back slightly, and his right hand suddenly threw the metal chakra stick toward Hanayu! Swish! A huge air explosion sounded, and the metal chakra rod quickly flew towards Hanayu. The huge impact force deformed the air in front of it. Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. Start. Hanayu looked at the chakra sticks rushing towards him, and uttered a low drink. A dimensional phalanx instantly rose under Hanayu's feet. As the light bloomed, Hanayu's body appeared behind Pain in an instant. The village rain in the right hand instantly attacked Pain. Ding! Just when Kiryu was about to kill Pain, Pain's body moved slightly to the left, and the black chakra stick in his right hand instantly blocked Hanayu's attack. It's not over yet. The God's Hand perfect. Fire escape middle. Howl of fireball. A smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and a glove appeared in her hands. Then Hanayu's left hand was printed with one hand, and her mouth was low. With a drink, a huge fireball was spit out from the mouth instantly. Ani-handed Jai-in. Pain glanced at the glove in Hanayu's hand, and his body instantly jumped into the air. Then his body rotated a few times, and his right foot instantly split off! Peng! With a loud noise, Pain's attack hit the ground, and the huge attack power directly knocked the ground out of a deep pit. Then Pain's eyes flashed with dignity, and the reincarnation eyes kept on. He scanned the empty ground in front of him, disappeared. Pain's brow furrowed deeply, turned to look around, and then suddenly looked up to the sky. Following Pain's gaze, Hanayu's body fell from one of the sky. Appears in the dimensional square! The king of beasts, the Lion King. Iron pieces and broken. Hanayu's body fell from the dimensional square inches an instant, with a low cry from her mouth, and her right fist suddenly struck Pen. Peng. Pen's hands crossed, instantly blocking Hanayu's fist, and then there was a huge explosion, and the ground under Pen's feet instantly cracked and collapsed, and then shattered into countless pieces! Shenluo dancing. A gleam of light flashed through Pen's eyes, and he shouted loudly. With Pen himself as the center, a huge repulsive force appeared instantly! Peng. Following Pain's Shenluo dancing, Hanayu flew back in an instant, and at the same time, all the trees within 100 meters with Pain as the center were knocked out. At this time, the place where Pen was, except for Pen, everything else disappeared. Cough. Is this the Shenluo dancing? Really powerful. Hanayu's body fell heavily on the ground, and then Hanayu slowly stood up. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth, and her chest collapsed. He was quickly repairing it, and there was a strong sense of war in Hanayu's eyes at this time! I'm getting a little excited. Hanayu lowered her head and glanced at the collapsed part of her chest that was hit by Shenluo dancing, with an excited smile on her face, suddenly raised her head to look at Pen, and said with a deep voice, Are you still alive? In that case. Pain calmly looked at Hanayu, who stood up, with a thoughtful look on his face, and said coldly in his mouth 5.2! Following Pain's words, his right hand was slightly raised flat. Vientiane. Pain whispered in his mouth, and a huge suction force was instantly released from his right hand, and the attraction was directly acting on Hanayu's body. Thanks for the big 200-point reward. Thank you for your fantastic 1000 points reward! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Sorry, great readers, the computer broke down yesterday and the computer was repaired all night, so there was only one update yesterday. Fierce battle. Begin. Chapter 272 Fierce Battle. Begin. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 272 Fierce Battle. Begin. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 272 Fierce Battle. Begin. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Vientiane. Pain snorted, and a huge suction force was instantly released from his right hand, and the attraction worked directly on Hanayu's body. Is this Vientiane? It really is a terrifying suction. Hanayu's body slowly flew into the sky, and then Hanayu quickly flew towards Pain. At this time, Hanayu looked at Pain calmly with her eyes, and muttered softly in her mouth, Electric light stone fire Susanoo man. The soul of evil appears. Hanayu, who flew quickly towards Pain, showed a playful smile on his face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he gave a low drink in his mouth. Hanayu's low drink, a blood-red evil spirit goo appeared on Hanayu's chest instantly, and two horns grew on Hanayu's head. Behind him is a huge disc floating. The Yata mirror. Defense. Hanayu's mouth let out a low voice, and the Yata mirror appeared in front of Hanayu in an instant. A white light burst out like a mirror in the center. 16 Bang. Hanayu's body instantly stood still, and then fell heavily on the ground. Although Yata mirror possesses the characteristics of repelling all ninjutsu, the Vientiane released from the eyes of reincarnation can indeed only be defended. Is the spiritual weapon Yata mirror? Unexpectedly that you even have such a weapon. Pain's eyes calmly looked at the huge Yata mirror in front of Hanayu, with a sneer on his face, and his right hand dropped. Said in a deep voice, Interesting. It's really interesting. Pain's eyes showed a hint of interest and looked at Hanayu, and a kunai appeared in his right hand. Go on. Hanayu's eyes stared at Pen tightly, with a low drink in her mouth. Yato mirror returned to her back. Hanayu's body squatted slightly, and then Hanayu's body instantly rushed towards Pen. 5 Visions Observer. Open vision. Hanayu rushed forward with a low cry, and the aquamarine eyes above her forehead opened instantly, and a series of mental fluctuations instantly enveloped Pain. Illusion. There was no expression on Pain's face, and the reincarnation eyes in his eyes instantly revolved, and the illusion in front of him broke instantly. 6 Styles. Finger gun. Hanayu's body appeared in front of Pain instantly, and the index finger of his right hand shot out like a bullet in an instant. So fast. Pain's eyes flashed with dignity, and the metal chakra wand in his right hand instantly blocked Hanayu's fingers. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's right index finger instantly clicked on Pain's metal chakra stick, and instantly collapsed on the ground where the two were standing. Is it a special material metal chakra stick? It can withstand my finger gun. Hanayu's eyes scanned the chakra metal stick that was blocking his finger. A smile appeared on his face, and his mouth muttered softly. Finger gun middle. Q. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and the index finger of her right hand flexed in an instant, and then instantly flicked on the metal chakra stick. Peng. With a loud noise, the huge impact instantly flew Pen out. Pen's body continued to roll in the air, and then fell heavily on the ground. Very capable. Uekai Hanayu. Pain's body jumped up from the ground, his eyes looked at Hanayu coldly, and he said in a deep voice, It really is a puppet body. There is nothing like this. Han said with a helpless expression on her face, muttering in her mouth. However, that's it. Pain's eyes looked down at Han, and his mouth said coldly. At the same time, following Pain's words, his right hand stretched out instantly. Vientiat Danian. Pen's mouth whispered, and his right hand was instantly raised. Following Pen's movements, the ground instantly began to shake. Peng, peng, peng. There was a sound of the ground collapse, and a series of boulders were lifted into the sky in an instant, suspended in the sky above Hanayu by the attraction in Pen's hands. Fall. A whispered voice sent Pen's mouth, and his right hand fell instantly. Following Pen's movements, huge rocks fell quickly like meteors, swiftly attacking the cold moon. This is troublesome. Great crisis. Hanayu frowned and looked at the huge rock in the sky, with a dignified expression on her face, and said in a deep voice, Pumpkin cannon. Hanayu let out a low cry, and a splendid firearm appeared in the 880 of both hands. And then a series of huge energy cannons quickly flew out into the air. Peng, peng. There was a burst of sound, and the sky was instantly covered by energy cannons like blooming fireworks. As energy cannons lifted into the sky, the huge rocks in the sky were quickly disappearing. Woo! With a sound of breaking through the air, a black metal chakra stick appeared instantly behind Hanayu. But it was Pen who took advantage of Hanayu to deal with the falling boulder in the sky like a meteor. Peng, peng, peng. A huge explosion sounded, and then Hanayu's body was instantly penetrated by a metal chakra rod and nailed to the ground. Then the huge rock in the sky fell quickly and hit the ground above. Have you succeeded? Pen's eyes calmly looked at Hanayu, who was submerged by the boulder, his face expressionless, and his mouth whispered, Thank you for the great 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Fierce battle. Heat up. Chapter 273 Fierce Battle. Heat up. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 273 Fierce Battle. Heat up. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 273 Fierce Battle. Heat up. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. Have you succeeded? Pain's eyes calmly looked at Han submerged by the boulder. His face was expressionless, and his mouth whispered! Gah, gah. The smoke dissipated, and the cold moon that was pierced into the heart instantly turned into countless crows. The crow screamed and quickly flew into the sky to form the figure of the cold moon again. Crow clone technique. Pain's face was expressionless. He raised his head and looked at the body that was gradually gathering above his head, and said in a deep voice! Boom! As Hanayu's body appeared, the crow in the sky disappeared, and Hanayu's body quickly fell on the ground! Ha ha! Almost died. Fortunately for the development of this trick of the real crow clone, Hanayu's face was a little pale, with a heavy breath in his mouth, and said with a chuckle, true crow clone art. Different from using crows to project clones, it uses secret techniques to temporarily transform the body into crows, and then reassemble. Even if the heart is pierced, it can instantly recover. However, the price is chakra excessive consumption. Hanayu's eyes looked at Pain calmly, with a cold smile on her face. She said thoughtfully! However, this is a life and death crisis. Hanayu yelled, and the pumpkin cannon in his hands burst into a dazzling light, like the sun, and then all the light was concentrated on the muzzle! Eat my ultimate pumpkin cannon! Hanayu yelled in her mouth, and her body jumped into the air step by step, with a look of excitement on her face. Hanayu's 3 gurot round eyes and romantic turret pumpkin. The front sight instantly reappeared at 3 points and a line, directly locking Pen's body. Tail beast cannon. Launch! Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and the index finger of her right hand instantly pulled the trigger. With Hanayu's movements, a huge energy cannon that was as dazzling as the sun flew towards Pain in an instant. This is ... Is the sky releasing such powerful energy? For the first time, Pain's eyes showed a look of surprise, his face was serious, and his hands quickly crossed his chest. Swish, swish. The huge golden energy cannon pressed the air, making the air in front of the energy cannon all compressed and clearly visible. The huge impact, even Pen's clothes standing in the distance are hunting. Shenluo dancing. Pen's hands crossed his chest, and he let out a low voice. A terrifying repulsive force instantly emerged from Pen's body, and the huge repulsive force formed a clearly visible transparent sphere. Peng. The energy cannon hit Pen's Shenluo dancing, and there was a huge explosion in an instant. The huge air compression force directly crushed the ground around Pen into countless pieces. Open it to me, Pain whispered in his mouth. His hands clenched instantly, the transparent sphere composed of repulsive force shook for a while, and then the huge golden energy cannonball in front of him flew into the distance in an instant. Peng. The golden energy cannon was bombed and flew into a valley, and then burst out. A huge golden light beam instantly soared into the sky, and then, the huge shockwave directly moved everything around it into powder. A huge deep pit was formed within 10 miles. It looks like you are underestimating you. Hanayu. Pain narrowed his eyes, looked up at Hanayu, and said softly, if Xionan were there, you would know that every time Pain's eyes were narrowed, it meant that Pain was serious. Go on. A light flashed through Pen's reincarnation eyes, and his body instantly disappeared in place. So fast. Is it because the repulsive force in the body offsets the gravity? Hanayu's eyes flashed a little surprise. The aquamarine eyes on his forehead quickly turned, capturing Pain's figure. Crap, I forgot that Pain can fly. Suddenly Hanayu's pupils contracted, and there was a trace of annoyance on her face. And she suddenly raised her head to look at Pain above her head. Did you find it? But it's too late. Pain's eyes looked down at Hanayu, his body instantly rotated, and his right foot instantly kicked on Hanayu's body. Peng. Pain's attack instantly caused Hanayu's body to fall to the ground, smashing the ground out of a pit. Cough. It's careless. I only thought that Pen was flying when he released the super god Luo dancing. but I forgot that Tandao Pen could also fly during battle. Hanayu's body quickly jumped out of the pit. With a trace of solemnity on his face, said bitterly in his mouth. At this time, the positions of Pain and Hanayu are completely reversed. Dimensional phalanx. Launch. Han let out a low cry in her mouth, and her body instantly appeared in the sky, and the Q-Wu in her right hand pierced towards Pen in an instant. Ding! With a soft sound, a metal chakra stick appeared in Pain's right hand to block Hanayu's attack, and then Pain's left hand suddenly attacked Hanayu, and Hanayu's left hand also attacked towards Pain. Peng! Ding! A metal symphony sounded, and the two figures quickly fought in the air. And the two were just simple physical attacks. Boom, boom. The bodies of the two of them quickly fell on the ground, and Hanaya looked at Pen quietly with both eyes, and then attacked Pen again. God's hand perfect. Chidori stream and Chidori sharp spear. Hanayu's mouth uttered a low voice, and a glove appeared in her right hand Li Hozao, quickly on top of Hanayu's body. There appeared a series of blue electric lights, and then a spear composed of thunder and lightning appeared instantly. Above the spears, it's like 1,000 birds screaming in unison! With the appearance of Chidori, Hanayu's right hand quickly pierced Pen. Vientiane Danian. Pen's body, who was also forward, stopped in an instant, and his hands were folded in an instant. A huge boulder appeared under his feet, quickly blocking Hanayu's Qian Diao sharp spear. Peng! With a huge explosion, Hanayu's Chidori sharp spear instantly cut the huge rock in front of him, and then continued to attack Pen! Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish readers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and good luck. Thank you for the great 100-point reward from the God of Death. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Pain 6 ways. Chapter 274 Pain 6 ways. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 274 Pain 6 ways. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto Chapter 274 Pain 6 ways. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. Peng! With a huge explosion, the Cold Moon's Chidori sharp spear instantly cut the huge rock in front of him, and then continued to face the wearer. Go graciously! Pen suddenly yelled in a low voice. His hands were slightly hard, and his feet slammed on the ground at random, and instantly 4 huge rocks appeared in front of Pen, wrapping Pen up. Peng! With a soft sound, the sharp spear in Hanayu's hand slashed directly on the boulder in front of Pen, and as a blue light flashed, the huge rock was cut off! Disappeared. Hanayu frowned slightly, glanced inside the boulder, but did not find Pain! With Hanayu's body quickly receding. What's going on? There is no figure at all. It's like being invisible. Hanayu's eyes quickly scanned the surrounding space, but he couldn't see Pain's figure at all, which made Hanayu's face a little bit faint. Get serious! Invisible? Could it be ... Evil Ridden 120 Invasion? Invisible. Hanayu's eyes flashed a light, and then the retreating body instantly became transparent. Invisible? The same ability as the chameleon. Xionan. Pain needs my support. Please come here. Sitting on a tall tree not far from Konoha, sitting in a weird device, the young man, with a cold smile on his face, the reincarnation eyes in his eyes, looked at Pen's battlefield, and said in his mouth, Nagato, is this guy really worthy of you? Once you start, you need to make it again. And, haven't you already lost a corpse? The sweet-looking Xiaonan asked with a hint of his eyes. Looking at the somewhat weak Uzumaki Nagato, he said worriedly. Beside Xiaonan, a man wearing a red cloud robe with a black bottom fell on the ground. It's okay, Xionan, and it's been a long time since I met a guy who dared to challenge the majesty of God. Nagato's reincarnation eyes shrank slightly, with a cold smile on his face and his mouth sinking, said. Following Nagato's words, The voice of Pain, who was fighting Hanayu, also resounded on the battlefield. It's been a long time since I met a guy who dared to challenge the majesty of God. Let me show you the strength of God. The icy voice of Pen, hidden in the mouth of the chameleon, rang. And then Pen's right hand stood up. It's a seal of opposition. Ninfa middle dot train tiger free technique, Pain whispered, and a continuous light rain fell in the sky, and raindrops almost instantly covered the battlefield. Found it. An icy light flashed through Pain's eyes, and the chameleon instantly appeared behind the invisible Hanayu. Then the chameleon opened its mouth, and Kumo in Pain's right hand quickly attacked Hanayu! Ding! With a soft sound, Hanayu turned around almost when Pen attacked, and the village rain in his right hand quickly blocked Pen's attack. And the aquamarine eyes above Hanayu's forehead are reflecting the figure of the chameleon and Pain. It really is spiritism. It seems, has Uzumaki Nagato added the power of the animal way to the body of Tandao Pain? This is a trouble. Hanayu's brows frowned slightly. BGDB, I got up, my body quickly appeared, but an excited look flashed through my eyes, and he whispered softly in his mouth that no wonder I was able to find me behind invisibility. It should have special abilities. Pain's figure slowly appeared, and under his feet, a chameleon kept turning his eyes. At this time, Pain glanced calmly at the eyes above Hanyu's forehead, and said in a deep voice, 5 Visions Observer. With the ability to see insight, you can easily discover your inner thoughts. The village rain in Hanayu's right hand quickly disappeared, and said softly, really? In that case, Pen's reincarnation eyes suddenly released a huge chakra wave, and his right hand instantly slapped on the ground. Psychic art. Pain snorted. A huge rhino appeared in front of Hanayu instantly, and a huge strange bird in the sky kept circling and calling, Fire Dune middle dot fire dragon flame bomb. Pain yelled in a low voice, and a huge fire dragon instantly rushed towards Hanayu. Then, the rhino and the strange bird roared towards Hanayu quickly. Heaven Cloud Sword. Cut! Hanayu's mouth whispered, and a huge lightsaber appeared in his right hand. The lightsaber swept away with Hanayu's movements and directly cut off the 2 psychic beasts. Peng! Yatamira quickly appeared in front of Hanayu, blocking Pen's fire dragon flame bomb directly outside, and with an explosion, the fire dragon flame bomb disappeared instantly. But Hanayu's figure appeared behind Pain in an instant. Dayu Spiral Pill. A huge blue chakra ball appeared in Hanayu's right hand instantly, and the inside of the chakra ball was spinning rapidly, slamming towards Pain. Hungry Ghost. Absorb. Pen's mouth whispered, and a transparent shield appeared on his body. At the same time, a horrible suction quickly appeared on Pen's body, quickly removing the big jade in Hanayu's hand. Spiral Pills Absorb. Thanks to Broken Cheng 1 for the 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Open. Chapter 275 Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Open. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Chapter 275 Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Open. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 275 Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Open. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Hungry Ghost. Absorb. Pain's mouth whispered, and a transparent shield appeared on his body instantly, and at the same time, Pain's body, a terrifying suction quickly appeared on it, quickly absorbing the big jade spiral pill in Hanayu's hand. Cut! Hungry Ghost roared. Sure enough, the power of the 6 realms can be concentrated on one body. Hanayu's body quickly retreated, and the big jade spiral pill on his right hand had doubled, and Hanayu at this time looking at Pain with a trace of thought on his face, he said softly, Wind Escape middle dot wind cut technique. Pain's hands quickly formed a seal. With a low cry in his mouth, a huge wind blade instantly slashed towards Hanayu, The Yata mirror. Hanayu's right hand pointed forward slightly, and the Yata mirror behind her instantly blocked Hanayu's front! Peng. With a soft sound, the wind blade hit the Yata mirror and shattered instantly, forming an invisible wind blade surrounding Hanayu! Pain calmly looked at the Yata mirror in front of Hanayu, and his body quickly disappeared in place. I have to say, your Emperor is really interesting. However, even the spirit weapon Yata mirror also has weaknesses. Pain's body instantly appeared behind Hanayu, and said coldly! That's it. Hanayu's eyes flashed with a surprised light, but the Yata mirror in his right hand was still floating in front of her. Shenluo Danzing. Pain whispered in his mouth, and a ball of repulsive force instantly formed on his body, and the huge repulsive force directly knocked the unprepared Hanayu away in an instant. Peng. Hanayu's body was instantly knocked out by the huge repulsive force, and directly hit the huge rock behind him. The huge impact smashed the rock to pieces. Then the trend disappeared, and he fell heavily into the second place on the rock! The reason why God is because God has powerful power. If you want to challenge God's majesty, you must be prepared to be killed by God. Pain's eyes looked at Hanayu coldly, and his right hand was slowly lifted up, and said coldly, Vanxian Danian. Pain whispered, and his right hand was raised flat. The huge suction instantly enveloped Hanayu's body. As Pain's right hand slowly lifted, Hanayu's body quickly lifted into the sky! Fall. Pain's right hand was raised above his head, and then suddenly dazzled. Following Pain's movements, Hanayu's body in the high altitude fell down instantly! Peng. With a loud sound, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground instantly. The huge gravitational force combined with gravity directly caused Hanayu's falling speed to reach a limit, just like a meteor falling down instantly. It's over. Pain's eyes looked at the huge pit in front of him coldly, and he said in a deep voice, then slowly turned and left. Cough, cough. This is the second time I feel death. Hanayu's body struggled to stand up from the pit, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and a trace of coldness on her face with a look. The three writing round eyes in his eyes quickly rotated in an instant! At this time, the ribs in Hanayu's body are constantly correcting, and a trace of blood flows out of her mouth from time to time. It can be seen that although Hanayu's injury this time has the terrifying resilience of the Lion King, it still cannot be recovered instantly. Find flowers. Why can you still stand up? Pain, who was leaving, suddenly turned his head, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, even Pen would die if he fell from a kilometer altitude. So Pen's eyes looked at Hanayu with surprise. I almost died. Hanayu's face had a sneer, the writing wheel eyes in her eyes quickly became a piece, and on Hanayu's body, with Hanayu when he got up, huge ribs also rose up! This is the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Pain's eyes returned to the cold expression, his face calmly watching Hanayu's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes and the huge skeleton rising from Hanayu's body, muttering softly in his mouth, said, finally opened Shaolin Yan. Sure enough, life and death can promote the evolution of Shaolin Yan. Hanyu's right hand touched his right eye, with a smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth. At this time, the three jade writing round eyes in Hanayu's eyes were completely transformed into a six-pointed star! Finally awakened. My kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Hanayu's face was filled with excitement, and a huge chakra burst out of her body instantly, and she said in a deep voice, thanks to Broken Cheng Wen for the 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Next chapter, The power of eyes. Can readers guess the ability of the protagonist's eyes? Exclamation mark. Those who are interested can leave a message in the book review area. What is the ability of hexagram research? Exclamation mark. Chapter 276. The power of the left eye. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 276. The power of the left eye. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor has the ability to make the left eye of Chapter 276. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. Finally awakened, my kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Hanayu's face showed a trace of excitement, and his body broke out in an instant. A huge chakra came out and said in a deep voice, "Are you kaleidoscope writing round eyes? You are the second Uchiha clan who awakens kaleidoscope writing round eyes." Pain's eyes looked at the cold moon in front of him, and he said calmly, although Pen had seen Uchiha's eyes with soil, but these eyes at this time made Pen feel dead. Moreover, a scarlet six-pointed star pattern also appeared on the aquamarine eyes on the forehead. Pen frowned slightly, looking at Hanayu's forehead eyes, and said calmly in his mouth, Pain. Let's continue fighting." Hanayu's face showed a hint of excitement. The six-pointed star in his eyes flashed a scarlet 797 light, and his mouth was calm, said, "Go on." Hanayu's eyes stared at Pain's reincarnation eyes tightly, with a playful look on his face, with a low sip from his mouth, and his body instantly appeared in front of Pain. Quite fast. Pain's brows frowned tightly, and his right hand stretched suddenly, and the reincarnation eye ripples in his eyes instantly rotated in a circle. Shenluo dancing. Pain snorted, and a huge repulsive force instantly rushed towards Hanayu. And Hanayu, who was rushing forward, had a playful smile on his face, and his right hand was also stretched out flat. Peng! A mirror flashing white light instantly blocked Hanayu's face, and then a huge repulsive force broke out instantly, and the huge repulsive force instantly hit the mirror, and then was bounced back. Exclamation mark. Peng! With a loud noise, Pen's body was instantly hit by the power of Shenluo dancing. And then he smashed onto a huge rock. Cut. Yato mirror have the ability to bounce off all ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, you who awakened kaleidoscope writing round eyes, you have improved the control of the weapons around you so much. Pain's body crawled from the ground. He got up. His eyes looked at the Yato mirror in front of Hanayu coldly, and he said in a deep voice, "It's really a corpse. If you don't take out the chakra transmission device from your body, you can't die." Hanyu's face was calm, and he glanced at Pain, and said calmly, "At this time, Hanayu, the six-pointed star in the left eye is spinning fast." Psychicism. Pain's brows wrinkled slightly. His eyes looked at Hanu in front of him, and his right hand suddenly slapped on the ground. Peng, peng. A series of voices sounded, and then two figures wearing red cloud robes with black background appeared beside Pen. Amazingly, they are the other 6 clones of Pain. 5 A finger bullet. A man with an indifferent face quickly raised his right hand, and with a low drink in his mouth, his right hand instantly turned into 5 missiles, swiftly attacking the cold moon. This is the power of Shuradao. Although she looks a little strange, Hanayu's eyes were staring at the 5 missiles in front of him, and he muttered. Then Hanayu's right hand appeared in the village rain. 1 sword flow middle dot 36 trouble winds. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and a stream of light flashed by, and the 5 missiles rushing towards her were instantly cut off in midair. Peng, peng. 5 missiles exploded quickly in the air, the fiery red light instantly lit up, and then slowly dimmed. Exclamation mark roar. Just when the missile disappeared, a huge beast roar came from Konoha village, and then a huge flaming red figure appeared in Konoha village. 9 tails. It seems there is no time to observe Pain's reincarnation eye. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of Hanyu's left eye flickered slightly. In Hanyu's line of sight, a series of 6-pointed stars did not. It stops and rises in Pen's body, and every time Pen's reincarnation eye is applied, a six-pointed star pattern will appear. It seems that Uchiha Hanayu's use of the kaleidoscope to write round eyes has a great burden on the eyes. And, has the guy Madara released the 9 tails? Pain looked up at the huge 9 tails in the distance. A hint of contemplation flashed through his eyes. It should be over too. This battle. Pain slowly lowered his head, looked at Hanwoo in front of him, and raised his right hand again. Vanxian Danian. Pain whispered in his mouth, as if a black hole in his right hand quickly enveloped Hanayu's body. Vanxian Danian. Hanayu's right hand was also stretched out, and the 6-pointed star in her left eye quickly released a scarlet light, and then a trace of blood flowed out of her left eye, and the 6-pointed star in Hanayu's left eye continued. The aggregate composition of Pain quickly analyzes the Vientiane sky attract that Pain has released on him. Nani? How could you? The expressionless Pain has been calm and shocked. His eyes looked at Hanayu's movements and the attraction in Hanayu's right hand. Said in shock, "It's a pity. This trick of Vientiane Tanian only resolves less than 1%. Hanayu's right hand scattered away from Vientiane Tanian, and a huge skeleton appeared on her body, blocking her own attraction. Lee said with a little regret in his mouth. Why do you have my abilities? Pain's reincarnation eyes slightly fluctuated twice, and then he asked in a low voice. After awakening the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, my left eye acquired a very peculiar ability to instantly analyze the composition, form, nature, and power of all ninjutsu. And by analyzing the essence of ninjutsu, I can learn anything the ninjutsu I saw. Hanayu's left eye felt a tingling pain and slowly closed, with an excited smile on her face. She said in a deep voice! I call this pupil technique. Duplicate eyes. Hanyu's face showed a playful smile, and said in a low voice, although the analysis of your reincarnation eye is less than 1,000th, but it can only stop here. Hanayu turned her head and glanced at the figure of 9 tails, and said in a deep voice, 1.2 then, head to the end of the world. Pain. Hanayu suddenly yelled, and a huge dimensional square appeared on the ground under Pain's feet. At the same time, in the ninja world continent in the outer space between the moon, a huge dimensional square also appeared. Cough. The Uzumaki Nagato who was hidden in the tree suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes had a look of horror. Thanks to Broken Chengwen for the 300-point reward. Thank you Lin Ungchu for the great 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter. Crazy 9 Tails. Can readers guess the ability of the protagonist's right eye? Exclamation mark. Those who are interested can leave a message in the book review area. Chapter 277 Crazy 9 Tails. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 277 Crazy 9 Tails. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 277th chapter of the Crazy 9 Tails. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Ahem! The Uzumaki Nagato hidden in the tree suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was abnormally pale, and his eyes were tinged with traces of blood. A look of horror. Nagato, what's wrong with you? Xionan, who was guarding aside, saw Nagato spit out a mouthful of blood, with a look of worry on his face, and asked softly in his mouth, Ahem! This Uchiha Hanayu seems to be underestimating him. Nagato's eyes flashed with a surprised expression, his face was pale, and his mouth mumbled. In Nagato's eyes, the scene of outer space is now reflecting. Exclamation mark. Nagato. Your eyes. Xiaonan suddenly saw the sight in Nagato's eyes, with a look of surprise on his face, reminding him, it's Uchiha Kanayu's space ninjutsu. At this time, the clone of heaven has been teleported into outer space. Moreover, I can clearly feel the existence of the moon. 18 chakra is so far away, it's almost exhausted. Drops of sweat dripped down Nagato's face, and he said with a heavy breath in his mouth, the first time I feel The moon is so close. There was no expression on Tan Dao Pain's face, and his dead body didn't have to worry about the vacuum in outer space. At this time, Pain looked up at the nearby people. The moon whispered in his mouth. There is Shuradao floating beside him. Space ninjutsu. Nagato. What should I do next? Xionan's face was slightly stunned. His eyes were slightly blurred, looking at Nagato's reincarnation eyes, and asked anxiously, I can only use my outside power. Nagato's face was sweating more and more, but it was because the distance of Pen was too far and the chakra transmission increased. At this time, Nagato was suddenly stunned. I bit my right thumb in time. Psychic art. Nagato's right hand suddenly slapped on the ground. Following Nagato's movements, the two pens floating in outer space instantly turned into a cloud of smoke. Peng, peng. There were two soft sounds, in succession, and Tandan Shuradao appeared in front of Nagato. And then Shuradao's body instantly fell to the ground. Chakra is exhausted. It seems that it can only support one heaven. Xionan, wake up the red sand scorpion. Let's go. Nagato's eyes cast a deep look at Hanayu's direction. There was a trace of contemplation on his face, and he said in a low voice, I see. Nagato. Xionan glanced at the only Tandao Yahiko standing beside him, and then stopped paying attention to the body lying on the ground. A white piece of paper quickly turned into a butterfly and flew out, and then slowly took it with him. The figure of Nagato leaves. This is the first time I have used the secret art of the dimensional array Shangri-La. Although it consumes a lot of money, everything is worth it. Hanayu raised her head and stared at the bright full moon, with a hint of playfulness on her face with an expression on his face. His right hand was slightly raised, and the palm of his hand blocked the moon above his head. Then he squeezed slightly, and said in a deep voice, however, Pain should be able to come back. After all, Nagato has the ability of an outsider. Hanayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said contemplatively, Roar. In the dark Konoha, a fiery red figure was unusually dazzling. At this time, the nine-tailed eyes flashed with scarlet light, and suddenly roared up to the sky, and then the huge left forearm hit instantly above Konoha's house. This is Nine Tails. The civilians standing at the feet of Nine Tails looked in horror at the huge figure of Nine Tails suddenly appeared, screamed in horror, and then quickly ran to the distance. However, it is obvious that Kyubai's body is too huge compared to the tiny human beings. Therefore, Kyubai just moved randomly, and many Konoha members died. Quick! It's Nine Tails. Nine Tails ran away. A silhouette rushed towards Nine Tails quickly, a ninja with a trace of despair in his eyes, but still rushed forward without flinching. Peng! With a loud noise, the huge tail of the Nine Tails swept across at random, and the ninja in front of him was instantly knocked out and hit the house behind him, knowing his life or death. Tudun Middle River. An old whispering voice came, and the Sarutobi Hayazaki wearing a ninja armor 617 quickly appeared at the feet of Kyubai. With the appearance of the Sarutobi Zen, the ground under the foot of the tail instantly became fluid. Roar. Kyubai's body shook quickly because of the ninjutsu on the ground, and then Kyubai roared in his mouth, and the three tails instantly slapped on the ground. Help! Help me! As Kyubai's tails slapped, the ninjas and civilians standing around Kyubai were all knocked into the air by a huge impact. Roar! Nine Tails roared again, and huge fireballs were spit out from his huge mouth. The fireballs quickly hit the surrounding houses, and for a while, Konoha burst into flames. Thanks to Broken Cheng-Won for the 300-point reward. Thank you Lind Ung-Chu for the great 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The will of the wave wind water gate. The cold moon comes. The 278th chapter Wave wind water gate. Cold moon arrives. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 278 Bo Feng Shui Men, The arrival of the cold moon. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Exclamation mark. The strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 278. The wave of wind and water, and the cold moon are here. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. In the 40 years of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki was born. After that, Kyuubi attacked the entire Konoha village. For the sudden appearance of Kyuubi, people in Konoha village, everyone was caught off guard, and Konoha suffered heavy casualties for a while. 3 generations of Naruto. Hasn't the 4th generation yet come? Konoha and Ninja frowned and asked with a hint of help on his face. It should be almost here. The 3rd generation of Naruto. Sarutobi stared solemnly at the wrecked Kyuubi and the dead and wounded civilians around, with a trace of grief on his face, and he commanded the battle quickly, with a calm mouth. Say, Shui done middle. Water dragon bullets. At the feet of 9 tails, 50 ninjas knotted their hands, and suddenly spit out huge water dragons from their mouths, and the water dragons quickly attacked 9 tails. Chikichi. The water dragon hit Kyuubi's body and was quickly melted by the flames above Kyuubi's body, and then Kyuubi roared and knocked the 50 ninjas away. Use the wind to escape. The 3rd generation of Naruto. Tobira frowned, and said loudly as a reminder. At this time, Sarutobi Richin looked at the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes of 9 tails with both eyes, and a look of contemplation flashed on his face. Wind escape and wind cutting technique. Hearing the reminder of the 3 generations of Hokage, everyone's hands quickly formed a seal, and then a series of wind blades quickly hit the body of 9 tails, even though the wind blade was on 9 tails. There were wounds on the body, but they healed quickly. There is absolutely no way. Everyone, try to use ninjutsu to hold the Kyuubi. At the same time, Anb immediately organized the evacuation work of the village personnel. A trace of unwillingness flashed across the face of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and he said loudly, yes. Behind the 3rd generation of Hokage, Anb, who was originally the 4th generation of Hokage, quickly appeared in front of the 3rd generation of Hokage. He should have a sip, and then informed the 3rd generation of the situation of Hofing Shuiman. Sure enough, did someone deliberately release the 9 tails this time? 3 generations of Hokage heard that Hofing Mizuman was fighting with a mysterious man. His eyes couldn't help but swept over a Uchiha clan behind him. His mouth meditated. Say, quick, everyone, go for refuge. On the streets of Konoha, there are civilians lined up. Beside these people, a Minganb is maintaining order, and Konoha villagers are orderly taking refuge in Hokage Rock. Go. Wow. Wow. Among these refugees, the baby in the arms of a teenager was crying, and the teenager's face was still with a gentle smile, comforting in her arms. Baby, Sasuke, don't cry. Itachi Uchiha looked at the baby in his arms with a smile on his face, whispering softly in his mouth. Then, Uchiha Itachi's eyes swept across the devastated Konoha. Is this the war? Uchiha Itachi saw countless deaths on the way here, which shocked Uchiha Itachi's heart. At this time, Itachi glanced at the collapsed house in the distance. The original smile disappeared quickly. Senior Uchiha Hanayuha has been asking me what my Shindo is. Seeing this situation, I seem to understand the definition of Shindo. Some have found their own Shindo. Itachi's eyes flickered, shining, looking at the civilian who was hit by a huge stone behind him. His left hand was tightly clasped. Exclamation mark. Flying Thunder God Art. Outside Konoha, Hofing Mizuno looked solemnly at the male Uchiha in the whirlpool mask in front of him. When he heard, the body instantly appear behind Uchiha with soil. It's useless. The 4th generation of Hokage. You are still as usual. You are late. At the important moment of determining the fate of others, Uchiha's kaleidoscope with soil flashed through the eyes slightly, and then his body was vacant. Hwah, said in a deep voice. Don't underestimate me. A hint of anger flashed across Hofing Mizuman's face. His eyes glanced at the fire in the distant Konoha village, and the kunai in his right hand passed through Uchiha's body with soil in an instant! Fusion second stage. A ray of light flashed through Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes, and with a low drink from his mouth, his body instantly changed from behind the dead to the front of him. Nani? Uchiha, who had just lifted his imaginary body, showed a look of surprise on his face. Looking at the Bofeng water gate in front of him, a trace of unwillingness flashed across his face. It's over. Helix Maru. Heifeng Mizuno's eyes were cold, and her right hand suddenly pressed the Helix Maru in Uchiha's body. Peng. With a loud noise, Uchiha's body with soil was instantly knocked out, but when he was in midair, Uchiha's body with soil quickly disappeared. Damn Uchiha. Damn Konoha. Tail Beast Cannon. The destructive Nine Tails movements paused slightly, the kaleidoscope in his eyes disappeared instantly, and the consciousness lilies of the Nine Tails' eyes disappeared. A trace of hatred flashed in the middle, and there was a roar in his mouth, and the Nine Tails suddenly stood up! Swish, swish. There were two consecutive noises, and the two figures appeared almost at the same time. However, the difference is that the two people appeared in the way that Kakashi threw a special kunai on the ground under the feet, and then waved. Feng Shuiman's figure appeared instantly. And beside the Bofeng water gate, a huge dimensional square appeared instantly, and Hanayu's figure quietly walked out of the dimensional square. Thank you for your warm heart for 588 points! Thanks to Broken Cheng Wen for the 100-point reward. Thanks for the big 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Next chapter, Space Transfer. Chapter 279 Space Transfer. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 279 Space Transfer. For collection, for subscription, for reward, ask for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 279th chapter Space Transfer. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. It's the fourth generation of Naruto Master. The fourth generation of Naruto Master is finally here. We are saved. Numerous Konoha ninjas looked at the sudden appearance Bo Feng Shuiman, with a look of hope on his face, exclaimed with excitement in his mouth. This shows the popularity of Hufeng Watergate in Konoha village! Master Hanayu, you are back. The ground at the foot of Hanayu, who had just walked out of the dimensional square, squirmed slightly, and then a figure slowly emerged from the ground. It's Mizaki Taki. Have all the ninjas in Urinin village solved? Hanayu calmly glanced at Mizaki Taki emerging from the mud, and asked softly, Yes, Hanayu-sama. All the ninjas in the Urinin village have been wiped out. Mizaki Taki's face showed a trace of excitement, and he replied in a low voice, I know. Hanayu nodded slightly, and then walked straight to Heifeng Shuiman. With Hanayu's words, Mizaki Taki's body returned to the mud again. Roar! The huge head of the Nine Tails suddenly roared. In front of him, a huge black chakra ball quickly condensed, and then began to slowly shrink. Teacher Watergate. Hanayu walked to the front of Bofeng Watergate 453, glanced at Kakashi behind Bofeng Watergate, and whispered in her mouth, Kakashi, go and bring my child. Bofeng Shuiman turned his head and glanced at Kakashi behind him, with a trace of firmness on his face, and said in his mouth, Mr. Watergate. Kakashi's eyes showed a trace of confusion. He looked up at Bofeng Shuigate, and then quickly disappeared in place. Mr. Watergate, are you really going to do this? Hanayu frowned slightly while looking at the disappearing Kakashi, with a trace of sadness on her face, asking in her mouth, Han, it seems that you know what I'm about to do. That's right. You saw the technique I practiced. Bofeng Shuiman's eyes glanced at Han slightly, a smile appeared on his face, and his mouth was calm, said, Don't talk about it. Hanayu, is the pattern that appeared under your feet just now a space array? Heifeng Mizuno's eyes glanced at the Konoha ninja who was still unleashing ninjutsu. and looked back. Glancing at Konoha, his face showed a trace of firmness, and he asked softly in his mouth, "Ah, this is my Emperor, the power of the Dimension Square Shangri-La. It can control the Dimension Square at will, and transmit any object in the Dimension Square to other places." Hanayu's eyes looked at Bo Feng Shui. The door said quietly for a moment. Can any object be transferred? It's really like my Flying Thunder God's art. It really deserves to be the ninja world's emperor. There was a look of expectation on Bo Feng Shuiman's face. His mouth said with admiration, "Yes, any object." This is an ability similar to time and space transfer. Hanayu heard Bo Feng Shuiman's words with a trace of clarity on his face, and said with a deep voice in his mouth, "Then, Hanayu, please transfer 9 tails out of Konoha village. At the same time, I will transfer the tail beast cannon released by 9 tails." There was a pleading on Bo Feng Shuiman's face, and his mouth whispered, "Sure enough, it is the 4th generation of Muhikage. Do you want to protect your village even if you are swearing to death?" "I know." Hanayu's eyes looked at Bo Feng Shuiman's decisive expression, frowned slightly, and then nodded. Roar. Destroy it. Damn Konoha. Tail Beast Cannon. The 9 tails of condensed Tail Beast Cannon roared suddenly, instantly swallowing the huge chakra ball in front of him, and then quickly spit out. A huge black chakra ball quickly attacked everyone. Then, "Please, Hanayu Army." Bo Feng Shuiman's right hand threw out to Kunai in an instant, and then his body appeared in front of the Tail Beast Cannon. His hands were sealed, and his mouth whispered, "Please." 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Konoha Ninja looked at the Heifeng Mizuman that appeared in front of the Tail Beast Cannon with a trace of worry in his eyes, and shouted anxiously, "Forbearance time and space transfer." Bo Feng Shuiman's hands quickly formed a seal, and he let out a low drink from his mouth. His hands suddenly slapped on the ground. Following Bo Feng Shuiman's movements, an instant appeared on the ground after the complicated pattern. A ray of light rushed out of the pattern and directly transferred the Tail Beast Cannon to the outside of Konoha village. Peng. A huge explosion sounded, and everyone looked at a dazzling fiery red light on the distant horizon, with a trace of cold sweat on their faces. And then all the ninjas looked at Bo Feng Shuiman in admiration. Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. Start. Hanayu didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation at all, and a palm-size gossip disc appeared in her right hand. On the surface of the gossip disc, 3 blood-red gossip jade turned in an instant. Swish. With the activation of the Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La in Hanayu's hand, a huge dimensional phalanx appeared on the ground under the huge Jiui's feet. With the appearance of the dimensional phalanx, Jiui's body instantly disappeared. Not see! This ... Is this also space ninjutsu? Long live Hanayuzama! Konoha Ninja stared at the disappearing 9 tails and the huge dimensional square on the ground, for a moment, and then all the ninjas were all stunned. Cheered excitedly! Mr. Mizuman. I have transferred the 9 tails out of Konoha village. If you still want to seal the 9 tails, you can go straight through the dimensional square. Hanaya looked at the cheering Konoha ninjas, brows slightly wrinkled, reminded in his mouth. Thank you for your warm heart for 588 points! Thanks to Broken Cheng Wang for the 100-point reward. Thanks for the big 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The seal begins. Chapter 280 The seal begins. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 280 The seal begins. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The seal of the 280th chapter of The Strongest Emperor of Naruto begins. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. Mr. Watergate. I have transferred the 9 tails out of the village of Konoha. If you still want to seal the 9 tails, you can go directly from the dimensional phalanx in the past. Hanaya looked at the cheering Konoha ninja around, frowned slightly, and said with a reminder in his mouth, "Thank you very much, Hanayu. If I want to move such a huge guy away, but I need a lot of chakras." Bo Feng Shuiman's face showed a grateful expression, and said with a chuckle. However, Hanaya looked at Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes with a decisive expression. "Since you have decided, then, all the ninjas who can act will enter the dimensional array." Hanayu's face was side, and then he glanced at the ninja who was gradually calming down in front of him, and said loudly, "Yes, Lord Hanayu." All the uninjured Konoha ninjas looked at Hanayu with admiration, and said in unison, "For these Konoha ninjas, Hanayu's strength is definitely worthy of the respect of all Konoha." "Then, let's get ready too." Bo Feng Shuiman also stepped into the dimensional square, still with a gentle smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Swish." With a soft sound, the huge dimensional square array instantly lit up, and then all Konoha ninjas appeared on the outskirts of Konoha village, looking at the huge Kyuubi! Raw Space Ninjutsu. The kid Uchiha Hanayu has already learned Space Ninjutsu. Standing on the outskirts of Konoha village, Kyuubi glanced at the environment in front of him, and the huge beast eyes showed a hint of playfulness. He said with a deep voice in his mouth, "Yo, Ninetales, long time no see." Hanayu's figure appeared in front of Ninetales, her eyes calmly looked at Ninetales, and her mouth muttered, "Little ghost ... What about the consciousness I put in your body? Why can't I perceive it anymore?" After seeing Hanayu appearing in front of him, Kyuubi's eyes flashed with a doubtful expression in his mouth. Roar loudly, yeah, Ninetales. You should know what the essence of your existence is. A huge collection of chakras. You who have infinite chakras. I am looking forward to how many chakras you can divide into. Ninetales. Hanayu said with a playful smile on her face, with a chuckle in her mouth. You damn kid. Do you want to do that? Did my consciousness tell you? Kyuubi's eyes suddenly changed with anger. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, and his mouth was cold. Roared, "I won't let you succeed, you Uchiha kid." Kyuubi's eyes looked at Hanayu with a trace of horror and anger. His mouth roared loudly, and his right paw instantly stretched out, slapped Hanayu quickly. Peng. With a loud noise, Ninetales' right paw instantly slapped on the ground, but Hanayu's body appeared in another place. Under his feet, a dimensional square array was shining. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Ninetales saw that the blow hadn't been completed, and then let out a low cry. A huge fire dragon roared and charged towards Hanayu instantly. The art mirror. Hanayu snorted softly in her mouth, and stretched out her right hand at will. A huge mirror instantly blocked Hanayu's face, and quickly bounced the fire dragon in front of her back. Peng. The huge body of Ninetales was instantly hit by his own attack, and with the sound of an explosion, he was drowned in the flames. It's now spiritualism. Bo Feng Shuiman saw the situation of Kyuubi. His eyes flashed with a light, and he let out a low drink in his mouth, and his right hand suddenly slapped on the ground. Peng. With a soft sound, at the foot of the water gate, a huge toad appeared instantly, holding a huge pipe in the toad's mouth. And it was the toad went I. Middle dot 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 find flowers 0 middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot 20 is too big. I hope you can help me resist. Bo Feng Shuiman asked with a trace of apology on his face. Oh, it's Watergate. Want me to resist it? Ah, it turned out to be Ninetales. Although I am the top psychic beast in the psychic world, I still don't look enough in the face of Ninetales. Watergate. I can only do my best. Toad went I took a puff of his pipe, and then he saw the huge Ninetales in the distance, with a trace of dignity on his face, and said helplessly in his mouth, 0. Then please ask when to be too big. Bo Feng Shuiman said with a hint of apology on his face, reminding him softly. For Haifeng Mizuman, the village of Konoha behind him is an important thing that he absolutely must guard. Shuiman. Do you want to use that technique? 3 generations of Hokage looked at Bofeng Shuiman with a look of surprise on his face, and asked in his mouth while looking sadly at Bofeng Shuiman. Although the 3rd generation of Hokage already knows the result. The future of Konoha village. I beg you. 3 generations of adults. A sunny smile appeared on Bofeng Shuiman's face, and his mouth calmly said, ! Have you decided? Everyone. Buying time for the 4th generation of Naruto. The 3rd generation of Hokage's face grew older, turning to look at the Konoha ninja behind him, and shouting, ! Yes. Konoha and ninja yelled together, and then all kinds of fire escape, water escape, and wind escape ninjutsu all attacked the 9 tails. Thank you for your warm heart for 588 points! Thanks to Broken Cheng-Won for the 100-point reward. Thanks for the big 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. All the ghouls. Chapter 281. The ghoul is sealed. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 281. The ghoul is sealed. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 281 is sealed off. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Water escape. The art of the Great Falls. Outside Konoha, a group of water attribute Konoha ninjas made a seal with their hands. Suddenly from their mouths spit out a huge amount of sea water, forming a huge waterfall and rushing towards 9 tails quickly. Wind escape. The art of gale cutting. A team of ninjas with wind attributes also had their hands sealed, and a series of wind blades formed a huge wind blade, which quickly slashed towards the limbs of the 9 tails. You ants, go to death. Kyuubi was hit by ninjutsu with a look of anger on his face, and his 2 front paws instantly slapped on the ground. Following the movements of Kyuubi, the ground's 9-tailed front paws quickly appeared below, and the huge palms directly patted the 2 teams of Konoha Shinobu 197. Peng. With a loud noise, the bodies of the 2 teams of Konoha and ninjas were instantly knocked out. However, as soon as these ninjas took off, a dimensional array appeared in the sky and enveloped these ninjas. All the injured ninjas appeared behind the 3 generations of Naruto. Damn fox, don't ignore me. Toad Wentai frowned slightly, and squatted slightly, jumping into the sky instantly. Toad crushing the vendor technique. Toad Wentai's huge figure jumped into the sky instantly. With a loud shout, his body fell down like a meteor in an instant. Peng. With a loud bang, Toad Wen's 2 huge body instantly sat on Kyuubi's body, and the huge pressure directly pressed Kyuubi under him. Roar. Damn Toad. Kyuubi's body sank into the ground, his eyes showed a trace of anger, and his mouth roared. Peng. With the roar of the 9 tails, 9 huge tails burst out of the ground in an instant, and the 9 tails quickly hit the Toad Wentai's body. Wow! Peng. An attack from 9 tails directly knocked away the Toad mantra on his body, and the huge Toad mantra rolled too quickly and hit a mountain behind him. Cough. It really deserves to be the strongest existence among the 9 big-tailed beasts. Toad Wenta suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, frowned, and said with a sigh, "When is too big? Are you okay?" A worried look appeared on the face of Bofeng Shuiman, who was in Jian, and he said in a deep voice, "Such an attack can't die. You actually underestimate our Toad family." Toad Wen's huge body slowly struggled to stand up, with a trace of anger on his face. His eyes looked at 9 tails with cold eyes, and his right hand held the short knife at the waist. Although it is a short knife, it is also for a huge creature like it. Peng. A figure appeared behind Bofeng Shuiman, and then Kakashi appeared in front of Bofeng Shuiman with a baby in his arms. Mr. Watergate. Your child. Kakashi looked down at the baby in his hands, with a trace of sadness on his face, and whispered softly in his mouth, "Ahem, bring my child back." Just when Kakashi just appeared, a dimensional square appeared on the right side of the water gate, and then the weak figure of Kushina appeared in Bo Feng Shui. In front of the door, Juxinai, "Why are you here?" Bo Feng Shuiman's hand-knotting movement paused slightly, with a hint of surprise on his face, and asked softly, "Mizumi, are you really going to do this?" Juxinai's eyes glanced at the seal in Bo Feng Shuiman's hand, and his pale face became paler, turning his head to look nostalgic at Kaka. The baby in Zai's hands showed a gentle smile on his face. "I'm really sorry, Juxinai. Forgive my waywardness. After all, I am the shadow of this village." Bo Feng Shuiman's face showed a trace of guilt, and his mouth was full of apology. Have you made up your mind? Watergate. No need to apologize. Because I am your wife. Juxinai's eyes gently glanced at Bo Feng Shuiman, with a smile on his face. His mouth speak softly. Toad with a short knife. Toad Wentai looked back and glanced at the Kushina who appeared, nodded, and uttered a low drink in his mouth. The huge body jumped up instantly, and a blade of light flashed by in an instant. Tailed beast cannon. Kyuubi shouted in a low voice, and a huge energy column instantly shrouded in front of Toad Wentai. Peng, peng. With two consecutive noises, Toad Wentai's short knife instantly left a huge wound on Kyuubi's body, and then he was hit by the tail beast and disappeared into the air. See hi wime augzuzi wu see. Sealing technique middle. The ghouls are sealed. Bo Feng Shuiman's hands quickly stamped, and he snorted, and suddenly appeared behind him. 3.9 A hideous figure. Reaper. It's finally here. Hanayu's eyes quickly showed a six-pointed star pattern, and the carbonic eye in his left eye turned quickly, constantly analyzing the sealing technique of Bo Feng Shuiman. As Hanayu's analysis deepened, a group of faint phantoms quickly flashed out. Thank you for your warm heart for 588 points! Thanks to Broken Cheng Wen for the 100-point reward. Thanks for the big 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Death is coming. Ninetales chakra separation device. Chapter 282 Death is coming. Ninetales chakra separation device. For collection. For subscription. For reward. Chapter 282 Death is coming. Ninetales chakra separation device. For collection. For subscription. For reward. Naruto's strongest imperial tool brings the 282nd chapter of Death to come. Ninetales chakra separation device. For collection. For subscription. For reward. Death, it's finally here. Hanayu's eyes quickly showed a six-pointed star pattern, and the carbonic eye in his left eye turned quickly, constantly analyzing the sealing technique of Bo Feng Shuiman. As Hanayu's analysis deepened, a faint phantom flashed out quickly. The resolution of the ghoul is full. 100%. I saw it. I finally saw it. The six-pointed star in Hanayu's left eye kept flashing, and then the form of death gradually appeared in Hanayu's eyes. Did you call me, little devil? A huge phantom like a soul body, with a hideous face like an evil spirit, stretched out both hands to hold a rosary, and a short knife in his mouth. At this time, the god of death was cold and merciless. A trace of his eyes flashed greedily at Bo Feng Shuiman, and he asked in a low voice in his mouth, I have entered into a soul contract with you. You will get my soul, and at the same time, I need you to seal the nine tails. There was a calm look on Bo Feng Shuiman's face. His eyes looked at the nine tails, and he said in a deep voice, the contract is reached. Death God's eyes suddenly turned scarlet at 18, and he looked at Bo Feng Shuiman and Nine Tails as if looking at an ant, and said coldly in his mouth. Then, Reaper's right hand suddenly stretched out to Kyuubi. Nani? The fourth generation of Hokage. You actually summon the god of death who has been sealed. Kyuubi's furious eyes suddenly saw the god of death behind Bo Feng Shuiman. A trace of terror flashed on his face, and his mouth roared. Kyuubi, who has been in stock for countless years, certainly knows the god of death who was sealed before the creation of Ninzong by the 6 immortals. What a funny guy, he recognizes me. A light of interest flashed through Death's cold eyes. His eyes looked at the huge soul power in Ninetales' body, and his cold expression rarely revealed a look of excitement. Cut. Is this the god of death? It really depends on the soul to survive. This is somewhat like the way of existence of the Shikigami. Hanayu's eyes quietly watched the death god general behind Bo Feng Shuiman's body stabbed his right hand. After wearing Kyubai's body, he whispered softly in his mouth. Raw, my soul. How can I repair it? How can I let you succeed? Bo Feng Shuiman. Kute looked down at the soul-pulling force generated in his body in horror, and roared in his mouth, trying hard to pull the soul back to his body. Raw, disappear for me. Hurry up and disappear for me. Although Kyubai's body is bound by the power of death, at this time Kyubai can still move easily, and Kyubai's body suddenly after accumulating power in between pounced on the water gate of Bo Feng. I won't let you run away. Ninetales. Kushina was pale, standing beside Bo Feng Shuiman, and countless chains appeared on his body, quickly binding Kyubai's body. Kerala. With the sound of a chain, Ninetales were instantly bound by limbs and tail, and fell out of the air. How can it be repaired? The sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan. Ninetales looked down at the ghost of the soul slowly emerging from his body, with a trace of anger on his face, roaring in his mouth. Exclamation mark. It's almost time. Han looked at Ninetales who couldn't move. A playful light flashed in his eyes, and said in a deep voice. Exclamation mark. Psychic art. Hanayu's eyes flashed with excitement, and her right hand suddenly slapped on the ground. Following Hanayu's movements, a small figure appeared in front of Hanayu. Awesomely the beast change 100 arms giant Xiao Wang Wang. Xiao screamed at Han with a hint of excitement on his face, and touched Hanyu's feet affectionately. Then Xiao's body quickly became a 3-meter-tall figure. Raw. Xiao roared, and then suddenly spit out an object from his mouth. As the object landed, Xiao's body quickly disappeared. Peng. With a soft sound, the object that looked like a jar quickly fell on the ground. If the Hyuga clan watched with white eyes, inside the jar, the densely packed parts were operating in a mysterious pattern. Seal of the altar. Open. Hanayu's right hand erected a mark of opposition, and he let out a low drink. The inside of the jar in front of him burst out with rays of light, and then a complicated pattern was formed inside the jar. At the same time, a light burst out from the mouth of the jar. Exclamation mark. 9 Netil chakra. Seal. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and chakras on the imprisoned GY swiftly hit 680 towards the inside of the jar. Exclamation mark. This ... What is this? How can it be repaired? Yuakai Hanayu, what have you done ... This jar is able to capture my chakra. Kyubai's eyes looked at Hanayu angrily, and questioned, said. At this time, the 9-tailed chakra is passing by. Exclamation mark. The altar of sealing. It is like sealing the jar of Ishiomori's Uru. It has the ability to seal the 9-tailed chakra. This is the device I made for you with the hand of God perfect. In order to make this device, even if it's the perfect one who has the hand of the gods and it has exhausted my 7 days. 9-tailed. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at 9-tailed, and said in a deep voice. Exclamation mark. All right. Almost soon. I am about to become the main body soon. In the sealed space inside Hanayu's body, the 9-tailed consciousness kept roaring, and said excitedly. Thanks to Broken Chengwen for the 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter. 9-tail 3 points. 2 people Zuli. Chapter 283. 9-tail 3 points. 2 people Zuli. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 283. 9-tail 3 points. 2 people Zuli. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Naruto. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto Chapter 283 9 Nettled 3.2 People's Uli for collection, for subscription, for reward, ask for a monthly pass, alright. Soon, I am about to become the main body soon. In the sealed space inside Hanayu's body, the nine-tailed consciousness kept roaring, and said excitedly, "How can it be repaired? I'm not reconciled." Kyuubi's face showed a trace of unwillingness. His eyes glanced at the god of death above his head and the altar of seal in Hanayu's hand, roaring in his mouth. Kakashi. Bo Fengshuiman glanced back at Kakashi, reminding him in a low voice. Following the words of Bo Fengshuiman, Kakashi quickly walked to Bo Fengshuiman with the baby. "Mr. Watergate. What's the name of this child?" Kakashi's eyes were not cold because they had been protecting the safety of Juxina for several years. At this time, Kakashi looked down at the baby in his arms, asked in a low voice, "Naruto, my child." "This is what I and Juxina have discussed long ago." Bo Fengshuiman took the baby in Kakashi's hands with both hands, with a trace of gentleness and apology on his face, and a gentle mouth. "Say, I want the child to be called Ming." Juxinai's body was constantly weakened by the maintenance of the sealing technique, and his face was pale, but his eyes were shining with maternal love, and he looked at the baby in Bo Fengshuiman's arms. At a glance, he said with a chuckle, "Ah, remember our agreement, Kushina? If it's a boy, it's called Naruto. If it's a girl, it's called Ming. And, we've made a bet. If I lose, but want to play the role of Yan father." However, it seems that Juxinai has lost. It seems that Juxinai can only play the role of Yan mother. A gentle smile appeared on Bo Fengshuiman's face. Eyes gleaming, looking down at Naruto and Kushina, whispered in his mouth, "However, little son, I will still be a loving mother in the future. Ha ha. However, you are not suitable for being a strict father." There was a slight chuckle on Juxinai's face. His mouth low, said, "Sorry, Juxina. I may not be a good father." A wry smile appeared on Bo Fengshuiman's face. He looked down at the surrounding Naruto with his eyes open. His mouth was bitter. "Say, it's okay, Watergate. Our children should inherit our dream." Kushina lightly took over Naruto in Bo Feng Watergate's hand, with a warm glow on her face, gently squeezing her right hand. He squeezed Naruto's face and said with a chuckle, "It's getting started, Juxinai." Bo Fengshuiman's face showed a firm look, and a low reminder in his mouth. Hearing Bo Fengshuiman's reminder, Juxin injected a chakra into Naruto's body. Seal art middle. Baguous seal. Bo Fengshuiman's mouth let out a low voice, and his right hand suddenly slapped on the ground. Following Bo Fengshuiman's movements, a small gossip sealing platform appeared on the ground. Speaking of which, maybe we are the most cruel parents. Bo Fengshuiman's face showed a trace of sadness, and he said in a deep voice. Then Bo Fengshui's goalkeeper Naruto placed in the gossip sealing platform. Roar. This is the power of the seal. The fourth generation of Hokage. Do you want to seal me in this, kid? Nine Tails looked at Bo Fengshuiman's movements with a look of resentment on his face. His mouth roared inside. Reaper. Bo Fengshuiman ignored Kyuubi at all, and uttered a low voice. The death god behind Shuiman suddenly pulled out the soul of Kyuubi. "I won't let you succeed." The fourth generation of eyes. Kyuubi's eyes lit up with scarlet light, completely ignoring Hanayu's behavior of extracting her own chakras, roaring in his mouth, and his huge right front paw quickly stretched out. He took out a finger and attacked Naruto! Chikichi. There were two consecutive noises, and the figures of Bo Fengshuiman and Kushina appeared in front of Kyuubi's fingers, trying their best to block Kyuubi's attack! However, even though Kyuubi's blow was blocked, Kyuubi's fingers directly pierced Bo Fengshuiman and Kushina. Cough. It's great that you're okay. Naruto. A mouthful of blood was spit out from Kushina's mouth, but his eyes were lovingly looking at Naruto on the gossip seal. His face was exposed. Smile. I wanted to watch you grow up. but I'm sorry, Naruto. Only you will be the way to go. Kushina looked at Naruto with a gentle face, and whispered softly, say, my life is running out. It's about to begin. Juxinai. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Bo Feng Shuiman's mouth, and he said softly as he watched the grinning death behind him, Naruto, don't be picky eaters, eat more, and grow up quickly. Remember to take a bath every day, and don't stay up late. Remember to make friends. You don't have to have many friends, just a few truly trustworthy friends. Also, although my mother is very bad at it, you have to study your homework and ninjutsu. In school, we must respect teachers and seniors. There is another important thing. Regarding the 3 prohibitions of ninjas, especially money borrowing, you must be cautious. You have to wait until you are 20 to drink alcohol. Kushina's eyes kept tearing. With a gentle smile on his face, whispered softly in his mouth. Also, be more careful, teacher. And Naruto in Kushina's vision began to blur. His face showed a trace of reluctance, and he couldn't make a sound of tears. Say, the time is up. There was a trace of tears in Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes. He raised his head and glanced at Death, and said in a deep voice. At this time, Death had already held the short knife in his hand. Baguous sealing Wang Hao technique. Sealing. Bo Feng Shuiman's mouth let out a low voice, and his right hand suddenly patted Naruto's body. Following the movements of Shuiman, the knife in Reaper's hand also moved. The soul of 9 tails was cut off, and then the 9 tails were sealed in Naruto's body. Altar of sealing. Sealing. Hanayu snorted, and the altar of sealing in front of him also burst into light, and then the lid was closed instantly. At this time, Hanayu still took in a third of the 9 tails. Chakra. The remaining chakra was divided into 2 parts. One part was sealed in Bo Feng Shuiman's body, and the other part was sealed in Naruto's body. Together with the sealed one, there is also half of the light consciousness of Kyuubi. Thank you for your 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Soul Harvest. Exclamation mark. The seal of the minister. Chapter 284 Soul Harvest! Exclamation mark. The seal of the minister. Seeking collection. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking. Chapter 284 Soul Harvest! Exclamation mark. The seal of the minister. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 284 Soul Harvest! Minister's seal ring. For collection. For subscription. For reward. Peng. With a soft sound, the huge 9 tails were instantly divided into 3 parts, one sealed in the body of Bo Feng Shuiman, one sealed in Naruto's body, and another one was obtained by Hanayu. Not reconciled. Kyuubi's consciousness gradually fell into a deep sleep, and then was imprisoned in a sealed cage. Then, the contract is reached. There was a smirk on the face of Death behind Bo Feng Shui Gate. His eyes greedily looked at Bo Feng Shui Gate. His right hand suddenly stretched out, and the soul of Bo Feng Shui Gate was slowly pulled out. Ahem. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Naruto, I beg you. Bo Feng Shuiman said weakly with a request on his face. Exclamation mark. Hey. I know. Watergate. The 3 generations of Hokage showed an old expression on his face, and his eyes looked at Bo Feng Shui men with pain. Although the 3 generations of Hokage could not see the death behind Shui men, they knew that Bo Feng Shui the door used his own life as the price to seal the 9 tails again. Ahem. Compared to the 3 generations of old men, I am more inclined to Hanayu. Then, Naruto will leave it to you. Hanayu-kun, please be able to agree. The pale Kushina glanced at it. The 3rd generation of Hokage, after 320, turned his head to Hanayu and said please! Exclamation mark. As a disciple of Teacher Watergate. Of course I have to take care of the teacher's children. Peace of mind. Master Juxinai. The 6-pointed star in Hanayu's left eye kept spinning, his eyes looking at the person who was about to fall into death. Juxin and Bo Feng Shui men said softly. However, first of all, to solve the guy behind Miss Watergate. Hanayu's left eye copy eyes kept turning, and layers of six-pointed stars appeared and disappeared in Hanayu's eyes. The death in Hanayu's eyes was completely as clearer! The guy behind ... What are you talking about? Hanayu. A look of confusion appeared on the face of the third generation of Hokage. Then he glanced at the back of Bofeng Shuiman, and said in a deep voice, "This is the god of death." 3 generations of Hokage adults. Hanayu glanced at the god of death behind Bofeng Shuiman with a playful look, with a cold smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Oh, you kid. Can you see me?" The Grim Reaper, who was drawing the soul of Bofeng Shuiman, showed an interesting smile on his face, and said coldly, "Although it is a god of death, it is only a Shikigami. Survive by gaining soul power. So be it." Lord of Death. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the god of death, and said softly, "Huh? You kid knows a lot." A look of surprise flashed across Death's eyes. Although it was fleeting, it was also very rare for the expressionless Grim Reaper. "Speaking of it ... little devil, your eyes give me a familiar feeling." They are the eyes handed down by the 6 immortals. What do they seem to be called? Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Isn't it? A ray of light flashed in his eyes, staring closely at the 6-pointed star pattern in Hanyu's left eye, and said coldly, "Han, have you already opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes?" A surprised light flashed through the eyes of Bofeng Shuiman, who was weak, suddenly raised his head to look at Hanyu's left eye kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, and said in a deep voice, "I've been fighting to seal the 9 tails just now, but I didn't notice that Hanayu had already opened the kaleidoscope to write round eyes." "Nani? Has Uchiha Hanayu opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel? How is it possible?" Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with a look of surprise. His right hand suddenly clenched, his mouth gloomy, said, ! However, even if I have a kaleidoscope writing wheel, it can't stop me. After the god of death was surprised, Zongbik regained the cold light, and his right hand was still drawing the soul of Bofeng Shuiman, following with the actions of the god of death. An third of the soul of Bofeng Shuiman was drawn out. Hey, what a self-righteous guy. Do you really think you are a soul body to be able to reap the soul? Hanayu's eyes flashed with a playful expression on his face, and he said softly, "Huh? There are still some ways to deal with soul bodies in this world, but you Konoha absolutely don't." There was a trace of pride on the face of the god of death, and he said with a big smile, "Funny. Don't be too arrogant, Reaper." Hanayu's face showed a cold look, and a strong chakra wave suddenly appeared above his body, and said in a deep voice, "I don't know the so-called kid. Don't stop me from reaping my soul." The god of death glanced tyrannically at Hanayu, and slowly raised the short knife in his left hand. "I don't know the so-called is you, Reaper." The ring of sealing. Open. Hanayu's face showed a cold expression, and slowly raised her right hand. On Hanayu's right index finger, there was an eye like an eye. The ring flashed a ray of light quickly. With a soft sound, the eyes on the surface of the seal ring in Hanayu's right hand opened instantly, staring at the figure of death suddenly, and then slowly closed. Kid. What did you do to me? The Grim Reaper, who was about to harvest the soul, suddenly showed a look of horror, and said angrily. Just when the eyes of the ring in Hanayu's hand were closed, the god of death felt that the power of the soul in his body instantly disappeared. At this time, the god of death was completely an ordinary person. The ring of sealing. It can seal all the abilities that appear in front of this ring, whether it is the blood succession limit or the fairy art. If chakra is enough, even the 6 immortals can be sealed. Hanayu looked down with satisfaction, glancing at the ring in his right hand. He said softly, "Thank you for your 1000 points reward." Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Bofeng Shui Men sleeps. Sorry, readers, recently I need to take a few days off to go home, so I can't update these days. I'm really sorry. Besides, the plot of the 9 tails attacking the village is over, So the cold moon that opened the dimensional square Shangri-La has also started its own exploration plan. So, first of all, do you want to go to the moon to win the reincarnation eye? Exclamation mark. This is something that makes Hanayu's brain troublesome. Chapter 285 Soul Seal. Bo Feng Shuiman is sleeping. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 285 Soul Seal. Bo Feng Shuiman is sleeping. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest emperor. Chapter 285. The Soul Seal. Bo Feng Shuiman is sleeping. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The Ring of Sealing. It can seal all the abilities that appear in front of this ring, whether it is the blood inheritance limit or the immortal technique. If chakra is enough, even the 6 immortals can be sealed. Hanayu bowed her head. He glanced at the ring in his right hand with satisfaction, and said softly, "Nani, you damn kid. Give me death." The violent and terrified Reaper stretched out his huge palm and instantly attacked Hanayu, yelling, "Iron block middle hand knife." Hanayu's face showed a sneer, his eyes calmly looked at the huge palm in front of him, and the knife in his right hand was instantly cut out. Sneeze. With a soft sound, the death god's huge palm instantly fell to the ground. If it were an unsealed god of death, this 6/5 of an attack could be completely resisted! However, the god of death after being sealed is exactly like an ordinary person. How can it be repaired? Damn kid. Dare to cut my arm. Death looked at his right arm with a distorted face, his eyes flashing with angry light, and his mouth said in a deep voice, "Cut. It's really long-winded, you guy." Hanayu's eyes cast a cold look at Death, then glanced at the soul of the water gate held in Death's left hand, and said softly, "Woo." A sound of air breaking through the air sounded, and Hanayu's figure appeared in front of the death god's left arm, and the village rein in his right hand instantly slashed towards the death god's left arm. Peng. With a soft sound, Death's left arm instantly fell to the ground, and the soul of Bo Feng Shuiman floated in the air. "My soul." "You kid. Give me death." Death's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty rays, looking at the soul of Watergate floating in the air. Death's mouth roared, and the huge head suddenly in between. The short knife above the ground was picked up, and it quickly attacked Hanayu. Ding! With a sound of metal, the Reaper's short knife instantly hit the village rein of Hanayu, and then a series of curses appeared on the surface of the Reaper's short knife. This is. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, her eyes looked at the curse on the huge short knife in front of her, and her body quickly backed away. Ha 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 ha, it's useless. The soul of this guy is mine. Grim Reaper showed a crazy smile on his face, and said with a big smile, following the words of the god of death, the huge short knife in his mouth was instantly covered with curses. Kerala. The short knife covered by the curse made a crisp sound, and then quickly shattered. At the original position of the short knife, chains quickly extended towards the soul of Bo Feng Shuiman. Before Hanayu could react, he directly locked half of the soul of Bo Feng Shuiman. Cut. Too much. Unexpectedly that death's short knife has the ability to seal the soul. A wry smile flashed across Hanayu's face, glanced at the chains in the sky, and said in a deep voice, "You kid. No matter how you stop it, the soul of this guy is still mine." Grim Reaper had a triumphant smile on his face. His eyes looked down at Hanayu, and his mouth said triumphantly, following the words of the god of death, the locked soul quickly flew towards the mouth of the god of death. "Really? It seems that you thought you were victorious." Hanayu's eyes flashed with a cold light, his face was expressionless, and his mouth said coldly, "However, I won't let my efforts go to waste." The March of the Dead 8 Rooms. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and Kunyu in her right hand instantly transformed into 8 rooms. Zun. Hanayu yelled violently, and the 8 rooms in his right hand instantly slashed on the bodies of Watergate and Juxinai. "You little devil. Are you crazy? Seeing Hanayu's attack, the god of death said in a daze when he retracted his soul puppet making. Ignoring the words of the god of death, Hanayu let out a low cry, and the waves in front of the Watergate and Kushina were instantly enveloped by complex patterns. The soul that had not been locked by the death god was instantly absorbed into the body of Watergate. Nani? The soul was actually sealed in the corpse. Death's eyes flashed with horror, and he looked up at Hanayu with a look of fear on his face. You know, the current death, but it is still the soul body. If it is being sealed, it will definitely die. Boy, I remember you. The contract is reached. Death hurriedly swallowed half of Bo Feng Shuiman's soul into his mouth, glanced at Han, and his figure quickly disappeared into the air. Is it still unsuccessful? Half of Miss Watergate's soul is still captured by death. Han Yu's left eye closed slightly, a trace of blood slowly flowed out of his left eye, and she said in a deep voice. In front of Hanayu, the body of Bo Feng Shui Men who was killed by the 8 chambers fell asleep quietly, while Kushina's body slowly sank below the ground. Victory. Kyuubi was sealed. With the disappearance of the god of death, Kyuubi's figure was also sealed in Naruto's body, and then all the Konoha ninjas cheered. Victory? What a stupid thing. The victory that you use in exchange for the shadows in your village. Is it so happy? In the face of great fear, sacrifice in exchange for peace. In 4.6 these guys seem to take it for granted. Right. Hanayu calmly looked at the cheering Konoha ninja, with a trace of pity on his face, whispered softly in his mouth. Perhaps Konoha has decayed from this moment. Hanayu raised her head and glanced at the third generation of Hokage, with a cold smile on her face, muttering in her mouth, "Let's go. This doesn't belong to me anymore." Hanayu turned around slowly, and glanced back at the head of Hokage Rock behind him, with a gentle smile on his face again, and his mouth speak softly. The otaku is finally back. Reply to update today. Chapter 286 The Funeral of Watergate. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 286 The Funeral of Watergate. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 286 The Funeral of Watergate. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. Han is ready to be completed. In front of the house where Konoha Hanayu lives, a teenager with a cat face mask on his head appeared by the window, looked at Hanayu in the room blankly, and said in a deep voice, "Is it Kakashi? Is Miss Watergate's funeral ready?" Hanayu, who was thinking, turned her head and glanced at Kakashi, and said calmly, "3 generations of Naruto masters led all the ninjas in Konoha village in the cemetery." Kakashi's eyes flashed with sadness, and his mouth said slightly bitterly, "My flute can feel the sadness in your heart." Kakashi, I lost 2 close friends. And now I have lost my beloved teacher again. Such a mood. Let my flute begin its screaming. A flute appeared in Hanayu's right hand, and Hanayu's eyes calmly stared at the self-screaming military music. Dream shooting, whispered 18 times in her mouth. Speaking of it, the 3 generations of Naruto Master seem to have issued an order. Kakashi. Before Kakashi could speak, Hanayu rotated the flute in his hand a few times. His eyes calmly looked at Kakashi, his mouth he asked with a deep voice. Hearing Hanayu's question, Kakashi's body trembled slightly, a pair of dead fish eyes flashed with a trace of sadness, and then was replaced by coldness again. Kakashi was so quiet at this time. Looking at Hanayu quietly, she couldn't find her expression anymore. Yeah, is this your answer? Kakashi. Hanayu's eyes looked at Kakashi deeply, with a gentle smile on his face, and said with a light smile in his mouth, 3 generations of Hokage-sama issued an sleevel ban, and no one in Konoha could mention that the child who sealed the 9 tails was the son of the 4th generation of Hokage. At the same time, Shimura Danza has sent the people of the Root organization to promote Ming people are the sealed nine tails. Hanayu's eyes were cold, her face was expressionless, and her mouth calmly said, "Did you know?" Hanayu, Kakashi's eyes flashed with helplessness, and said with a bitter smile in his mouth. However, Kakashi laughed mockingly afterwards. "That's right. This is the first sleevel ban issued by the 3 generations of Hokage who re-enter the successor." Kakashi glanced at Hanayu, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Forget it. Don't care. After all, this is the decision of the elders. Isn't it?" Hanayu's expressionless face suddenly became gentle, and patted Kakashi's shoulder with his right hand, persuaded and said calmly, "You." After seeing the gentle smile on Hanyu's face, Kakashi froze for a moment, looking at the fading Hanyu. Kakashi always felt that Hanyu's transformation was a bit sudden, but, look, after Hanayu's extremely sincere smile and gentle persuasion, Kakashi suppressed the unnaturalness in his heart. "Hey Kakashi, let's go," Hanayu said with a gentle greeting when he turned his head and looked at Kakashi, who was standing still. Hanyu. "Don't you really feel sad?" Kakashi walked to Hanyu's face, with a rare trace of doubt on his face, and asked softly in his mouth, "Speaking of it, sadness is still there. However, this may be what Teacher Watergate expects. Guard this village." Hanayu whispered softly with a gentle smile on her face. "However, what I don't understand is, why are you killing Teacher Watergate?" Kakashi asked with a suspicious expression on his face. "Very doubtful. I just don't want to see Teacher Watergate die in the hands of the god of death. The 3rd generation of Hokage has agreed to my approach." Hanayu turned her head slightly to look at Kakashi, and said calmly, "For everyone in Konoha, the ability of Hanayu's deceased March 8 room is absolutely unfamiliar. Because the people who knew the ability of the deceased's March 8 room have been made into dolls by Hanayu." "Is that so?" Kakashi's eyes flashed to light, and he looked at Hanayu for a certain period of time, then shook his head, barely accepting Hanayu's explanation. "Let's go. The funeral of Miss Watergate is about to begin." Hanayu's face showed a serious expression. Her eyes were looking at the graveyard in front, and her mouth reminded 3 generations of Hokage. "We are here." Kakashi walked to the 3rd generation of Hokage's face 370 standing in front of the Watergate tombstone, and whispered in his mouth, "Well, since it's here." So, the funeral of the 4th generation of Hokage, Bofeng Watergate, now begins. The 3rd generation of Hokage looked sadly at the sleeping Watergate in front of him, and said with his mouth, "Behind the 3 generations of Hokage, all Konoha ninjas are wearing black funeral gowns, looking forward with admiration and sadness. Let's start." Hanayu Monarch. The 3rd generation of Hokage turned his head and glanced at Hanayu who was standing behind him, nodded, and said with a reminder! Military dream screaming. Flute sound. Inspiration. Victory of Naruto. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and then a majestic flute sound instantly resounded in the cemetery. At this time, Hanayu played impressively the Naruto by Toshiro Masuda, a majestic and extremely stimulating piece of music. The otaku is finally back. Reply to update today. Toshiro Masuda's Naruto. You can listen to it if you haven't heard it before. It's so nice. The 287th chapter Uchiha Itachi's Determination. On for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 287 Itachi Uchiha's Determination. On for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 287 Uchiha Itachi's Determination. Go for collection, for subscription, for reward, ask for a monthly ticket. Fire escape middle. Howl of fireball. On the 14th training ground, a 5-year-old boy quickly knotted his hands, snorted in his mouth, and a huge fireball instantly spit out. Peng. With a soft sound, How's fireball hit the surface of the lake in front of him, and then a huge wave rose on the surface of the lake! But the speed of Jai-in. Has it already been printed 5 times a second? Itachi. Behind the boy, a figure appeared instantly! Is it Brother Shishui? Although he can achieve 5 seals per second, it is still too reluctant. The 5-year-old Itachi has a steady and calm face that does not match his age. Itachi frowned slightly, and said with a light sigh, "Don't be too impatient." Itachi. Shishui glanced at Itachi, with a smile on his face, and said calmly, only in front of Itachi, Zishui's paralyzed face can smile. "Don't talk about it. Have you really decided?" Itachi. Shishui put a smile on his face, glanced at Itachi calmly in his eyes, and asked in a deep voice in his mouth, "Ah, it has been decided, Brother Zishui." Itachi's eyes looked at the Hokage rock in the distance and the ill-fated Konoha village around him, with a smile on his face, and his mouth firmly said, "Let's go." Itachi. "Let me take you to find Senior Hanayu." Zishui's face showed a smile and whispered in his mouth, "Yeah, I finally made up my mind." Diaresis. Itachi's eyes flashed with excitement. He shook his right hand and muttered softly in his mouth, "Although it has been a month since Nine Tails attacked the village, Itachi has completely engraved the cruelty of the Nine Tails attacking the village in his heart." "Come with me." Itachi. Zishui's figure walked in front, looked back at the Itachi behind him, smiled and beckoned, and said softly as a reminder, "Ah, of course we went to Senior Hanayu. As for why we came to this house ... because through this ... we can go wherever we want to go." Zishui's eyes showed a frantic look, and he lowered his head after a glance at Itachi. His right hand slowly stood up. Illusory magic middle ... solution. Zishui's eyes quickly spun round Sanga Yushalyuan, and he whispered in his mouth. The dilapidated scene in front of him instantly shattered like a mirror! What appeared in front of Itachi was an extremely luxurious room. Illusory? Itachi's eyes burst into light, with a trace of contemplation on his face, whispering softly in his mouth. This is an illusion technique set by Hanayu predecessors. A simple version of Jinghua Shui's illusion made with the ability of the Five-Vision Universal Observer illusion. But even the simple version of Jinghua Shui, if there is no unique removal technique in 3G Jade writing, it's absolutely impossible to untie it if you are in a wheel. Shishui turned his head and glanced at Itachi, and explained in a deep voice, "Dimensional phalanx open." Seeing Itachi's calm face, Zishui raised his right hand again and let out a low drink! Swish. With the movement of the water stop, a huge gossip pattern rose instantly above the ground of the house, which was a dimensional square array. "Let's go." Itachi. Zishui turned his head and glanced at the dazed Itachi, with a smile on his face, reminding him, "Is this the space teleportation array? I heard your father say it." Even Itachi, whose wisdom surpasses most adults, flashed a trace of curiosity on his face at this time, and asked softly, "As you can see, Itachi, this is the power of the dimensional square formation Shangri-La." The Emperor Hanayu Sr. Shishui's face showed a trace of pride, and he said with a deep voice, "Then, the dimensional square at the feet of Shishui and Itachi flashed a flash of light. The two disappeared into the room instantly! Swish, swish, swish. On an island very far away from Konoha, golden rays of light flashed quickly, and then a ninja with a different headgear on his head kept appearing and disappear! This is Itachi, who appeared on the island instantly, looked at the ninjas around with surprise on his face, and his mouth was speechless in surprise. "As you can see, Itachi, welcome to the ideal town." Shishui's eyes proudly looked at the small island in front of him, and the 3Go Jade writing wheel in his eyes couldn't help flashing a light of excitement, and his mouth sank. Said, "Yo, Shishui is back." "It's been a long time since I saw you," said a young man with a faint smile on his head and said hello. "Thank you for your 100-point reward!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Itachi's determination. The 288th chapter, Uchiha Itachi's determination. Under, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 288, Uchiha Itachi's determination. Under, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 288, Uchiha Itachi's determination. Next, for collection, for subscription, for reward, ask for a monthly pass. Oh, Shishui is back. It's been a long time. A young man with a smile on his head said hello with a slight smile. It's Misaka. Have you come back from the mission? Shishui raised his head and glanced at the boy in front of him, with a smile on his face, and said with a smile in his mouth, "This is the genius of your Uchiha family. Is it Uchiha Itachi? We often hear you mention it." Shimizu. Misaka glanced at Itachi, and asked calmly in his mouth, Really? Do I mention it often?" Zishui's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He looked down at Itachi, and said in a deep voice, Senior Shishui. Hanayuzama is already waiting. Just when Uchiha Shishui was embarrassed, a fluid figure slowly appeared on the ground at the foot of Shishui, appearing in Uchi like a stream of water. The ninja in front of Hatsui reminded him in a low voice, "Shadow?" "I know." Uchiha Shishui looked down at the fluid figure 677 in front of him and gradually turned into a ninja, with an expression of regaining facial paralysis on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Itachi, let's go." Shishui lowered his head and glanced at Itachi, with a reminder in his mouth, and quickly grabbed Itachi Uchiha's shoulder with his right hand. We are going to set off. Itachi. Zishui's face was with a smile, his eyes calmly looked at the shadow in front of him, and his brows wrinkled slightly. Following the words of Zishui, his figure quickly rushed towards the shadow that turned into a stream of water in front of him. Peng. However, before Itachi continued to speak, Shishui and the two collided against the water-shaped shadow ninja, but the feeling of hitting the entity that Itachi imagined did not appear. Instead, they were in the water-shaped shadow ninja. Upon the body of the person, a dimensional square appeared instantly. What is this? Uchiha Itachi had a hint of surprise on his face, opened his eyes and glanced at the changing environment around him again, asking in surprise in his mouth, "Is there a dimensional square inches the fluid ninja I just saw?" He lowered his head and glanced at the dimensional square at his feet. Itachi showed a thoughtful look on his face, and said softly, "It's Itachi. Have you already thought of it?" "That's right. The shadows just now are the living portals set by Hanayu Sr. These shadows created by Hanayu Sr. using special methods. Each person has a dimension in his body. The phalanx, when it becomes a fluid form, the dimensional phalanx will appear." Zishui's mouth calmly explained. Sure enough, Itachi's face showed a trace of clarity, and he murmured softly in his mouth, "I have to say that Itachi's IQ is much higher than that of ordinary ninjas, so you can analyze a lot of things with just one look." Then Itachi looked at the house in front of him curiously. "Itachi, Shishui, are you here?" Just as Itachi was looking at the house, a voice slowly came out from inside, and then Hanayu's figure quickly appeared in front of Itachi. At this time, Hanayu was dressed in a white 10-bladed costume and was surrounded by evil spirits invasion, looking at Itachi with a smile on his face. "Senior Hanayu... I hope to be your student." Itachi's eyes looked at Hanayu calmly for a moment, with a firm expression on his face. He bowed to Hanayu, and said pleadingly, "Why?" Hanayu glanced at Itachi noncommittently, a light flashed in his eyes, and his mouth did not respond to Itachi's request. Because I want to gain powerful power. Strong enough to guard the village and guard my forbearance. Itachi raised his head, looked at Hanayu earnestly with his eyes, and said calmly in his mouth, "Do you want to be forbearance? It seems that you have found your own forbearance." "Itachi, can you tell me what your forbearance is?" Hanayu's face showed a trace of appreciation, and asked softly in his mouth, guarding the peace of the village. This is my forbearance. Itachi's eyes showed deep gazes that were incompatible with his age, and he said quietly, sure enough, Itachi's forbearance still guards the peace of the village. Hanayu's face showed a helpless smile, and he muttered to himself, in that case, your plea. I accept it, Hanayu said with a gentle smile on her face. Really, teacher Hanayu? There was a grateful smile on Itachi's face. His eyes flashed with excitement, and his mouth whispered. For Itachi, Hanayu is the absolute genius of the Uchiha family. Even if it was just a simple teaching last time, Itachi's strength can be comparable to ordinary Xiren. After seeing the cruel war in which Nine Tails attacked the village, Itachi finally established his own forbearance and made up his mind. Regardless of his father's warning, he directly found Hanayu and became Hanayu's student! Yeah, this is my first student. And it's still Itachi. Hanayu's eyes showed a hint of playful light, and he said in a deep voice, thank you for the 100-point reward from Kaiwu Zaifeng! Thanks for the 100-point rewards from Dada and Xiaotu! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Hanayu's ideal hometown login plan. Chapter 289 6 Paths Mode. Open for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 289 6 Paths Mode. Open, please collect, seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. The strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 289 6 Ways Mode. Open, please collect, seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. Impatience Chlored. On a small island far away from Konoha, a teenager suddenly spit out 10 fireballs. Then suddenly 10 shurikens were thrown out between both hands! Ding, ding, ding. Around the boy, 10 wooden stakes were erected. With a soft sound, all the fireballs hit the 10 wooden stakes. The shuriken in the fireball quickly nailed to the heart. Yes, Itachi, I have made a lot of progress. Next to this young man, there was also a slightly older young man. The young man was wearing a white 10-bladed suit, and the chakra on his body was constantly releasing come out. This young man is really Hanayu. At this time, Hanayu watched the movements of the ferret quietly, and on top of Hanayu's hands, layers of red chakras continued to extend. Miss Hanayu, I will definitely work harder. This kind of action is still not enough for me, Itachi said with a trace of firmness on his face, and said in a deep voice, very good decision. In that case, let us fight. Only in battle can we grow better. Hanayu's face showed a smile. His eyes looked at Itachi, his mouth speak softly. Is it possible to grow better in battle? I know. Itachi's eyes showed a thoughtful light, and his body quickly leapt back, pulling away from Hanayu, and appeared in his right hand. A bitter nothing. I can't wait any longer. In that case, as long as you can defeat Microclone, the first stage of practice is over. Hanayu's face showed a smile, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. The ferret, his mouth is calm said. Ninfa middle. The technique of Croclone. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and his right hand slowly stood up, with a low cry in his mouth. Quay, gua, gua. Following Hanayu's movements, crows flew out of Hanayu's body, then gathered in the air, circled Hanayu twice, and quickly gathered together. Is this the Croclone technique of teacher Hanayu? Itachi's eyes looked at the Croclone slowly gathering in the sky with envious eyes, with a serious expression on his face, whispering softly in his mouth. Hid. Is this really good? In a huge cage in Hanyu's body, Nine Tails suddenly opened his eyes. The huge body was no longer weak, and he said in a deep voice, Yo, Nine-tail. You finally woke up. It seems that you have integrated the chakra of Nine-tailed body. Hanayu's face was filled with an excited smile, and his mental consciousness quickly appeared. In the sealed space, His eyes satisfactorily looked at the 9 tails in front of him and said softly, "Ah, thank you so much, Hanayu kid, for allowing me to escape from the 9-tailed body, and then I got 1/3 of the 9-tailed chakra. I am now ... already become a real 9-tailed tail." The huge 9-tailed eyes looked at his body with a trace of excitement. A rare smile appeared on his face, the huge canine teeth opened and closed, and his mouth laughed. "Since you have become the 9 tails ... then, our agreement is about to begin," Hanayu said with a chuckle on her face, as she reminded her softly, "Of course, haven't we already been determined to be partners?" "Hanayu kid." A smile appeared on Kyubai's face, and his huge right paw stretched out to meet Hanayu's right fist! Seal of the 5 elements ... open. A little chakra flame appeared on each of the 5 fingers of Hanayu's left hand, and then suddenly pierced her abdomen! Ka. As Hanayu's left hand turned, the seal of the 5 elements in the center of the huge 9-tailed cage began to slowly open! Chakra transmission. 9-tailed eyes flashed with gratitude, slowly closing his eyes, and the chakra above his body continuously transmitted towards the cold moon! Swish, swish, swish. With the transmission of 9-tailed chakra, Hanayu's body began to slowly appear with a trace of golden coat, and 6 jade appeared on Hanayu's neck. Middle dot. Find flowers. 0. Is this the 6-way mode? It's really powerful. Hanayu slowly opened her eyes, glanced at her golden chakra coat, said with a chuckle in her mouth, "Hanayu kid, at present, your body can't bear more chakras. If you want to become the 9-tailed mode, you still need more training." Kyubai's face was slightly tired, and his body slowly walked out of the cage. I found a place to sit down, and said in a low voice, "That's it. This is it." Hanayu's face was filled with excitement. She opened her writing wheel eyes, looked up at the blood-red moon above her head, and muttered softly in her mouth! Peng. With a soft sound, Hanayu turned her head to look. At this moment, the body of the Itachi who was fighting quickly flew back, and then slammed on the trees behind her! Itachi. That's the end of this practice. Following Hanayu's words, the crow clone flew back into Hanayu's body instantly! Sure enough. Cultivation is not enough. I will practice harder in the future. Teacher Hanayu. Itachi's face showed a trace of unwillingness. His eyes showed a trace of firmness, and he said softly, "N. This is the dimensional square formation leading to this island. As long as you open it, you can come here." Han took out a scroll in his right hand and said softly, "Seal the scroll?" "I know." Itachi took the scroll with his right hand, and then suddenly slapped his right hand on the ground. With Itachi's movements, the scroll unfolded in an instant, and a huge dimensional square appeared quickly in front of Itachi! Thank you C for the 2000 points reward! Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Hanayu's ideal hometown login plan. The 290th chapter, Hanayu's ideal hometown registration plan. On, seeking collection, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass. The 290th chapter, Hanayu's ideal hometown registration plan. On, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Hokage's strongest emperor, Chapter 290, the ideal hometown login plan for the cold moon. Go, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Peng. With a soft sound, Itachi's figure instantly disappeared in the dimensional square. At this time, Itachi had already appeared in Konoha's Uchiha family residence. It's amazing. Teacher Hanayu's teleportation formation. Itachi looked up at the surrounding environment, looked at the familiar family in front of him, and said in amazement, "Is Itachi back?" Itachi, who just walked into his house, looked at his serious father, Uchiha Tomokazu. Itachi frowned slightly. At this time, Uchiha Tomokazu's face was expressionless. His eyes were cold, and his mouth asked softly, "My father." Itachi walked to the front of Uchiha Tomokazu, looked at his father with calm eyes, and said softly 587 in his mouth. "Itachi, why did you come back so late?" Uchiha Tomokazu had a questioning look on his face. His eyes were cold and he looked at the Itachi in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "I'm very sorry, father. I forgot the time because of training." Itachi replied softly with a trace of apology on his face. "Really? It really deserves to be my Uchiha Tomokazu's son." Uchiha Tomokazu's face instantly turned from a blank expression into a smile, and said with approval, "Itachi, since you are back, Sasuke will take care of you." With a gentle smile on Uchiha Tomokazu's face, he looked at Itachi for a moment, and said softly, "Yes, father." Itachi glanced at Sasuke, who was held by the servant Uchiha next to him, with a happy smile on his face, and said softly, "This guy, Itachi has wisdom beyond ordinary people. Only with family affection can it be dominated by Itachi." Seeing Uchiha Tomokazu, who left with Sasuke in his arms, the expression on his face slowly became cold again. He got up, staring at Itachi's back, and whispered softly in his mouth, "Patriarch Tomogoka, just let Itachi and the fellow Uchiha Kanayu come in contact. Really okay?" Behind Uchiha Tomokazu, a dark figure slowly emerged, and then a low voice appeared in the room. "It's okay, as long as you help me take control of Konoha. Everything is okay." Uchiha Tomokazu's eyes burst out with a sharp light. With a cold expression on his face, he said with a deep voice. At this time, Uchiha Tomokazu seemed to see the day when he became Hokage. "I will help you control Konoha." After all, Konoha should have been controlled by the Uchiha family since the early days. A light flashed, and the black shadow behind Uchiha Tomokazu revealed a figure, a whirlpool. The type of mask looked strangely surprised under the radiance of the light. "That's right. Konoha is the Konoha of the Uchiha family." Uchiha Fumigoka's face showed a light of excitement. His eyes burst out with an extremely confident ambition, and his mouth was a little crazy. "Stupid guy." The shadow in the shadow position glanced at Uchiha Tomokazu, who was in madness, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and said with a sneer, "Hanxiogui, this is just the most basic 6 modes. Is that all right?" Hanayu also returned to Konoha, and Ninetales said calmly at this time, Although it is not in the 6 ways immortal mode, this is fine. Even the 6 ways mode has unlimited chakras." Hanayu walked quietly on the streets of Konoha, his eyes calmly looking at the surrounding people. The crowd replied in their hearts, "Speaking of it, when did you know this secret?" "You know, this is the secret of the age of the 6 immortals. Even the 2 sons of the 6 immortals don't know about it." The huge body of Ninetales was in there. Hanayu wandered back and forth in the sealed space in her body, then her right paw opened the seal lock and walked out slowly, grinning in her mouth. "Since when did I know?" "From the beginning. I knew it from the beginning." Ninetales. Hanayu's eyes flashed a playful smile, and he muttered softly in his mouth. At this time, Hanayu kept nodding hello to the pedestrians who greeted the surroundings while walking. Thanks to Hanayu's usual surface work, everyone in Konoha knew that Hanayuzama, who was comparable to the strength of the film class, was a gentle person. "Ninja, Master Hanayu." As Hanayu moved, a head suddenly appeared in the land in front of Hanayu, and then a man jumped out. His eyes looked at Hanayu feverishly, and his mouth said respectfully, "Is it Mizaki Taki? Are you all ready?" Hanayu calmly glanced at Mizaki Taki emerging from the mud, with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Lord Hanayu, it's ready." Mizaki Taki's eyes were full of enthusiasm, and he looked at Hanayu with a trace of excitement on his face, and replied with a deep voice in his mouth, "In that case, the plan has begun." Hanayu's eyes flashed with a deep light, a serious smile appeared on her face, And she said in a deep voice, "Yes, Lord Hanayu." Hearing Hanayu's words, Mizaki Taki knelt down on one knee in an instant, with a hint of excitement on his face, and answered softly in his mouth, and then his body jumped high, just like diving in general, quickly jumped into the dirt on the ground. My ideal hometown registration plan ... is about to begin. Hanayu's eyes showed a faint smile of excitement, and he looked down at Mizaki Taki, who was leaving like a swim, and muttered in his mouth, "Thank you, C, for the 4,000 points reward!" Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Hanayu's ideal hometown login plan, down. The 291st chapter, Hanayu's ideal hometown registration plan. Next, seeking collection, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass. The 291st chapter, Hanayu's ideal hometown registration plan. Down, seeking collection, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass. Hokage's strongest Emperor's best Emperor, chapter 291. The ideal hometown login plan of the Cold Moon. Down, seeking collection, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly ticket. My ideal hometown registration plan ... is about to begin. Hanayu's eyes showed a faint smile of excitement. He looked down at Mizaki Taki, who was leaving like a swim, and muttered in his mouth, "What an interesting kid. The old man is actually very interested in your ideal hometown registration plan." In other words, since the Kyuubi body was divided into 3 parts, the old man himself is the only one who can move freely! Kyuubi's eyes flashed with a hint of interest, and he said in a deep voice, "Okay, nine-tailed. Now you are the main body for the other 2 nine-tailed. Don't worry about it." Hanayu's eyes glanced at the Yaraman that had just opened in front of him, and his face revealed, with a playful smile. He whispered in his mouth, "Oh, that's right, Hanayu kid. This sealed space is still too small. The Imperial Palace in your body is very suitable for me." A smile appeared on Kyuubi's face, and his huge body walked up to the Emperor. In front of the palace, he looked up at the huge door in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Want to go in? That's what you want. However, don't get close to my Emperor. Otherwise, you might die if you are 18. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile. The spirit body appeared next to Kyuubi, warning in his mouth, "Kerala," with a soft sound. The huge door started instantly, and then Kyuubi couldn't wait to walk into the palace. "Is this the Emperor? The old man has been curious about your Emperor for a long time." Kyuubi's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he kept looking at the various Emperor tools in front of him, and said with a chuckle! Then the huge right paw of Nine Tails touched a piece of Imperial equipment in front of him. Peng! With a loud noise, the huge body of Nine Tails was instantly bounced away. This Emperor, like a canine tooth, gleamed with dazzling light, and then fell into dead silence again. "I told you, Nine-tailed, if you touch it at will, you will die." Hanayu sat quietly on the throne, looking at Nine-tailed body with interest in her mouth. Shensheng said! Cut! It really is the surprised Emperor. Jiwai glanced at the Emperor in front of him calmly, grinning slightly with her fangs, and said irritably, "The space here is enough for you to survive, Nine-tailed. But ... be sure to remember that if you move my Imperial equipment indiscriminately ... you will pay the price." Hanayu's eyes looked down at Nine-tailed and then glancing at the huge palace in front of him, he warned. After that, Hanayu ignored Nine Tails. The technique of Crow Clone. Hanayu walked quietly on the streets of Konoha. His right hand was slightly erected, and he let out a low cry. Quay! Quack! Quack! The crows flew out of Hanayu's body continuously, and then hovered in the air. If someone takes a closer look, they will find that the eyes of these crows are all three Guajade round eyes. Baji collapse. At a training ground of the Hyuga branch, a young man yelled from his mouth, and his hands quickly hit the wooden stake in front of him 8 times! Peng, peng. As the young man stopped his high five, the wooden stake in front of him instantly began to explode, almost instantly turning into a ball of powder. And among Konoha, the only member of Hyuga who possesses the 8th level collapse secret technique is the only Hyuga Sato of the night attack team! Yeah? Is Captain Hanai finally starting to plan? Hyuga Sato looked up at the crow tweeting above his head, with a long-lost smile on his face, and said softly, underestimating it, "Are you going to start?" Captain Hanayu, under the shadow of a tree in the Nara family, a sweet-looking girl suddenly opened her eyes, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, whispering softly in her mouth. Following the girl's words, groups of dark shadows appeared from the ground continuously, and then merged into the girl's body. And the same thing happened everywhere in Konoha. Swish, swish, swish. In the still abandoned base of Dashimaru, there was a sudden sound of air explosions, and then a group of people quickly appeared in it. Is it finally here? My subordinates. Hanayu, who was sitting quietly on the chair, calmly looked at the ninja appearing in front of him, with a smile on his face, and whispered softly in his mouth, "Is everything ready?" Looking at the people around, even Hanayu was a little excited, because these are the subordinates that he has carefully cultivated. "Yes, Lord Hanayu," the ninjas in front of Hanayu said in unison. From the eyes of these ninjas, all you can see except fanaticism is admiration. In that case, the ideal land login project ... began. A deep smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and said in a deep voice, ! It used to be an era of horror when humans were fighting each other. Then a monk appeared. He was the first to discover the truth of chakra and to tolerate religious doctrines, hoping to lead the world to peace. This person was known as the Savior, and this person was called Datongmu Uie, later known as the Six-Way Immortals. Hanayu's eyes burst with dazzling light, and the expression on her face was slightly agitated. The change in emotion caused Hanayu's eyes to involuntarily open a pair of 337 kaleidoscope writing round eyes. But ... The world only knows that the 6 Tao Immortals are the creators of the world and the creator of the peaceful order. But no one knows that in the age of the 6 Tao Immortals, there exists an existence with the same power of immortals, that is, the younger brother of Datongmu Uie. Datongmu Uie village. When the Lidao Immortal sealed the 10-tail shell on the moon he created, as the younger brother of the Lidao Immortal, the Datongmu Yukon clan moved to live on the moon, guarding the 10-tail shell at all times. Hanayu's face revealed, with a faint smile, the blood-red 6-pointed star in his eyes kept shining with light, looking up at the moon in the sky. Hanayu's right hand suddenly stretched out. Now, our plan is to land on the moon. Then, we will settle our own base on the moon. At the same time, we must get those eyes. Hanayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mouth sank, said, "Thank you C for the 6,000 points reward!" Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Hanayu's ambition! All for the strongest! Chapter 292 Hanayu's ambition. All for the strongest, seeking collection, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking month. Chapter 292 Hanayu's ambition. All for the strongest, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for the strongest Emperor of the Moon and Hokage. Chapter 292 The ambition of Hanayu. All for the strongest, for collection, for subscription, for reward. Now, our plan is to land on the moon. Then, we will settle our own base on the moon. At the same time, We must get those eyes. Hanayu's eyes narrowed slightly and his mouth was slightly narrowed. Said in a deep voice, "Yes, Lord Hanayu's forbearance. I'll wait for the death to be done. The meaning of waiting for my life is to fulfill Lord Hanayu's ideals." All the ninjas knelt down on one knee, with a trace of enthusiasm on their faces, and shouted in unison! So, go. With a satisfied smile on Hanayu's face, her right hand suddenly waved down. With Hanayu's movements, the crowded venue disappeared instantly. Night Assault Squad officials, 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa. Hanayu's eyes slowly scanned the empty venue, a smile appeared on his face, and he whispered softly in his mouth. Night Assault Team. Hyuga Sato, Narewami, Kato, Akudo Ueno, Uekai Hashish Yui Ginseng. The 5 members of the Night Assault Team quickly appeared in front of Hanayu, the minister. Kirichi character Saito Sakuroki, Milenite Mizaki Taki, Smash King Cornelia, Rattlesnake Ozakigawa, Water Dragon Sword Nahaziu, You the Trousers of Pawnee and Prometheus Chikushi Ginseng. Behind the Night Raid Team, 7 figures also appeared! 4 ghosts in the Rakshasa. The 5 generations of Oada, the soft ghost, Akiyoshi, the evil ghost Kawasumi, and the Asura of the 5 generations of Natsumi Ginseng. Beside the minister, the 4 figures quickly moved from the surrounding walls, out of the mud. He looked at Hanayu in front of him with a trace of enthusiasm in his eyes, and said respectfully in his mouth, "Ye Raid Squad, my subordinates, you have grown up again." Hanayu looked at the dozen people in front of him with relief, with a gentle smile on his face, and said calmly, yeah. Since I learned about Captain Hanayu's ideals, our team is training all the time." There was a smile on Hyuga Sato's face, his eyes calmly looking at Hanayu. His mouth said with a chuckle, "Yes." In order to help Captain Hanayu become the strongest existence in the world beyond the 6 immortals, as your lovely subordinates, we have worked hard to cultivate. Narewami's face has a sweet smile and eyes. Looking at Hanayu happily, she said softly, "It's really hard work." "Woe my sauce," Hanayu said with a smile on her face, with a hint of encouragement in her mouth. I was encouraged. I was really encouraged by Captain Hanayu. Narewami, who was still calm just now, whispered with an excited expression on his face. Woma, this guy. Really troublesome. Kato glanced at Narewami's intoxicated expression, with a look of helplessness on his face, whispering softly in his mouth, "Sure enough, it's Wami sauce." Even if the facial paralyzed man knew Akai Hashish Yui, his expressionless face became a little weird, and he muttered, "Let's go. Let's see our ideal town." Hanayu's eyes swept across everyone in front of him, a smile appeared on his face, and a deep reminder in his mouth. "Yes, Lord Hanayu," everyone shouted together, and then a huge dimensional square appeared on the ground. As a light flashed, everyone disappeared into the base. This is, except for Uekai Hashish Yui, who often comes here, the rest of the Night Raid team has not been to the island of the Cold Moon because they have been cultivating. At this time, the Night Raid team watched the huge instrument in front of me was shocked and speechless. Welcome to our ideal homeland. As you can see, all the ninjas that have existed in the ninja world, the ninjas who have been strong for a while, the family ninjas with unique secret techniques, the shadow-level powerhouses who have died, they can all be found in our ideal hometown. As long as I have a trace of cells, through this instrument, I can perfectly replicate some ninjas with unique ninjutsu and secret techniques such as the blood inheritance limit. Hanayu's eyes shone with light, looked at the huge space in front of him with a little excitement, and said with pride in the densely covered figure in the petri dish, "Whether it's Mudan, Shaolin Yan, white A's, skeletal veins, Bing Dun, etc., I have collected a large portion of the blood succession boundaries that have appeared in the ninja world. If I can collect all the blood succession boundaries and use the analytical ability of my left eye, I can completely surpass the 6 immortals!" Hanyu's eyes bloomed with a light called ambition, and his hands were slightly raised up slightly. The carbonic eyes in his left eye quickly rotated, and his mouth said excitedly, "My ideal ... No, it should be said that my ambition is to become an existence beyond the 6 paths of immortals. And here is my starting point, an ideal home independent of the shinobi world." Hanayu's face was filled with a crazy smile. His mouth said in a deep voice, "Everything. In order to be the strongest." "Thank you C for the 6,000 points reward!" Exclamation mark. "Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward!" Exclamation mark. "Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points!" Exclamation mark. "Subscribe, ask for a reward!" Exclamation mark. "Ask for a monthly pass!" Exclamation mark. "Seeking collection super middle dot dimensional array to the end of the other shore dot." Chapter 293 Super Middle Dot Dimensional Array to the end of the other shore. For collection, for subscription, for reward. Chapter 293 Super Middle Dot Dimensional Array to the end of the other shore. For collection, for subscription, for reward. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 293 Super Middle Dot Dimensional Phalanx to the end of the other shore. For collection, for subscription, for reward. Master Hanayu, it's ready. At night, on the small island far from Konoha, a ninja slowly emerged from the shadows, speaking calmly. "Hiromu Yakudo, are you ready yet?" Hanayu's face calmly looked at Hiromu Yakudo as his shadow guard, and asked softly, "Yes, Hanayu-sama. All one is ready." Hiromu Yakudo's face was expressionless, and his mouth said respectfully, "Since this is the case, then, Kudo, show all the information on this small island." Hanayu said with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "I see." "Lord Hanayu," Hiromu Yakudo responded with a voice, and then slowly stretched out his right hand, and in the palm of his hand, a palm-sized detector quickly emerged. Secret technique middle dot detection. Hiromu Yakudo's mouth whispered. The palm-sized detector flashed instantly, and then a hologram of a small island instantly appeared in front of Hanayu. "You said. What kind of existence does the Moon Clan that Master Hanayu said about 740? The probe in the palm of Kudo Hiromu's palm can freely explore any place Hanayu wants to know." Hanayu at this time quietly looking at a ninja with a cloud cover on his forehead, his eyes curiously asked his companion next to him, "How do I know?" "I just heard Master Hanayu say that there are still people living on the moon. In other words, is the moon really suitable for human survival? I'm actually very interested in Datongmu-yukon among the Hanayu population. One is the Ludao immortal, and the other is the ancestor of the moon. Should I say that I am the younger brother of the Ludao immortal? Or, Datongmu is originally a super family? Hey, I'm really curious about how Lord Hanayu will move us to the moon." Following Hanayu's sight, a ninja also asked with a hint of curiosity. "Shut up. Is the abilities of Lord Hanayu imaginable?" Instead of being curious here, it is better to wait until you log onto the moon and sigh. Also, don't forget ... Our existence is to implement Lord Hanayu the strongest idea. Remember it for me, you bastard. Yeah, it seems that everyone is very interested in what I said about the Datongmu-yukon clan. Hanayu said in a low voice with a playful smile on his face. "Master Hanayu, what should I do next?" Hiromu Yakudo glanced at Hanayu with a frenzy on his face, and asked softly in his mouth, "That's it. The next thing. Leave it to me," Han said with a deep smile on her face. "Night Assault Squad!" Hanayu yelled in a low voice, and 5 figures appeared in front of him instantly. They were the Night Assault Squad carefully cultivated by Han! The plan is about to begin. Han calmly looked at the 5 people in front of him, and a palm-size gossip plate appeared on his right hand. It's finally starting. I'm very curious about what kind of existence the Datonki Hamura clan really is. There was a hint of curiosity on Sato Hyuga's face, and he whispered in his mouth, "Curious. I hope you won't be too surprised when you see it." Hanayu's face was a bit of a playful bye-bye smile, and he glanced at Hyuga Sato's eyes. and said with a chuckle in his mouth, Why do you feel the surprise of Captain Hanayu's smile? Is it my illusion? There was a thoughtful look on Sato Hyuga's face, and he muttered, Then, let's start. Hanayu's mouth whispered, and a pair of gorgeous wings instantly opened behind her. After that, Hanayu's body had appeared in the sky, which was a kilometer away from the island. 6 modes. Open. Hanayu's mouth let out a low cry. The 9 tails in the imperial palace suddenly opened his eyes, and then a series of 9-tailed chakras quickly appeared in Hanayu's body. A golden chakra coat was formed on the surface of Hanayu. Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La Secret Skill Middle. Dimensional Link. Hanayu's right hand suddenly threw down the Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La in his hand. As the Dimensional Square Shangri-La fell, the dimensional squares did not change. Stop appearing. Each dimensional square is connected to the next dimensional square! Let's lead to the end of the other shore. My ideal town. Secret skill middle. Super middle. Dimensional array. Open. Hanayu, who was standing at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, suddenly folded his hands together, yelled in his mouth, and appeared in the air. The dimensional phalanxes were instantly linked into a superlarge dimensional phalanx covering the entire island. At the same time, above the moon above Hanayu's head, the originally dim moonlight began to burst out a cloud of light, and then on the top of Hanayu's head, an equally huge one slowly began to appear on the surface of the moon! Ha ha, I'm about to succeed. Hanayu, who was in the middle of the 2 huge dimensional squares, was flying thousands of miles behind Fallen Angel, which had completely turned into blue energy wings. At the same time, Hanayu, the 6 patterns on the body were taken out in an instant. Hanayu still put his hands together at this time, and the sweat on his face kept dripping. Thank you C for the 6,000 points reward! Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Next chapter, Moon. Log in. Chapter 294 Moon. Log in for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 294 Moon. Log in for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emissary. Chapter 294 Moon. Log in. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. Ha ha. It's about to succeed. Hanayu, who is located in the middle of 2 huge dimensional squares, flies thousands of miles behind him. Fallen Angel has completely turned into a blue energy wing, and at the same time, the 6 patterns on Hanayu's body were instantly extracted. At this time, Hanayu's hands were still folded, and the sweat on his face was dripping. Swish, swish, swish. Chakras were continuously drawn out by the huge dimensional square. At this time, the sweat on Hanayu's face became more and more, and the dimensional square on the moon in the sky, but it is getting more and more real. Space change. Together. Hanayu's hands suddenly separated from the state of fusion, and then as if being pulled by gravity, they gathered again in an instant. Then, Hanayu shouted in her mouth, the dimensional square formation on the island. The dimensional square above the moon shined instantly. Hey, Hanayu kid, how are you? It actually consumes so many chakras. With the combination of the 2 dimensional squares, the thousands of miles flying behind Hanayu, Fallen Angel slowly dimmed. Hanayu's body. A worried look flashed through the eyes of 9 tails, and his mouth said in a low voice, Dao, it's okay. Everything is worth it. I finally made it. 9 tails. Hanayu's body slowly fell on the ground, and she looked up at the moon above her head. Her mouth said with a chuckle, Peng, peng, peng. As Hanayu fell on the ground, the small island where Hanayu was located instantly began to shake, and at the same time, There was an extremely powerful attraction from the moon. Is this the moon made by the 6 immortals? The black chakra ball at the core of the moon is used to create powerful gravity. Although it is only a combination of dimensional space, the huge attraction still makes this island shake. Hanaya lowered her head and glanced at the shaking ground under her feet, with a sigh on her face, and whispered softly in her mouth. This is the moon made by the 6 immortals to seal the 10 tails. It has a very large gravitational force, and the strong gravitational force is enough to offset the gravity of our ninja world. Nine Tails' eyes looked solemnly at the moon above his head, and his mouth said in a low voice, in other words ... it won't be long before our ideal township will float. Hanayu turned her head and glanced at the changing environment around her, and said with a chuckle, ! My subordinates. The plan ... began. Only flying fallen angel behind Hanayu moved slightly and flew into the air at a height of 100 meters on the island, shouting in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, the deep voice resounded in the ears of all the ninjas on this small island. ! Swish, swish, swish. As Hanayu's voice fell, a group of figures kept appearing below Hanayu. A subordinate named Hanaya looked at the floating Hanayu above his head with eyes full of enthusiasm and awe. It seems that everyone in the ninja world is satisfied with their own strength. Similarly, no ninja has ever had the idea that this world should have a different appearance. It seems that all ninjas have not thought of being promoted to a higher level. Even the 6 immortals have never thought about it. Hanayu's face was solemn, and she whispered softly. Although it was whispering, Hanayu's words were clearly spread throughout the island. You princes, wish me a helping hand. Use your power to help me stand higher. At that time, I will give the princes stronger power and a brand new world. Hanayu's eyes looked down. The voices of the many subordinates above the ground are deep and full of magnetism. Middle dot 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 middle dot. Ask for flowers. Middle dot 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 middle dot. The passage to the moon has been opened, and there may be some obstacles. The Datongmuyukan clan has always abided by the so-called peace rules, so it will block our footsteps a little bit. Hanayu's eyes calmed slightly, with a look on his face. With a relaxed smile, he said softly as a reminder, my princes, all enemies blocking us need to be killed. No mercy is needed. It doesn't matter whether you are good or evil. Everything just to be the strongest. Everything just to be able to see a brand new world. A cold but indifferent smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and said in a low voice, Zero. It's a sad family, who has abided by the rules. Since the 6 paths era has never changed. Just like an unmoving current, time will turn the current into a puddle of stagnant water. Hanayu's face was filled with pity, and his mouth deepened. Say, the so-called rules are for those who cannot survive without following the rules. Okay, Jun, let's go to the end of the rules. Hanayu showed a cold smile on his face. With a whisper in his mouth, the teleportation ray on the island burst into a dazzling light! And on the surface of the moon, in a huge pit, a similarly huge dimensional square slowly emerged! Thank you C for the 6,000 points reward! Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Next chapter, Datong Muayu Village Clan. Chapter 295 Datong Muayu Village Clan. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 295 Datong Muayu Village Clan. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 295 The Great Tongmuyukan Clan. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. On the moon, on a desolate plain, a team of ninjas slowly appeared. These ninjas were wearing family uniforms with their faces solemn and sad. On the opposite side of this plane, a team of ninjas also appeared. These ninjas still wore the same clothes, but everyone's face was paranoid and fanatical. The guys who split the family have abandoned the immortals' ancestral precepts. Our task is to protect peace. These splits are crazy. As the clan, Datongmu Matsuda said with a trace of indignation on his face and said coldly, ! Behind him, more than 20 members of the clan gathered together, and all of these people's eyes were white. Awesomely white 737 eyes. The idiots of the clan family. The ancestors' legacy is clearly to destroy the world created by the 6 Tao immortals. These clan want to protect the peace of ninja world. It's really ridiculous. As the head of the branch family, Datongmu Suzuki showed his face a trace of cold expression. His mouth is full of hatred for the Zong family! Yeah, what an interesting family. Is it split because of the difference in understanding and interpretation of the ancestors' legacy? In the shadow of this plane, Hanayu led his subordinates to observe quietly, looking at the clan and division of the 2 teams of Datongmu in front of him. He said with a light smile, "White eyes? What's going on?" A look of surprise flashed across the eyes of Hyuga Sato, who stood behind Hanayu. He looked at the white eyes of the Datongmu clan, and said in confusion, "Really, Sato-kun? Isn't this a member of your Hyuga clan?" Naruwami looked back at the uncertain face of Hyuga Sato, and said jokingly, "How is it possible? Why do these guys have white eyes?" Hyuga Sato's eyes quietly looked at the Datongmu clan, and said in disbelief, "Nothing is impossible." Sato. In the era of the 6 ways of the immortals, the blank eyes were originally the blood boundary of the Datongmu Yukon clan. However, although the Datongmu Yukon clan moved to the moon, only a thin-blooded tribe was left behind. That is, the Hyuga clan. It's a pity. Sato, the Hyuga clan has been abandoned by those who think that they are guarding peace. Hanayu said with a playful look on his face, and said in a deep voice, "How can it be repaired?" Hyuga Sato's right hand suddenly slammed on the ground. His eyes looked at the Datongmu clan with cold eyes. His face was extremely ugly. For Sato, who was originally a branch of Hyuga, he deeply understands the feeling of being abandoned by the clan. At this time, thinking that the Hyuga clan was originally the abandoned clan, I can't help but feel sad for those Hyuga clan who think they are clan. Okay, ever since the Datongmu clan decided to abandon you, you have become a different clan. Hanayu quietly looked at Hyuga Sato, with a trace of calm on his face, and said softly and comfortingly, "I'm very sorry." Captain Hanayu, I'm a little excited. Hyuga Sato took a deep breath. His face returned to calm. His eyes were full of apologetic glance at Hanayu, and he said with a deep voice, "It's okay, Sato." Hanayu glanced at Hyuga Sato calmly, and then his gaze shifted to Datongmu's clan and division. Datongmu Matsuda, your clan's understanding is wrong. The world created by the 6 immortals has been in chaos for thousands of years, and it is a failure. Such a world is not worthy of our protection and should be wiped out. Datongmu Suzuki's eyes looked coldly. The people from the Zong family shouted in a deep voice, "Do you guys want to change the legacy of your ancestors in vain?" Datongmu Suzuki. Datongmu Matsuda looked at the branch in front of you with an angry look, and said loudly, "Cut! What a stupid fellow! Let's split up. Continue to carry out the ancestors' legacy. Everyone, attack!" Datongmu Suzuki's face showed a sullen smile. His mouth was cold and big. With a shout, the members of the branch in front of him rushed towards the Zong family in an instant. Sure enough, these divisions have distorted the ancestors' legacy. Our clan will never allow a family that poses a threat to the ninja world. Since the division chooses to fight, then everyone attack. Datongmu Matsuda's with a trace of firmness on his face. He commanded loudly in his mouth, following the orders of the clan and branch heads. The ninjas of both sides quickly collided together. Bagyu empty palm. A ninja from the clan family quickly opened his white eyes, and his hands were full of chakras. With a low scream, A huge shockwave hit the branch instantly. Don't want to succeed. Gossip high five. A ninja in the branch showed a disdainful smile on his face. His body quickly jumped out, and his right hand suddenly hit the air in front of him with 0.3 chi. Peng. The two shockwaves hit together instantly, and then the ground beneath their feet quickly bulged, and the clan and the people who split the family also collided together. Thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward! Exclamation mark. Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Exclamation mark. Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Exclamation mark. Subscribe, ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. The battle between the clan and the division, different applications of glaring. Chapter 296. The battle between the clan and the division, different applications of glaring. For collection, for subscription, for reward. Chapter 296. The battle between the clan and the division, different applications of glaring. For collection, for subscription, for reward. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 296. The battle between clan and division, different applications with white eyes. For collection, for subscription, for reward. This is Soft Fist and Gossip Palm. Sato Hyuga looked calmly at the ancestral family of Datongu Yumura in front of him and the movement of the division of the family, with a trace of clarity on his face, and said softly, "Look carefully at Sato-kun." The application of the Datongu Yumura clan to white eyes. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the clan and the division who were fighting in front of him, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, reminding him, "Don't underestimate our family separation, you bastards of the clan." Following Hanayu's words, a member of the Datongu Yumura branch's eyes suddenly sparkled, and a circle of white light appeared on the edge of the pupils of the white eyes. And then, this member of the branch suddenly raised his right hand, peng, with a loud noise. Following the action of this member of the branch, a huge rock above the ground flew up instantly, and then fell heavily into the clan team. Exclamation mark. What is this? Sato Hyuga looked at the light in the white eyes of this ninja in surprise. A trace of 18 errors appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Just like the 6 immortals created ninjutsu, and after a long period of time, a more marvelous ninjutsu was derived." The Datongu Yumura clan who survived on the moon, after a long period of time. The white eyes seemed to have produced a very strange change. Yeah? Hanayu calmly looked at the battle in front of her, with a look of excitement on her face, and explained softly in her mouth, "How can it be repaired?" Datongu Suzuki, do you plan to use the power of taboos when you split up at the back of the battlefield? Datongu Matsuda looked at this member of the branch, his face turned gloomy, and his mouth became cold. Say, huh? Forbidden power? So, are you guys from the clan all idiots? This is an advanced power with white eyes. Datongu Suzuki's eyes looked at Datongu with a hint of mockery. Matsuda, with a hint of coldness on his face, said in a deep voice, "Don't you know that this kind of power has a big flaw? If you use it too much you will lose your eyesight." Datongu Matsuda's eyes were a little sad, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Blindness? So what? The so-called blindness is just because our eyes have not evolved completely. It's ridiculous. Haven't your clan yet understood the potential in your eyes? Now we are big. The white eyes of everyone in the Tongmuyukan clan are changing to varying degrees. As long as the white eyes are evolved, we will gain powerful power. Power to destroy the world of the 6 immortals." In the eyes of Datongu Suzuki a crazy light flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Crazy. Everyone. Don't avoid the power of taboo. Give me full attack." Datongu Matsuda looked at the madness in Datongu Suzuki's eyes, with a trace of panic on his face, and shouted, exclamation mark, "Ha ha ha, release it, release the power that scares you. Feel the power of your own eyes." Datongu Yumura sect's family. Datongu Suzuki's face showed a crazy smile, and his mouth suddenly laughed, said, following the words of Datongma Suzuki. 30 ninjas quickly gathered in the ninja group behind him. Blank eyes liberation, mind control. The 30 branched ninjas whispered in their mouths. Everyone's white eyes and pupils seemed to be enveloped in a halo. Then, a huge mental ball quickly appeared on these. The top of the person's head then extended like 30 arms toward the ninja of the clan family! These spiritual arms quickly merged into the body of the 30 ninjas of the Zong family. Zongjia ninja. Repulsion field. Datongma Matsuda's eyes flashed, and his mouth snorted. The 20 Zongjia ninjas behind him quickly stood up, with a little starlight in the white eyes, followed by a huge repulsion quickly knocked out the 30 ninjas controlled by the Zong family. Ahem! With the disappearance of the repulsion field, the eyes of the 20 ninjas slowly flowed out a trace of blood. On the other hand, the members of the division, although their faces were tired, they did not consume much of their eyes. Give up. Datongma Matsuda. Although some people in the Zong family have evolved their eyes, no matter whether it is the number or the pupil power, we are not the opponents of our division. Datongma Suzuki's face showed a smug look. 963, his mouth. Shensheng said, "Yeah, has the white eyes of the Datongma Yukon clan evolved to such an extent?" However, even so, these divisions are still not enough to evolve a rebirth eye. Sure enough, it is because of the pressure of the environment. Not enough. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and the 5-vision universal observer above her head quietly observed the white eyes after the evolution of the division, and whispered softly in her mouth, "If that's the case, let you guys feel even heavier pressure." Han stood up slowly, with a trace of coldness on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward!" Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Next chapter, Interrupted Battle. The Chaotic Cold Moon. Chapter 297 The Interrupted Battle. Hanayu's Chaos, Seeking Collection, Seeking Subscription, Seeking Reward, Seeking Monthly Pass. Chapter 297 The Interrupted Battle. Hanayu's Chaos, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for a monthly pass. Hokage's strongest emperor was interrupted in the battle of Chapter 297. The chaotic entry of the cold moon. For collection, for subscription, for a reward, ask for a monthly pass. Golden wheel burst. A member of the great Tongma Umura clan, a pair of white eyes shed a trace of blood. The stars in his eyes slowly dimmed, and then a handle was 1 meter long. His golden lightsaber appeared in his hand instantly. Separate the family and die for me. The golden lightsaber in the right hand of this member of the clan family instantly slashed forward. Although it was only a long golden blade, it was the 20 people in front of the clan family. The members of the separation were cut into two in an instant. Cut. Damn Zongjia. Whitey-eyed chakra draw. A icy light flashed through the eyes of a branch named Datongma Sano, and a green chakra tentacle appeared from his right hand. Quickly, the extension extended to the body of the famous Zong family, and then directly stripped the chakra from the body of the famous Zong family. Give up. Datongma Matsuda. Your clan has no chance of winning. Only when we separate can we get perfect eyes. Datongma Suzuki's face showed a trace of coldness, and he said with a deep voice, "How can I let you split up? Even if it pays to our clan, I will stop you guys." Datongma Matsuda's face showed a trace of firmness, and said in a deep voice, yeah, what an interesting battle. It's just for the legacy of an ancestor. Can war be started? What a stupid clan." When the clan and the division were fighting, they were fighting together. The deep voice resounded on the battlefield of both sides. Hearing this abrupt voice, all the divisions and the family were stunned, and then quickly separated from the battle, looking for the source of the sound. Is the reaction so slow? Datongmu clan. Hanayu's body was suspended in the sky. Behind him, a pair of blue wings stretched out, and Hanayu's eyes were looking down at the big hair. The Tongmu clan said coldly. In the sky. Datongmu Matsuda's face changed suddenly. He quickly raised his head, looked at the figure in the sky, and said loudly as a reminder, the family who migrated to the moon with Datongmu village since the 6 Paths era would not have thought of splitting into clans and families. Hanayu looked at the Datongmu village on the ground indifferently. The blue wings behind him were slightly moving. The body slowly landed on the ground. Who are you? Datongmu Matsuda's eyes looked at Hanayu with a gloomy expression on her face, as she asked in a deep voice. Since there is an unidentified enemy, split the house, kill him. Datongmu Suzuki's eyes were also gloomy, and he waved his right hand. Behind him, 2 whitey-eyed members of the split created an evolution. Stand up quickly. White eyes middle dot open. Spirit. The 2 separated members looked at Han with cold eyes. A murderous smile appeared on their faces, and a white halo appeared in the white eyes, and their mouths shouted in unison. Yeah, what a stupid thing. Are you still unaware of what kind of existence the enemy standing in front of you is? Hanayu's face showed a trace of pity, and his right hand stretched out, like a pistol. Flicked the thread. Hanayu's mouth let out a low cry, and then Hanayu's right hand was like shooting a gun, and her right thumb was instantly pressed down. Peng, peng. With 2 dull noises in a row, a blood hole appeared in the heads of the 2 members of the family who had accumulated chakra in front of Hanayu. Nani? What kind of attack is this? All the Datongmu clan stared, and said in surprise. Fire escape middle dot hole of fireball. Hanayu's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes coldly glanced at the noisy crowd in front of her, and a fireball suddenly spit out from her mouth. Repulsion field. Open. Seeing a huge fireball rushing towards him, a member of the Zong family folded his hands in an instant, snorted in his mouth, and a huge repulsion field quickly bounced Hanayu's fireball away. You came from the world created by the 6 immortals. How could it be possible? How could you appear on the moon? Even our ancestors paid a great price for landing on the moon. Tongmu Matsuda's eyes flashed with a look of surprise, and he asked incredulously in his mouth, ninjutsu only exists in the world of 6 immortals. Nani? The guy from the world below? How can it be? Datongmu Suzuki's eyes were surprised, and he muttered deep in his mouth. Could it be ... Little devil from the 6 worlds? Is your purpose for the 10-tail shell? Our clan will not let you succeed. Datongmu Matsuda's face changed slightly, and then suddenly something came to mind. Said with a warning in his mouth, don't be too arrogant. The mere shell of 10 tails is not the purpose of my coming here. Hanayu's eyes suddenly burst into a huge chakra, and the 6-pointed star in Zozo's eyes fast appeared, with a cold smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, I came here just to get my eyes. Speaking of it, your war like this, is it playing a ninja playing game? Let the Datongmu clan come and feel it thoroughly. What is war? Hanayu's eyes were cold, and she said in a deep voice, thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward. Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward. Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The cold moon is coming. Chapter 298. The cold moon force is coming. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 298. The cold moon force is coming. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The strongest Emperor of Naruto brought the 298th chapter of the Cold Moon to come. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. I came here just to get my eyes. Speaking of it, your war like this is playing a ninja playing game, is it? Let the Datong Muayu village clan come and thoroughly feel what is war. Hanayu's eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Huh? You kid from the world of six immortals. What are you talking about?" Datong Suzuki's face showed a trace of astonishment. His eyes were full of anger, and his mouth said coldly, "The world of six immortals? Do you call us that?" What an interesting statement. Hanayu had a playful smile on her face, glanced at Datong Suzuki, and said softly. After that, Hanayu's face became cold. "Come here, my ideal town." Hanayu's mouth suddenly yelled, and then a huge dimensional square appeared in the sky, and a huge island was suspended in the sky instantly. What is this? All the members of the Datongmuyukan clan stared at the small island floating in the sky, and said in shock, 497. Are you surprised? This is the ideal town I designed by myself. This small island I named it Sky City. Hanayu also looked up at the small island above her head, whispered softly in his mouth, "You know, this is a small island carefully built by Hanayu using the god's hand, the perfector. A complex power system is implanted in the core of the island. By injecting chakras, the island can be suspended and moved arbitrarily!" Hey, little ghost from the six worlds. What do you want to do? Datongmu Matsuda's face became slightly ugly, and his eyes were staring at the slowly floating Hanayu with his mouth in his mouth, asked loudly, "I've been through it. Let you guys playing ninja games see the real war." Only flying behind Hanayu, fallen angel moved slightly, and his body quickly floated into the air. Biffy, Hanayu's eyes were cold and calm at this time, looking at the small Datongmuyukan clan under the ground, and the low voice resounded through the audience. Come, my men." Hanayu's hands suddenly stretched out, and with a low drink from her mouth, the island on top of Hanayu's head shook instantly. Swish, swish, swish. Then, black figures quickly descended from the island. For a while, at the center of the battle between the ancestors of Datongmuyumura and the division, a famous head wore a protective guard. The ninja appeared quickly. "My subordinates, destroy all the enemies you see in front of me." Hanayu's face was cold, his eyes looked down on the people on the ground, and he said in a deep voice, "Yes, Lord Hanayu, for the dream of Lord Hanayu. All the enemies that appeared in front of your eyes. Disappear." The ninja appeared on the ground, with a frantic look in his eyes, and a low scream in his mouth, and then quickly Ji-in with both hands. Yeah? Is Captain Hanayu impatient anymore? Originally wanted to observe how to use white eyes. There was a trace of regret on Sato's face, and he complained slightly. "Night Assault Squad. Let these guys see what fighting is." Naruomi showed an excited smile on her face and said loudly, following the words of Naruomi, the figures of Hyuga Sato, Kato, Akimichi Ueno, Uekai Hashishui, and Naruomi instantly appeared in the center of the battlefield. Hey, let these stupid guys see how powerful we are. Kawasumi among the four ghosts of Rakshaw with a cruel smile on his face. His right arm quickly stretched and deformed, and his mouth said gloomily. Subsequently, the four ghosts of the Rakshasa also appeared in the center of the battlefield. "Hey, you guys. Are you ready for a big fight?" Suranei Saito, the owner of Tongichi character, said with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Of course, we are." The ministers. Mizaki Taki showed a cold smile on his face, whispered in his mouth, and then seven figures also appeared in the center of the battlefield. Are you going to provoke a war between the six worlds and the moon, little devil? Datongmu Matsuda's eyes were full of anger, and he asked loudly, "Noisy, my subordinates, let them see the power of the six worlds." Han frowned slightly, and said coldly in her mouth, "The war began. You only have one choice. Surrender or death. If you want to win this war, bet on all the power of your Datongmuyumura family. In the end, My name is called Uchiha Hanayu. Hanayu's figure slowly stood on the small island, and his low voice resounded throughout the battlefield. And even the main resident of the Datonkyumura sect and the branch house on the back of the moon were clearly visible. Thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward! Exclamation mark. Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Exclamation mark. Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Lunar War. Fully open. Chapter 299 Lunar War. Fully open. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Chapter 299 Lunar War. Fully open. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor Chapter 299 Lunar War. Fully open. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly pass. The war began. You only have one choice: surrender or die. If you want to win this war, just bet on all the power of your Datonkyumura family. In the end, my name is Uchiha Hanayu. Hanayu's figure slowly stood on the island, and the low voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Even on the back of the moon, the general residence of the ancestor and branch of Datonmuayu village are clearly visible. Huh? Where did Uchiha Hanayu come from? Are you the person who split the family? The old man with a peaceful smile flashed a light of surprise in his eyes at the resident of Datonkyumura's clan family. Uchiha Hanayu, is it the Uchiha family of the Six Worlds? A man with a gloomy expression in the branch of the Big 260 Tonkyumura said coldly. Attack! Hanayu stood on the small island named Sky City with a cold expression on the original battlefield of Datonmuayu village branch and Zong family, and said in a deep voice, exclamation mark. And with Hanayu's orders, the battlefield that was still calm just now sounded an explosion again. Let you guys experience the ninjutsu created by the 6 ways of immortals. Fire escape dragon fire art. On the ground, a ninja with a different headgear on his head showed a hint of coldness on his face. With a smile, a low scream, huge fire dragons instantly attacked the Datongyumura clan. Peng, peng, peng. Hanayu quietly watched the fire dragon appearing abruptly in the battlefield from the sky, instantly drowning an enemy, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What kind of battle is this? A member of the Datonmuayu village clan. His eyes widened, he looked at the fire dragons appearing in front of him in disbelief, and said in a panic, for thousands of years of survival on the moon, there is no concept of ninjutsu at all. Defense. Everyone, hurry up and defend. Datongyumatsuda's face was serious, and he said loudly as a reminder. Following the words of Datongyumatsuda, a small group of evolving people with white eyes appeared in front of him. Gravity field open. A member of the famous Zong family shouted together, and quickly folded their hands together. Then, on the ground where the Zong family was located, a series of huge rocks quickly wrapped up. Attack! Everyone, attack! Datongyumatsuda looked at the rock in front of him. His face relaxed slightly, and said again, Spirit Ball control. As the whitey-eyed evolution squad behind Datongyumatsuda shouted, the Spirit Ball quickly floated towards the ninja troops. Peng, peng, peng. A slight impact sounded, and the body of the 100 ninjas in the front row stopped instantly, while the ninjas behind him were caught off guard and slammed into the 100 ninjas controlled in the front row. Above the body is controlled. 100 ninjas who were controlled had a struggling look flashing across their eyes, and they said with a little horror in their mouths, is it controlled? Standing on the small island in the sky, Hanayu frowned slightly, whispered in his mouth, and instantly released dense threads of silk from his right hand, quickly bringing 100 ninjas under control. Bund up. Leave these guys to me. Hanayu's eyes looked down, and a smile appeared on her face, as she said in a deep voice. Then Hanayu's right hand moved slightly, and the Tide Ninja quickly flew towards the small island in the sky. Cut. Did you lose 100 ninjas in just one attack? You guys don't underestimate us. Mizaki Taki's face at the center of the team was cold, and bursts of light appeared in his body. Chakra said somberly, Guardian. Malala Yuka. Mizaki Taki's mouth whispered, and a gorgeous dress appeared on his body. And then the rocky ground under his feet melted like water! Mystery middle dot super yellow spring marsh. Mizaki Taki who blended with the ground beneath his feet. His hands seemed to be agitated in the water, with Mizaki Taki's drink. All the mud and rocks in the direction of Datongmu Matsuda turned into fluid! Boom, boom, boom. At the location of the Datongmu Matsuda sect's family, the ground under his feet instantly turned into a stream of water, and then the member who was caught off guard quickly sank into the mud! Is this the ability of Malala Yuka, able to freely manipulate the soil? A light flashed through the eyes of Odagiri among the four ghosts of the Rakshasa, with a smile on his face, and his mouth said coldly, however, we can't fall behind. A cruel smile appeared on Odagiri's face. His hands began to deform in an instant, and then two huge barrels appeared on Odagiri's shoulders. Ten Kings Judgment. Justice Tarzan Cannon. A cold smile appeared on Odagiri's face, and the barrel formed by the transformation of his arms burst into light. Then, two huge energy cannons hit directly. In 1.9, we won the split members led by Datongmu Suzuki! Peng, peng. There were two huge explosions, and then two groups of dazzling light appeared in the center of the battlefield, almost instantly crushing the 200 people in the center of the explosion into powder. Thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward! Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward! Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. The terrifying Hanaya group. Chapter 300 The Hamura clan vs the Hyuga clan. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. 300th chapter Yukon clan vs Hyuga clan. Please collect. Seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor Chapter 300 The Yumura clan vs the Hyuga clan. Please collect. Seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. Peng, peng. There were two huge explosions, and then two groups of dazzling light appeared in the center of the battlefield. Almost instantaneously the 200 members of the explosion center were crushed into powder. How is this possible? The Datongmu Yumura clan, who had never seen the power of ninjutsu, all froze, staring at the fire in front of them with shocked eyes, and said in a deep voice, Bagua palm middle dot hit the air. A member of the famous Datongmu Ayu village opened his eyes, and chakra quickly gathered in his hands, and then suddenly hundreds of people all slammed into the void in front of them! Peng. With a loud noise, a huge transparent shockwave quickly rushed towards the Hanaya group. As the Datongmu Yukon clan, the millennia on the moon allowed them to use their rise to the limit. Soft fist Bagua palm. Unexpectedly, it can be used like this. But let us take a look at the difference in the use of white eyes between the two divided tribes in 1,000 years. Facing 100 people, soft punch hit the air cannon formed in the air, and Sato Hyuga showed a look of excitement on his face, and said in a deep voice, Bagua palm back to heaven. Hyuga Sato, who walked to the front of the team, gave a low voice, and then his body quickly rotated, and a huge chakra ball quickly appeared on the battlefield! Wow! Peng! The air cannon hit the chakra ball of Sato Hyuga, and was shot out. Then it hit the rear of the Cold Moon Ninja group. The extremely compressed air cannon instantly knocked out a deep pit on the ground! This is Rukwon. Who are you? The family led by Datongmu Matsuda and the division led by Datongmu Suzuki gradually merged together, And then all of them looked solemnly at Hyuga Sato, who stopped spinning. Lee questioned loudly, "Thousands of years have made you forget the abandoned clan." Hyuga Sato's face, with a complex expression, whispered in his mouth. Then, Sato Hyuga's eyes opened instantly. The Hyuga clan of the world of 6 immortals. Hyuga Sato's eyes were cold with a hint of cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't think that having the white eyes is our Datonki Hamura clan. Tell you ... you are still far away." A middle-aged ninja appeared from behind Datonki Suzuki with a mockery in his mouth, said, "Die to me, kid. You don't deserve to have such eyes." The middle-aged ninja named Daton Muhua roared, and then his body instantly appeared in front of Hyuga Sato. His hands folded into his palms. Quickly strike towards Hyuga Sato. "It seems that you have been keeping your eyes very heavy for thousands of years, because your so-called soft fist is really ridiculous in my eyes." Hyuga Sato's hands also turned fists into palms. Quickly he hit 2 palms, blocking the attack of the big Paulonia wood dash, and said playfully, "Rukun middle. Baguous 64 palms." Sato's face showed a cold smile. His body instantly leaned forward, his hands turned into fingers, and a low sip from his mouth. Under his feet, there was a huge gossip array. "Appear instantly!" Essential 2 palms. 4 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Sato Hyuga's hands kept beating on the body of the big Paulonia wood dash. Within a short time, 64 palms instantly hit the body of Daton Muhua Peng. With a loud noise, as Hyuga Sato's gossip 64 palms hit, the huge grey body of the big Paulonia instantly flew out, and then the face fell on the ground like ashes. Although I'm very interested in how you can cultivate to have all kinds of singular abilities, but if you talk about soft fist, only the Hyuga clan in this world are the strongest. There was a calmness on Sato Hyuga's face. With a look, he whispered in his mouth. Following the words of Sato Hyuga, chakra quickly gathered in his hands. "Don't be arrogant, kid." Golden wheel burst. A member of the big Paulonia branch's eyes flashed with stars, and his mouth screamed, and a golden chakra sword appeared in his hands instantly. Is this the ability gained after the evolution of the white eyes? A look of excitement appeared on Sato Hyuga's face. The 360-degree view of the white eyes firmly locked on the member holding the golden chakra sword, and he let out a low voice. With Hyuga Sato's low drink, his body instantly appeared in front of this ninja. "Die, kid." The ninja's right hand fiercely toward the Japanese Sato's body to shake off between. Then, in an instant, golden chakra sword in his hand bursting out of a bright light, which, with a soft sound, Sato Hyuga's figure instantly turned into a 733 after image, and then appeared behind the ninja. How is it possible? The white eyes have a 360-degree view. Why didn't I find that, kid? The ninja looked at the sudden disappearance of Sato Hyuga, with a look of panic on his face, and his mouth was surprised, said, "Secret technique middle. 8th level collapse." Hinata Sato, who was in the blind spot of the blind spot with white eyes, gave a low voice, and quickly hit the ninja with his hands. Peng, peng, peng. 4 consecutive muffled sounds, and Sato Hyuga's hands hit the ninja's body. Peng. The ninja only screamed, and then the 4 chakras of Sato Hyuga burst out in an instant, and the 8 doors in the ninja burst instantly. Thanks for the 100-point reward of 250 yuan and 40 cents. Thanks to C for the 6,000 points reward. Thanks to Broken Chen Guingkai for the big 588 points reward. Thank you Gilgamesh for the great reward of 588 points. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The terrifying Hanayu group.